in Springfield.
So don't push me, ain't Donald Trump trying to grab him by the... Said it was some Haitians, somewhere out in Springfield. Women doing cartwheels.
Have you seen Garfield?
Have you seen Snowball? This about to snowball. I'm about to go off. I can't let this go on. Miss me like an airball. Tell me when my cat is cough it up like a hairball. I gotta tell them if they even put the fingernail on Santa's little helper to turn them to hamburger helper. Somebody better help them, cause I'm going to jail for showing them fellas helter skelter. Usually I'm content, but if you touch my dog, then I'm turning into John Wick. I'm lit. Bird better drop it. If you touch my pet, then I'm pulling up like CrossFit. Gone overseas where they said Hello Kitty, but it ain't there, it's right here in your city. When I turn my back, now the cat goes missing and they... Where my peoples is at? Does anybody know where he took with that? Cause I heard they putting claws on felines, I'm mad. And my cat disappeared just like Felix the cat. And they got paid back. Thought she was a goner, but the cat came back. If you ain't a pussy cat, say drop that cat. Drop that cat. Drop that cat. Got paid back. Thought she was a goner, but the cat came back. If you ain't a pussy cat, say drop that cat. Drop that cat. Drop that cat.
They're eating the dogs, they're eating the cats. Eat the cat, eat the cat. They're eating the cats, they're eating the dogs. Eat the cat.
Drop that cat.
Yo, what up, y'all? It's your boy Rob coming back at you once again with another live stream. So before we get started, you already know what to do. If you're not subscribed to the channel, make sure you hit the bell icon twice. Smash the like button, share this video out to all of your followers, and let's get it cracking. All right, so shout out to everybody who is in the building early. It's good to see each and every one of you. If you guys can hear me okay and everything looks good on the screen, please give me a thumbs up or radiation emoji in the chat. If you guys cannot hear me or things are looking and sounding kind of bad or oddly different, then give me a thumbs down or an angry face. While you guys are doing that, I'm going to shout out everybody who is in the building early, all right? Got to shout out DSB. Definitely appreciate DSB for being a channel member. You better thank a channel member. Definitely appreciate you, bro.
I'm standing on business. I'm standing on business. I'm standing on business.
Shout out to you, bro. Shout out to Carlton Way. Shout out to Brooklyn Queen. Make sure y'all show Brooklyn Queen some love for the off-rip ducats. Definitely appreciate it. Shout out to my man Win Loser Rug. What's good with it? We got Spark 369 in the building. Shout out to my man TD Media Group. All right. So we're going to talk about the migrant crisis that is still going on. All right. But we got fresh blood, new blood coming into the White House in 2025. And the reason why that fresh blood, that new blood is coming into the White House in 2025 is because many people in the United States believed that Donald Trump offers viable solutions to the migrant crisis that is causing undesirable effects on the country. Now, here goes my question. Do you all think that Donald Trump and his administration will be more or less effective than the Biden administration with dealing with the migrant crisis? If you do, then give me a thumbs up. If you do not, then give me a thumbs down. Right now, we're in a period of limbo, I would say, political limbo, the transition period of political purgatory, where you have the Biden administration exiting and, they're getting ready to clean out and get the security deposit back on the White House. And you got the Trump team about to move in. All right. And so it'll be interesting to see what they see are the priorities. Right. But in the meanwhile, we got a lot of interesting things going on in the background. Right. Shout out to TD in the building. You know what I'm saying? He talked about this quote unquote resistance that is forming, or this resistance that's bubbling and brewing that people are talking about. There's a resistance of a lot of liberal Democrat politicians who have come together and made the statement that they are going to block anything that Trump attempts to do. Now, here goes my question. What kind of problems will that cause? And what kind of problems will that solve? And how will those problems or solutions affect your life? I find it interesting that when many people talk about politics, they talk about politics in terms of, like they're spectators or whatever, right? They don't realize that it doesn't matter if you're a spectator or not. These decisions that are made by these people, they affect you whether you acknowledge it or whether you like it or not. Shout out to my man Jay Bird. What's good with you, bro? They affect you whether you like it or not. A lot of people that didn't even vote for a lot of this stuff, a lot of people that don't live in areas that are controlled by a lot of these people, they've been negatively affected by this stuff. We're going to look at that. All right, we're going to definitely look at that. One of the first things that we're going to look at is we're going to look at what's going on in an Oklahoma prison. All right, and the reason why we're looking at what's going on in this Oklahoma prison is because they believe that immigrants at this Oklahoma prison that we didn't hear about at all during the Biden administration will likely be part of the first rounds of Trump's mass deportations. All right.
The Oklahoma Department of Corrections has more than 500 inmates who are illegal immigrants or have an unknown status.
Now, here's my question. How many people know about that, and how much is that costing taxpayers? If you all knew about the undocumented and illegal population in the Oklahoma prison system, give me a thumbs up. If you did not, then give me a thumbs down. And give me an estimate of how much you think that that's costing taxpayers.
New at 5, the Oklahoma Department of Corrections has more than 500 inmates who are illegal immigrants or have an unknown status. Now, those immigrants could easily fall into President-elect Donald Trump's plans for mass deportations in the first days of his second term.
I asked the Oklahoma Department of Corrections for their immigrant inmate numbers and looked into why these inmates are being looked at as the first to be removed from the U.S. next year.
Vote Republican and we will begin the largest deportation operation in American history.
President-elect Donald Trump promised mass deportations on day one, and now we are getting a better idea of who could be the first to go.
But I'd like to start with deporting those who are the most violent criminals, those who are raping people or they're pedophiles or murderers. Those should be the first ones to go.
Many Republican members of Congress say the easiest to deport quickly under a second Trump administration are the illegal immigrants in prison nationwide already convicted of a crime. Right now, an illegal immigrant must serve.
Now, here's my question for everybody that I truly don't understand, and I would like some people to help me out with this. If these people have already been convicted of crimes, why are we housing them in our prisons? Why aren't they already not somewhere else? And here's a thought, right? You know, a lot of these countries, they like to do a lot of this international stuff, this transnational stuff. One thing that European countries, white people, are good at, right, is they're good at weaponizing their quote unquote standards against other people, right? If you guys would agree, give me a thumbs up. If you guys would disagree, give me a thumbs down. So here's a suggestion for the white people across the world, because they got the European Union, right? They have NATO. They got a ton of different international organizations. And one thing that they're all sitting around and just whining and crying about, there's mass immigration and we're being replaced. Okay, well, if there's mass immigration and you're being replaced, why don't you do what you've been good at throughout history and come up with a transnational, international, European organization to house undocumented migrants that come into European or majority white countries until they can go to trial? Organize it, create a central location, put it somewhere, and make it so that those people who have violated the law coming into y'all's countries illegally can be there and wait for their trial or wait to be returned back to wherever they're from. But what's fascinating is that they don't do that, though. They'll come together for some wars, or they'll come together to throw Ukraine some money. They'll come together to throw that little country over there in the Middle East some money, but they won't come together to do that. Now, if you ask me, I think a lot before I speak. And I think that there's absolutely nothing wrong with what I said. So here's my question. What's wrong with my suggestion? Nobody said it wasn't going to affect blacks. What I said is that the white people make the decisions in those countries. The white people set up those countries, and the white people maintain the organizations that I listed. Are you sensitive because I said the word white? Are you woke? This dude is in here inviting people to eat dicks, calling other people left wing. You're in here inviting people to dick. You're in here inviting other men to dick, calling somebody else left wing. And this is exactly what I'm saying. They do not want to deal with anything. They want to take the credibility for quote unquote civilizing the world, making the world a quote unquote better place to be. They're the quote unquote chosen people. But when it comes time for them to capitalize and do things that they've shown a strength for the entire time that the world has been modern, they can't do it. They fail. They melt under pressure. Look at this dude melting. Hey, Carlton, do me a favor. Go get the mop bucket and a mop and clean that up on aisle 5 for me. Go clean that up for me. You know what I'm saying? These people are so woke. Yo, man, these people are so woke. You simply mention the word white, they melt. They melt. What? Now, check this out. Eat a dick left wing, bitch. What did I say that was left wing? Am I left wing because you said that I'm left wing? Huh? Didn't think so. You can't refute a word that I said, and it's still stuck halfway down your esophagus. You want to tell me about effects? I didn't mention effects. I mentioned organization. I mentioned logistics. You low IQ animal skin clown. And this is the only type of language that you understand. And this is why you're getting it delivered to you like this. Too many people don't take off the gloves. Now, you want to take some gloves off? You're in the right place to have the gloves taken off. Now, shout out to the civilized people in the chat, right? To the civilized people in the chat. What's wrong with the suggestion that I made? Now, this individual also says, you, sir, will be replaced. Let me tell you something, bro. I don't know if you're aware of this, but your race already replaced my race. That is why I'm a black man with melanin in my skin with an English and Irish first name and last name. Have many seats on that ass that's growing out of your neck. This dude. Bring your boss to me.
Out their sentence, and then after paying their debt to society, are they then deported? Immigration and Republican officials say since deportation is going to happen anyways, Trump is expected to just speed up the process.
There are just not a million criminals who are.
Now this is we gotta tackle this. We gotta deal with this, right? Because this is one of the things you don't get to have it both ways. You don't get to call yourself the high IQ people that civilize the world, and you're just better than everybody else, and everybody else needs to bow to you because of some genetic issue that created a lack of melanin. You don't get to say all of this stuff, and then when people say, okay, well, here's what you've done well throughout your existence, why don't you do that for what you're complaining about now? And all of a sudden you get triggered by it. What you're supposed to say is thank you for the compliment, you low IQ inferior underling. I'll take that back to my boss and maybe we'll do something with it. That's what you're supposed to do. But you're ashamed. You're ashamed of your pathetic existence. And that's not my problem. Because if you're actually ashamed of your pathetic existence, then act like you're ashamed of your pathetic existence. When someone gives you props for savagery and brutality, something that you've shown a propensity and a high aptitude for, you take the compliment and you keep it pushing. You don't get to have it both ways. And you definitely don't get to go both ways and then come in my chat and call somebody left wing. Both ways is left wing, in case you didn't know.
Are ready to be deported in a given year. You might have a number of people arrested, but they go to prison and you can't get them until they finish their prison sentence.
The Oklahoma Department of Corrections and Immigration and Customs Enforcement already have a relationship in place.
We monitor every state and local jail in the United States. ICE does. It monitors every federal prison.
ODOC had to compile the number of illegal immigrants in state prisons for a study at the state capitol by state lawmakers looking at the cost of illegal immigrants in Oklahoma just last month.
Shout out to Win Lose a Rug. Win Lose a Rug said, Damien, where are you at, bro? I don't know. He probably running a tweet Elon Musk about us. He's running a tweet Elon Musk about us.
In total, there are 594 immigrants in Oklahoma prisons who are either illegal or their status is unknown. 480 of them are housed in Oklahoma prisons under a relationship with ICE.
Now let me I want you guys to understand what just went on right there, right? How many people would go and find somebody that's not good at math to be an accountant? Would anybody, if you would go do that, if that would be your logic, give me a thumbs up. If you wouldn't, then give me a thumbs down. Nobody does that, right? You find people who are good at certain things and you utilize what they're good at. You utilize the talent. That's one of the reasons why most businesses have what's called a human resource department, right? These people are good at attempting to standardize their norm and their culture as the quote unquote correct and only culture. And anybody else that is any deviation away from what they are is inherently incorrect or wrong, right? These are the same people that are complaining about quote unquote their countries being infiltrated by migrants. Now, Damien here, right, in the chat says that black people will be affected too. I don't care about that. How are black people in Ireland going to be affected by the European migrant crisis, Damien? How are black people in Ireland affected by the European migrant crisis? How are black people in Poland affected by the migrant crisis, Damien? I don't know if you're aware, or I don't know if you've got your red, white, and blue bandana around your pencil neck too tight and the oxygen's not circulating to your brain, but the migrant crisis is not just going on here in the United States. Here's another interesting fact about the migrant crisis. The guy who's promising the mass deportations, you know, Trump, he's the son of migrants. Just like you probably are. So these are all interesting facts that, for whatever reason, doesn't have to be talked about. Doesn't need to be addressed. Now, he mentioned something interesting, right? And what he mentioned was, well, this is going to affect black people. You're going to be, quote unquote, erased. What's interesting about that comment is that the continent of Africa, where the majority of black people in the world are, has had a migrant crisis with a European infestation for the majority of the modern world, the majority of the modern civilization. If you guys would agree, give me a thumbs up. If you guys would disagree, give me a thumbs down. And what I find fascinating over there is that in places like South Africa, the European invaders are complaining about their numbers being low. In most cases, when Europeans haven't wiped out everybody at a place that they decide to go to, their numbers are always low because they're not the native population. So what's interesting about it is that there's been a cycle of European invasion from Europe to Africa as long as most people can remember, as long as most history goes back. And those people haven't been erased yet, interestingly. And yet the people with all the technology, the people that civilize the world, the people that are so great, for whatever reason, math and nature just does not seem to agree with their program. That would tell me that as far as a quote unquote replacement issue goes, I think other people should be concentrated on replacement. And not really anybody making an active effort to replace them either, just their own inability to keep up with fundamental laws of existence. But if we did that, that would create a situation where we have to look at what's actually going on internally versus the gaslit reality that most people like. Because make no mistakes, everybody likes to be gaslit. Everybody likes to be gaslit. I don't like to gaslight people. I don't like to gaslight people. And if you're so smart, you should actually make a point and stand behind that point. And you didn't make any points, and you didn't stand behind anything. And if you can't make any points, and if you can't stand behind anything, if you can't stand, then you need to be on the floor or in a chair. If you guys would agree, give me a thumbs up. If you guys would disagree, give me a thumbs down.
There is an additional 114 immigrants in prison who are serving sentences, but there is no agreement with ICE. 68 in ODOC custody have an unknown status, but are not American citizens either. Things get a bit more complicated at the local level. The Tulsa County Sheriff's Office says its illegal immigrant population has plummeted in recent years. One, because Tulsa County ended its immigrant housing contract with ICE long ago, and two, the Biden administration started giving bail to illegal immigrants arrested for crimes back.
Now, why did the Biden administration do that? That looks like a white guy that did that, right? Now, what's interesting is that when it's a black person that's robbing a 7-Eleven or a black person that's robbing a liquor store or a black person that's robbing somebody in the street, it's perfectly okay for the Elon Musk Americans and, you know, all of these people to sit there and say, well, look at what these black people are doing. Look at what these black people are doing. Look at what these black people are doing. Look at these migrant crisis situations that these white men have created for the people that they claim to have set up this wonderful society for. This is Joe Biden here, you know what I'm saying? And a doso, an American descendant of slave owners, creating the situation that little Damien, who's not from hell, is sitting in here crying like a little bitch about. Crying like a little triggered bitch that couldn't even take a compliment. How triggered do you got to be to not be able to take a compliment? Think about that. What's going on inside of your skull that you are that triggered and that emotionally invested in your valueless identity politics that you can't take a compliment? That's pretty pathetic. Yeah, they all been bitching. And they're going to keep bitching because that's what they do. Then they'll say that they're under attack. And then they'll commit a mass genocide for the quote-unquote preservation of quote-unquote their own lives because somebody hurt their feelings because quote-unquote they've been attacked. No one's been attacked. You know what I'm saying? No one's been attacked. I actually offered the best suggestion that anybody has ever heard in their entire life of getting rid of these illegal immigrant prisoners to free up U.S. taxpayer dollars. But because it didn't come from Elon Musk or because it didn't come from Donald Trump, it's anti-white. I don't care what anybody thinks if something is anti-what or anti or pro. If it's a good suggestion, it's a good suggestion. Let me ask you guys this question. Which countries have the most violent and brutal, bloodthirsty militaries? The most savage, animalistic militaries? Somebody name me a couple countries. Would anybody say Ghana? Would anybody say Jamaica? Would anybody say Sierra Leone? Would somebody say the UK? Would somebody say Germany? Would somebody say Russia? Dare I say it? Dare I say it? Would somebody say the United States? So yeah, these are countries where the people get down like straight animals. You know what I'm saying? I'm talking about stop in the middle of the street and, you know what I'm saying, start licking themselves and doing all kind of weird stuff that animals do, right? And if it's one thing that a wild animal can do, a wild animal can definitely strike fear into humans. They can smell fear too, right? So all of those wonderful strengths that these people have built for themselves, I don't understand why they wouldn't use those strengths to directly deal with the problem that they voted for. It doesn't make any sense. Does it make sense? What do they always say? Oh, these are just uncomfortable truths. This is just the red pill, right? It's just a red pill. If your strength is being an unfettered savage and moving people around and getting rid of them, well, I mean, if that's what needs to happen in order to make America great again, I don't understand why the maximum and optimal uses of those things would not be applied in this situation. I don't get it. It doesn't make any sense to me. And then to get offended about it too. Well, we don't do this. Yeah, you do. You know what I'm saying? Do we need to go through examples? Shout out to my man DSB. Make sure you guys show DSB some love. Throw some flames, some radiation emoji, and some ducks, some membership emoji in the chat for DSB for funding the organization.
I'm standing on business. I'm standing on business. I'm standing on business.
Definitely appreciate you, bro. And it doesn't make any sense to me. And I mean, you know, as strong as the nerves are, as competent, calm, and, you know, emotionally organized as these people are, surely nothing that I said hurt anybody's feelings, right? I didn't hurt any feelings. So except for little Damien. Is anybody in here offended? We got 16 people in here. I expect to see 16 answers. If anyone is offended by anything that I said, YouTube manual reviewer, please take note that I'm doing this. Give me a thumbs up if you feel offended. If you do not feel offended, then give me a thumbs down. If you feel like you've been a target of hatred or hate speech or something that I said unfairly affected or attacked you, and put an angry face in the chat. And YouTube manual reviewer, make sure you pay attention. Make sure you pay attention. Shout out to DSB. I appreciate you, bro. Make sure y'all show DSB some love for funding the organization and growing it.
How do you think that we fund this organization, huh? We're not exactly the March of Dimes. I'm standing on business. I'm standing on business. I'm standing on business.
And this is what I'm saying, y'all. This is what I'm saying. We are working with, and we are surrounded by, and in a country full of people that are so entitled, they can't even take a compliment. They can't even take a compliment. How do you work with them? How do you work with them? Here's my answer to that. You don't.
And started giving bail to illegal immigrants arrested for crimes back in 2021. Tulsa County Sheriff Vic Regalado has previously told Fox 23, once an illegal immigrant is arrested, they get a court date, bond out, and then they just run away.
So now, again, this is the local news doing this, right? The local news is saying this. Now, again, here's my question. Why has this been allowed to go on for so long? And who is this? Who are policies like these benefiting? Why would Joe Biden create policies like this? And then when you talk about policies like this, why is it that the mainstream media says that it's missing disinformation, but the same mainstream media that says that it's missing disinformation has stories like this? They have stories like this running on their local news affiliates. The local news affiliates are able to run these stories and tell these stories, but on social media, when you show this information, they try to get rid of your channel. Somebody make it make sense.
Have an unknown status, but are not American citizens either. Things get a bit more complicated at the local level. The Tulsa County Sheriff's Office says its illegal immigrant population has plummeted in recent years. One, because Tulsa County ended its immigrant housing contract with ICE long ago, and two, the Biden administration started giving bail to illegal immigrants arrested for crimes back in 2021. Tulsa County Sheriff Vic Regalado has previously told Fox 23, once an illegal immigrant is arrested, they get a court date, bond out, and then they just run away, never showing up for court.
You're talking about individuals that committed serious crimes, okay, that have been released and are gone in the wind. You know, to commit another crime, who knows?
A spokesperson for TCSO says because of those factors, there is really no one in the Tulsa County Jail for ICE to deport. Now, keep in mind.
So do you see how they did that? It's almost like they created a quote unquote fix for their own problem. So if this was a place where there were a lot of quote unquote undocumented migrants who committed crimes, as a result of these Biden era policies, now when Trump gets into office to attempt to do a mass removal starting here, there's nobody here for Trump to remove as a result of Joe Biden's low IQ proboscis policy. What do you guys think about that?
And nothing is going to happen until mid to late January. President-elect Donald Trump will not be sworn in until January 20th. The Biden administration is going to keep its current policies in place until then.
All right, so there's that. All right, so now next what we're going to do is we are going to talk about the box bros. We are going to talk about the box bros. And the reason why we're talking about the box bros is because the homeless dollars, the dollars that are allocated for homeless people, go hand in hand with a lot of the budget money that is being siphoned to deal with housing migrants. Because what ends up happening in the United States is when the migrants come into these cities, especially sanctuary cities are able to utilize the funding that they get from FEMA and other organizations to put towards housing crises, because these people do not have homes. This is how you get in trouble, like how you get in trouble in New York with the quote unquote right to shelter law. Okay, so let's check this out. This is in Oregon. All right. How many people heard anything about anything going on with the migrant crisis in Oregon? If you guys heard, give me a thumbs up. If you did not, then give me a thumbs down.
When I'm back in the White House, we will use every tool, lever, and authority to get the homeless off our streets.
This is brand new at 6 to 9. President-elect Donald Trump's strategy to end homelessness. He pitched a plan during his campaign, but the big question now is, will it happen? And if it does, how will it impact communities here in the Northwest? Good evening. Thanks a lot for joining us, everybody. I'm Steve Dunn.
And I'm Deborah Knapp. K2's Angelica Thornton has more on what Trump wants to do that has advocates sounding the alarm.
Our once great cities have become unlivable, unsanitary nightmares, surrendered to the homeless, the drug addicted, and the violent and dangerously deranged.
That was Donald Trump last year.
Now, when we talk about this quote unquote violent and dangerously deranged, we're going to get into them a little bit deeper, because here's my question for everybody. How many people have heard about the most recent places where the Venezuelan prison gang Tren de Aragua has spread to? If you guys know any new locations or any new sightings of Tren de Aragua, drop them in the chat.
Talking about his Agenda 47 policy on homelessness and how he would tackle the crisis at the national level.
The homeless have no right to turn every park and sidewalk into a place for them to squat and do drugs. Americans should not have to step over piles of needles and waste as they walk down a street.
Trump says he wants to work with states to ban urban camping wherever possible and create large tent cities on inexpensive land where people would have access to doctors and social workers.
Violators of these bans will be arrested, but they will be given the option to accept treatment and services if they're willing to be rehabilitated. Many of them don't want that, but we'll give them the option.
Trump has talked a lot about what's happening in West Coast cities, including Portland. Now that he's president-elect, his plan could be put into play in just a matter of months, pushing aside housing first policies for his.
Shout out to Alonda. What's good with it, Alonda? So let me ask you guys this question. Where are there homeless crises at? Last time I checked, there's homeless crises going on all over the world, right? More specifically in the United States, Colorado, New York City, Chicago, all of the places where there's allegedly supposed to be sanctuary at. If you guys would agree, give me a thumbs up. If you guys would disagree, give me a thumbs down.
His treatment first model.
I think when President Trump gets around to pushing forward on this agenda item, that he's going to find a lot of sympathetic ears on the West Coast to this sort of lock them all up plan that he toyed with during his first administration.
But homeless advocate Jimmy Jones says this isn't a Trump problem. He says it matters less who's driving the car when it's headed down the same road. And that road, Jones says, is criminalizing homelessness.
No, it's very consistent with what the Portland leadership has tried to do for the last couple of years. And I think that may be very shocking to folks who might think that their local government was aligned with somebody that they never would have voted for under any condition at all in their head. But in terms of, practical policy implementation, it is virtually identical to the work that's already been done.
Jones and other advocates in Oregon are worried that House Bill 3115, which lawmakers passed in 2021, will be repealed. The law was meant to enshrine a legal standard set by federal judges.
We got Jay Lord in the building. I didn't know Jay Lord had become a member. Shout out to you for becoming a member, Jay Lord. What's good with it?
That cities and towns could not ban people from sleeping outside unless shelter space is available as an alternative. But This summer, the U.S. Supreme Court sided with the city of Grants Pass, finding that camping bans do not amount to cruel and unusual punishment under the 8th Amendment. Since then, Democrats have joined Republicans calling for changes to state camping laws.
Our city is suffering right now. We're having an identity crisis.
Portland Mayor-elect Keith Wilson ran on an ambitious promise to end unsheltered homelessness within the first year of his administration.
Now, this is what I was thinking, and I want to ask you guys this question. Like I said, I don't, the way that my channels are organized, I don't think I'm ever going to actually be able to get to do a quote-unquote certain segment of Box Bros on the other channels, right? So what I'm going to do is I'm going to actually start the Box Bros series is going to be a part of the Undocumented channel. What do you, if you guys are okay with that and that's cool, give me a thumbs up. If you guys would rather just have it on the BLR channels, and give me a thumbs down. I think it would work better over here. And the reason why I think it would work better over here is because the illegal immigration and the homeless crisis are so intertwined. So let me know what you guys think about that.
He wants to set up a network of night and day shelters in buildings like churches and community centers, offering meals, showers, laundry, and social services. Wilson said,
my man, Alpha Male Pimp Network in the building. What's good with it, bro?
As it'll immediately improve livability and it'll give homeless services providers the breathing room they need to work on long-term solutions to keep people off the streets. K2 asked Wilson what he thinks about President-elect Trump's strategy.
It makes me cringe. When you aggregate misery, you just create more misery. We have to recognize that these are our brothers and sisters. I mean, my brother was addicted and homeless. I'm caring for him right now. I can't imagine you doing that. That creates an amount of suffering on a magnitude that's never before seen.
I'm very encouraged by that language.
Jimmy Jones hopes Portland will change course under Wilson's leadership, but he knows elected officials in every city and town across Oregon and other states are under a lot of pressure to fix livability issues.
Folks are just deeply and gravely uncomfortable by observing other people's poverty. They don't want to see it. They don't want it to be visible. They'd rather it go somewhere else. And these solutions take time. They take patience. They take commitment. They take smart public policy choices.
Jones says of all of the items on Trump's agenda, this might be the one with the most buy-in from the right and the left. He warns the message may sound good, but the methods will be brutal, that the medicine is worse than the cure.
This is how I will end the scourge of homelessness and make our cities clean and safe and beautiful once again. We will do it. We will bring back America.
Angelica Thornton, K2 News.
So this is interesting, right? Because this is an ongoing problem, and I really feel like I've done you guys a disservice by kind of putting the homeless crisis content on the back burner. But going forward, I'm gonna definitely try to make sure that I do not do that anymore. All right. So I don't know if anybody is aware, right? But the migrant influx is not stopping. And actually what you see is an increase in the migrant influx. And one of the reasons why there's an increase in the migrant influx is because a lot of these people are trying to get into the United States before the Trump administration gets settled in, because they believe that the Trump administration is going to put an end to a lot of the nonsense that's going on. All right. So we got two videos lined up where we're going to talk about these 1,500 migrants that are on a caravan in Mexico, forcing their way north towards the southern border.
Question: is a new migrant surge imminent ahead of Trump's inauguration? Border Patrol already reporting large groups of migrants showing up along the southern border. Texas Lieutenant Chris, Department of Safety Lieutenant Chris Oliveras joins me now. Lieutenant, did you intercept a group of, 150 migrants? That was just on Sunday alone, I think.
Right, Stuart. Yes. So good morning. Great to be with you. So yes, we're still seeing these smaller groups, and it's been consistent at the start of the year and pretty much been happening every single day. But this particular group that we were able to apprehend on Sunday was over 150, and in that group, we're seeing more of these unaccompanied children. There were 20 unaccompanied children, and also 6 special interest immigrants from Afghanistan. So anytime we come across anybody from adversarial countries, especially from the Middle East or even West Africa.
So now here's the thing, right? We gotta ask this question. How many people think that MSNBC, CNN, ABC, and CBS, all of these companies, how many people think that these companies are losing their viewership simply because Trump won the election? If you guys think that that's the reason why they're losing their viewership, give me a thumbs up. If you don't think that that's why they're losing their viewership, my question for you guys is, what are the key reasons why you think these media organizations, these media agencies are losing their viewership? The reason why I'm asking that is because I'm going to ask a follow-up question.
It does cause, this raise some red flags, because these individuals, we don't know exactly, why they want to come to the United States, where they're going to end up, what their background is because of the current vetting process. But these smaller groups we are seeing, especially in the Eagle Pass, Texas area, and with those groups, we're seeing more unaccompanied children and also more special interest immigrants that we've been seeing pretty much.
And shout out to everybody watching. I appreciate you guys. If you all haven't smashed the like button yet, please do me a favor, take a moment, smash that like button. Also, if you guys haven't hit the bell, please take a moment, hit that bell. Also, please share the stream to your social media. We got 16 people watching and we got 14 likes. We on the 1-to-1. Throw that 100 in the chat and let's try to get the likes to 30.
That's been consistent throughout the year.
But those people, the 150 that you intercepted, they're now in America, I take it. They stay.
Right. Yeah. Yes. I mean, that's, that's the reality of the situation that we've been dealing with for the last 4 years, and even more so now. Before, obviously before January 20th, we're still going to be seeing these much smaller groups. We could anticipate a much larger group coming, December or January. Yep. December historically has always been the busiest month on the border. So we're not out of the clear yet. Okay. So as I mentioned, we do see these smaller groups. We apprehend them. We turn them over to Border Patrol. If we're able to file or arrest them for a state charge, then we'll take them to jail. We'll take them to our jail and we'll place them in jail. But of course, for the most part, a lot of these apprehensions, we'll turn them over to
now. And this is what I was saying earlier before I had to, roast Damien. What I don't understand is why don't they get separate and specific holding places for the quote unquote criminal illegal migrants that are a holding position specifically for people who have committed crimes and can be prioritized to deportation before people who have not committed the crimes. This is what I don't understand.
The Border Patrol, where they get processed and then get released to the country.
This Trendiaragua gang is now operating in 16 states. When you find out who they are in your area, are you going to arrest them?
Oh, absolutely, Stuart. Governor Abbott in Texas has made it very clear. We have a zero tolerance for this gang, for this Venezuelan gang, Trendiaragua, also known as TDA. The governor put, other efforts in place to track down TDA, designate them as a foreign terrorist organization in Texas, and also even offering a cash reward up to $5,000 for anyone that provides information that leads to the identification and arrest of TDA members in Texas. We are in a law and order state, and we will continue to track down this violent gang and arrest them and hold them accountable for their actions.
What role do you think the military is going to have in these deportations?
That's a good question, Stuart.
Now, we're going to talk about the military. Hopefully we get to it, right? Because there's a lot of stuff to try to get through. The military is allegedly going to have a special role in these quote-unquote mass deportations, all right? They're allegedly going to have a role in these mass deportations, and we're going to examine what this alleged role is in these mass deportations, okay? And the problem is that Trendiaragua, and I've been talking about Trendiaragua on this channel forever, they keep spreading. So whatever is going on, whatever's being done, whatever type of initiatives are being used here to try to slow down their spread or to try to contain them, not effective thus far.
I mean, right now, even military that's been on the border, even for years now, and even more so now, what they usually do, the federal, as far as federal soldiers on federal orders, they're helping Border Patrol gather intelligence, monitoring cameras, but I think moving forward, you can use the military in a more strategic manner, place them on the border like we've done with our National Guard soldiers in Texas, who has done a phenomenal job in protecting our state and securing our border. But you can use them to actually observe activity on the border. They can monitor, cameras. They can also provide security at some of these detention facilities as they do carry out these mass deportations, and even help process that would help alleviate some of these federal resources and get the agents back out to the field.
Lieutenant, thanks for being with us. I got to go. I've got an important news announcement we've just got. So we will see you again very soon.
He just cut him off. He ain't had no important news announcement. All right, so next what we're going to do is we're going to take a look at a video from News Nation where they're highlighting this issue of these 1,500 migrants. And, I don't know, man. Another thing that I think would be an interesting solution to this type of stuff that really hasn't been explored is a lot of these places. I don't know how much military presence the United States has in those areas, but a lot of the places along these caravan paths where people try to get into the United States, I don't understand why the United States doesn't use their military or train the militaries there to stop and redirect the migrant caravans back to wherever the destination is that they're coming from. If this is indeed something that they actually want to try to stop, because again, I'm not under the impression that the people who claim they want to stop the migrant crisis, I don't believe that they actually wanted to stop. I just believe that it's a selling point. You know what I'm saying?
Caravan. It's forming in southern Mexico. Approximately 1,500 migrants heading for the U.S. border right now. Are the border officials in Texas ready to deal with this?
Yeah, well, it's going to be another challenge for the state of Texas, who have, as we know, have taken steps in their own hands to protect their share of the border. What I can tell you is the problem is that the ultimate pull factor still remains, and that's the Biden administration itself. And these migrants are playing the odds, and the odds are in their favor. The Biden administration has proven the past 4 years that they have no intention of enforcing U.S. laws, and therefore there's no deterrence. And the odds are that if these migrants make it to the border and they're not repelled by those law enforcement officials in Texas, that they'll have a 95% chance of being let in, either through the CBP-1 app or just simply saying the word asylum. The Biden administration has allowed the entire immigration system to be exploited.
The Texas National Guard says they're holding training exercises. They're preparing for this mass migration. Charles, I'm curious, what goes into training like this? What will they be focusing on?
Yeah, this is primarily about crowd control and repelling this mass arrival of these migrants. They're going to always try and do so as humanely as possible, primarily by saying, hey, look, you're not allowed to cross the border here. And using language that would threaten arrest if they were to come across. But unfortunately, we've seen some situations here where less than lethal force has had to be used, like pepper balls and pepper spray. And you don't really want to see that have to happen. So the best way to do this is to come in.
Sometimes when you watch these videos, it doesn't make sense. It's kind of weird when you look at the optics. You see some migrants just getting through and walking past, and then you see the military trying to stop other ones. What is the criteria where they try to stop certain ones versus letting the other ones go through? Does anybody know? Because I have no idea, but it's just weird to watch. You would think that they'd be trying to stop all of them and redirect all of them, right?
And message that the border is going to be closed. Hopefully it provides some deterrence to get it started that we've been hearing out of the Trump administration. And then once the administration comes in, they actually just have to start enforcing the laws.
You mentioned for migrants currently, you just have to say the word asylum. I know I'm simplifying it. And then you're essentially let in the country. But some of these migrants, I'm sure you would agree, are trying to enter the U.S. They may have valid responses or valid reasons to get here, to request asylum due to violence in their own countries. Are we able to support them who really do need asylum at this point?
Well, in the numbers in which they've been coming the last 4 years, the answer is no. And it does not put law enforcement authorities on the U.S. side in a good place. That's why a program like Remain in Mexico was so important, because it was an actual pause. It allowed U.S. officials to actually verify each of the claims of asylum and vet those migrants that were claiming so. So
now, again, it goes to the same thing with the voting, right? when it comes to all of this stuff, why is it that when it comes to quote unquote American citizens, why is it that verification for the most part is only required with Americans? It's the same way with voting. You just can mark a piece of paper without any type of identification or no verification, and that's fine. But if you're American, you have to show a driver's license, you have to show a birth certificate, you got to show a work ID, you got to show a license plate, you got to show a registration. Why is that? And I think that it's kind of concerning that that's not a question that a lot of people are really asking.
You know, what's happening now is CBP has basically been fighting this battle right at our border, right on the goal line, if you will. And they've been overwhelmed, which is why we've seen the administration, the current administration, shift their duties to primarily those of processing migrants into the country. And we've seen what's been slipping through with respect to the lack of vetting. We have very dangerous people, very dangerous gangs like MS-13, Tren de Aragua out of Venezuela, and suspected terrorists that have breached our border and are within the interior of the United States.
Now, this is the thing, right? This is why I asked that question about the mainstream media. This is why I asked that question about the mainstream media. How often did you see CBS, MSN, ABC, any of these other media organizations on the national level, not the local affiliates, but on the national level, did they ever cover these stories at all? If they covered these stories, give me a thumbs up. If they did not cover these stories, then give me a thumbs down. And this is what I'm going to say. These mainstream media outlets that people have been, quote unquote, putting their faith into, selectively reporting stories to substantiate support for one or the other candidate. This is one of the reasons why people are walking away from these mainstream media outlets, while these mainstream media outlets attempt to attack and discredit podcasts, social media content creators, social media outlets that cover everything from a, I don't know, either a personal point of view or a, I guess, unaffiliated point of view. And the reason why is because it affects their advertising dollars, and people can see it now. And, you know, people ain't buying it anymore. It's crazy that in order to watch any type of information about the migrant crisis, you got to watch Fox News or you got to watch News Nation. You're not going to hear about it anywhere else because everywhere else is gaslight media. Everywhere else is gaslight media. They're only doing media to be able to get people's emotions involved or to be able to get advertising dollars. The facts, unfortunately, in 2024, facts are outdated. Nobody cares about facts. Nobody cares. In 2024, facts are low viewer count information. If you guys would agree, give me a thumbs up. If you guys would disagree, give me a thumbs down. If you want to present facts to an audience, you need to prepare and make sure that you are under the understanding that you are going to inevitably be a low viewership platform. That's just what it is.
Which is why you hear the Trump administration talking about the deportation efforts of national security and criminal threats.
Now, we know so many border communities have discussed the impacts of these large-scale migrations and the effect it has on their resources.
Shout out to my man, Deformed Pretty Boy. What's good with you, bro? And that's facts, bro. Speaking of which, if you guys are not subscribed to the channel called Undocumented, make sure you guys subscribe to Undocumented. If one of the mods could put the link to that channel in the chat, that'd be great. Deformed Pretty Boy said, "What's good, Rob? Respect. I'll tell you how to stop it." You see what Poland did? I absolutely saw what Poland did. They started popping them rushing the border. The UN hasn't said anything. Yeah, facts. And there was a video, I forget who the person, it was one of them YouTube content creators like Cash Jordan, one of them people that go and do like the vlog content. They made a video where they actually got a chance to sit down with, I think it's the prime minister. I don't know what they call their leader. I think it was the prime minister in Poland. And they talked about the situation. They did street interviews and everything. It was real interesting. But yeah, you know what I'm saying? It's real over there. And I would not be shocked to see at some point, if things get pushed in a certain direction this way here in the United States, it getting like that too. But hey, you know, it is what it is. You gotta follow the law. You know what I'm saying? That's just what it is for right now, right?
What role should DHS and the federal government play in supporting those very communities? We were just talking about Texas, for example.
Yeah, so you're talking about non-governmental organizations, NGOs, which have benefited receiving billions and billions of dollars and have essentially served as an extension of not only the Department of Homeland Security, but also Health and Human Services. And they basically have become involved in the trafficking.
Yeah, and shout out to Jay Lord. Jay Lord said, do you understand the Mexican cartels have formed an alliance with both TDA and MS-13? Word is the Colombia cartel wants in on the action. Poland is on point. Yeah, and we're going to definitely be talking about that. We're going to definitely be talking about that. That's like all good YouTube content creators say. You got to watch the stream all the way to the end. Right? Shout out to Deformed Pretty Boy. Deformed Pretty Boy says the U.S. holds power veto in the end. So all that we are trying to stop, people rushing the border nonsense, is fake. Bullets change people's mind. Facts. If you guys agree with Deformed Pretty Boy, give me a thumbs up. If you guys disagree, give me a thumbs down. Yeah, facts. Fear is always the ultimate determinant of control. You know what I'm saying? Fear of harm or fear of detriment. You know what I'm saying? In most cases, that is always what operantly conditions somebody, that extreme negative reinforcement. You know what I'm saying?
If you will, of these illegal migrants. We know their nightmare story with HHS with respect to the over 300,000 unaccompanied minors that are missing within the interior of the United States. This is a very severe situation.
Yeah.
These children are likely being exposed to horrific conditions, and that needs to be solved. So we need to get the responsibility back to the agencies. The agencies need to start acting within their statutory authority of enforcing the laws and providing for the safety and security of these children.
Thanks for watching. Go to join.
All right, so there's that. So yeah, so we got these 1,500. We got these 1,500 migrants. Let me see. So this is interesting, right? Let's take a hold on real quick. Let's take a quick detour. Let's take a quick detour. We're gonna take this is just it's just wild, man. It's just wild. You never ever get to really you never really get to get through all of this stuff. You never really get through all of this stuff. We're gonna take a look at these videos about Trinde Aragua showing up in DC, and then we're gonna get back to that 1,500 migrant caravan. All right. But remember, throughout the entire time, this was looked at as missing disinformation prior to the election results.
Well, 7 News covering Fairfax County now, where suspected members of a violent Venezuelan gang considered more powerful than police in South America have reportedly arrived. Our Tom Rousey.
Did y'all hear that? I want y'all to make sure that y'all hear that again. All right. Make sure that you guys hear that again. Trinde Aragua, a Venezuelan prison gang that is suspected to be stronger than the police in Venezuela. How long have I been talking about Trinde Aragua? And what did the mainstream media do in order to make, quote unquote, people in America feel more safe? They said that these are just exaggerated claims. They're saying that these are exaggerated claims while their local news affiliates are literally reporting on the same things. Make it make sense.
Well, 7 News covering Fairfax County now, where suspected members of a violent Venezuelan gang considered more powerful than police in South America have reportedly arrived. Our Tom Rousey investigated and finds out what they're accused of already doing here in Tysons.
Back in summer 2023, 3 men allegedly came here to the Tysons Galleria and committed grand larceny by stealing from some of the high-end stores. Now, that wouldn't normally make the news, but it is now making the news because of what we've recently learned about those 3 suspects and their alleged ties to a violent Venezuelan gang. According to court.
Now, what's crazy about this is that how many people are noticing a pattern that all of these crimes that took place, now all of a sudden, guess what? These guys are linked to Tren de Aragua. If you guys are noticing that pattern, give me a thumbs up in the chat. If you haven't caught the pattern yet, give me a thumbs down, and I'd advise you check out some replays on this channel as they come across your feed.
Records, these 3 men in their 20s came down from New York and were captured by Fairfax County Police with $9,000 of stolen merchandise in their car. Court records list a witness at the Neiman Marcus at the Tysons Galleria, as well as another witness at the Gucci store at that same high-end mall. Those witnesses were there as the men allegedly committed grand larceny. Tuesday, Fairfax County Police Chief Kevin Davis said on 7 News, the men have suspected ties to a violent Venezuelan gang named TDA for Tren de Aragua.
They weren't necessarily committing traditional gang-related crimes, extortion, aggravated assault, robberies, but they were stealing.
Tren de Aragua operated out of this Venezuelan prison for years. The gang basically ran things to the point where it installed a swimming pool and even restaurants at the prison.
Do you guys remember when I talked about this on BLR1 with the article that I read from the New York Post? If you guys remember me talking about this on BLR1 with the article from the New York Post, give me a thumbs up. If you guys don't remember me talking about this on BLR1, then give me a thumbs down and I'll repost the video.
Robberies, but they were stealing.
Tren de Aragua operated out of this Venezuelan prison for years. The gang basically ran things to the point where it installed a swimming pool and even restaurants at the prison. The gang is considered more powerful than police in Venezuela.
Shout out to Win Lose a Rug, bro. Facts, yeah, yes, facts. Because I remember us when we were reading that article, bro. Everybody was just like, "Wow, this is insane." They got casinos in there. You know what I'm saying? They got nightclubs in there, strip clubs in there. They got everything in there. A zoo. They got a zoo in there. The whole place is a zoo, but they actually have another one with animals in it. You know what I'm saying?
Venezuela, and it has made its way to the United States, where alleged members have committed violence, such as shooting at police officers in New York City. So far in our area,
we're not seeing any violence associated with them yet. We want to keep it that way.
This week, the New York Post reported it had obtained a memo that specifically warns police in Virginia that the gang has come there and also has members living in D.C. The memo says the gang was allegedly connected to immigrants exploited into forced labor in, quote, Northwest Virginia. Now, as for the 3 suspected of stealing in Fairfax County, court records show all 3 had previous charges in New York, and all 3 were released in Virginia and then either didn't show up to court or violated pretrial release terms. And they are
so now this is where we got to make these connections and show how these policies fail. Do you guys remember in the beginning when we were talking about the mass deportation starting at the Oklahoma prisons? The Oklahoma prisons have emptied as a result of these policies. As you guys can see, these people never end up making it to trial to get sentenced because of these policies, okay?
For the 3 suspected of stealing in Fairfax County, court records show all 3 had previous charges in New York. And
see, look, hey, look, shout out to Damien. See, we're all here. You know what I'm saying? We can all get along, right? Carlton, see what I tell you? We're all in this together. We're all in this together. Everybody give Damon a warm round of applause for pouring some cement down his spine and hardening that bad boy up and sticking around and kicking it with us.
All three were released in Virginia and then either didn't show up to court or violated pretrial release terms. And they are all listed as fugitives. In Tyson's, Tom Rousey, 7 News.
And you can see our full interview with Fairfax Police Chief Kevin Davis on YouTube by scanning the QR code that's on your screen right now.
All right, so there's that. All right, so now next what we're going to do is we're going to take a look at, take a wild guess, Baltimore, more TDA, right? But this is interesting because what they're saying is that these quote unquote mass deportations could jeopardize cooperation with quote unquote local agencies. Now, I don't understand how that could be. I don't get it. It doesn't make any sense to me.
Yeah, Kai, according to Elliston, public safety is on the line. He says local jurisdictions, they don't have any authority over who ICE arrests. However, they can make it harder for them to capture criminals.
For ICE's Baltimore field office, this arrest is just one of 175 sex offenders captured this fiscal year. It's a record break.
Did you guys hear that? Shout out to Win Loser Rug. Did you guys hear that? Look at all these sex offenders. Now, I want to ask you guys this question, right? Do you all notice a particular pattern with the quote unquote crimes that are being committed by a lot of the migrants? What is the pattern of the crimes that you all notice? They take over buildings, they attack a lot of women, and they commit robberies or thefts to try to get high-end items. If you guys notice that, give me a thumbs up. If you don't, then give me a thumbs down. Why is it that this particular segment of people with this aptitude for the same type of crimes are coming to the United States in a certain concentration? See, to me, that shows that none of this stuff is random.
Yeah, Kai, according to Elliston, public safety is on the line. He says local jurisdictions, they don't have any authority over who ICE arrests. However, they can make it harder for them to capture criminals.
For ICE's Baltimore field office, this arrest is just one of 175 sex offenders captured this fiscal year. It's a record-breaking number, trampling their previous high of 152 arrests in 2023, despite being the smallest of 25 field offices nationwide, serving just the state of Maryland.
And a lot of that is due to the cooperation that we have with Montgomery County, Anne Arundel County, Baltimore County.
Looking back, Maryland's ICE Director Matthew Elliston attributing much of the success to repairing relationships with once strict sanctuary jurisdictions, amends made by emphasizing ICE's targeted enforcement strategies.
So see, here goes the thing, right? When it comes to a lot of these agencies, the people who are holding a lot of this stuff up are these sanctuary agencies that are refusing to cooperate with ICE. It's the same people holding stuff up. And so now here's the problem with that, right? The problem with that is that now there's this quote unquote resistance, or, you know, the Trump resistance or whatever, this resistance organization that's been created. And as a result of this resistance organization, all of these people who were already saying that they're not going to cooperate with a lot of these mass deportation efforts, those people are going to try to stonewall any type of progress. And we're going to see it as we start moving into talking about Chicago, because I don't know if anybody has heard what's been going on with Brandon Johnson, but I honestly don't even know how Brandon Johnson is still the mayor there. I don't know how he got. I know how he got voted in. I don't know why he got voted in. I know how he got voted in, but I don't know how he's still the mayor there. The only reason he's still the mayor there is because they couldn't do a recall at the current moment.
Only allowing for the arrest of accused and convicted criminals.
Instead of us, chasing people around the state, they're now transferring those sex offenders directly to us in jail, which makes the whole process much safer for the community, safer for my officers, and much more efficient.
But looking towards a Trump presidency, promising to push mass deportations on day one. From Frederick to Anne Arundel County, some local leaders already threatening to pull back cooperation.
I believe that it's very important to welcome immigrants.
We refuse to aid and abet outside agencies attempting to detain, deport, or remove any residents from our community.
What I'm concerned with is that we go back to what has happened in the past, where people have not seen past the politics of it and have sacrificed public safety in order for political benefit. The only thing that a local, county, or state government really can do to hinder immigration and customs enforcement is to not turn over prisoners, people in jail.
So now, do you guys remember that stream that I did a while back? What he's talking about here, not turning over the prisoners. That is what Nancy Mace and that sheriff in North Carolina got into it about. How many people remember that live stream that I did about Nancy Mace and that sheriff? Now, remember, people was talking about Nancy Mace, you know what I'm saying, when Michael Eric Dyson was trying to get in them draws, right? I mean, you know, that's good for comedy and all of that, hee, ha, ha, you know. But the important stuff that was going on, you know, people didn't really talk about that. People didn't really talk about that sanctuary sheriff that was down there. I think it was in North Carolina. And, you know, she made some policies where they were kind of letting a lot of stuff slide with quote unquote criminal migrants, right? And they had a public beef about it. But shout out to Carlton. That's what we be talking about. that monolith, you know what I'm saying? That monolith, you know what I'm saying?
For a local crime that their police officers arrested them for.
As some jurisdictions scramble to implement new protective policies for non-citizens, Elliston stressing ICE is only asking for access to local law enforcement agencies. Cooperation, a Gonzalez poll released earlier this year, found 84% of Maryland residents support.
We are not asking to work with social services. We are not.
So now, look at this. Now, 84% of Maryland residents support something like this, right? 84%. Now, let me ask you guys this. When it comes to that 84% of people supporting an agenda like this or an initiative like this, how would you all say that would translate into votes for what happened with the results of the election this year?
Not asking to work, you know, to identify some sort of victim thing. We don't do that. We want to continue working with police departments to make Maryland the safest place we can make it. And the idea that you would create legislation to prohibit that, it's just not smart. It's dangerous.
I think that there is a very real fear, though, that essentially anyone who is undocumented will suddenly be at risk under a Trump administration. Do you foresee that being the reality?
So if you look back to what happened in the last Trump administration, right, the policy was enforce the law, but you have resource constraints, right? If somebody's bicycle gets stolen in Baltimore City, they're not assigning a detective to that case.
Although he can't say exactly what new policies a Trump presidency will bring, Elliston explaining his field office has a very limited amount of manpower and prison space, adding, no matter who's in office, the priority will always be on taking violent offenders off the streets.
Now, that does not mean that everyone, you know, will get a pass. It's just we won't be, you know, specifically going out looking for those people. If we come across them in another scenario, you know, we may end up taking action. We won't be like, you know, out doing some sort of large dragnet. ICE does targeted enforcement operations, and we will continue to do targeted enforcement operations.
Elson also says that he plans on taking to Annapolis this legislative session to push for new statewide policies that would ensure all jurisdictions turn inmates over to ICE. Reporting live in Baltimore City, Rebecca Pryor, Fox 45 News.
Now, let me ask you guys this question. How many people think that there should be some type of penalty for these cities, these police districts that refuse to cooperate with ICE? If you guys think that there should be, give me a thumbs up. If you guys think that there shouldn't be, then give me a thumbs down.
And welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. I'm Andrew Kraft. We're switching gears to turn our attention to the southern border here. Take a look at some of this video. Well, this is what we know. There's been a lot of talk surrounding President-elect Trump's mass deportation plans. And now a new group of 1,500 people is headed to the southern U.S. border, reportedly trying to get there before Trump's second term begins. So for more on this new caravan, we're going to be joined by Auden Cabello. He's an independent journalist who covers the border and immigration, and he joins me. Auden, thanks for being with us here. I know you cover this very, very closely. I wanted to ask, though, where is this group now on their journey?
Yeah, so this is the sixth caravan that has left since Claudia Sheinbaum became president of Mexico. 5 have left Tapachula and 1 left Tuxtla Gutierrez, all in the state of Chiapas. This particular one left this morning out of Tapachula, and their goal is to reach central Mexico, more specifically Mexico City, which is a...
So again, like this is crazy, right? Like this is wild. These migrant caravans are not stopping. Now, here's my question, right? Because there's a lot of people that think that this stuff is new, right? This is not new. This is not new at all. You know what I'm saying? How many people remember Trump tweeting about all of the migrant caravans coming from El Salvador during Trump 1.0? If you guys remember that, give me a thumbs up. If you guys don't remember that, give me a thumbs down.
Sanctuary city, and just north of there, that's where they hop on the freight train La Bestia, and that's how they make it to border towns like Piedras Negras and cross to Eagle Pass, something we saw in all of 2023 when we saw those mass groups crossing there. They were all arriving on train to Piedras Negras by the hundreds and occasionally by the thousands. And talking to some of these migrants in these caravans, now that they've realized that President Trump is coming into office, it's having the effect that was somewhat unexpected. They're not going to go back to their country of origin. They feel the pressure of making it to the U.S. border and into the U.S. Before Inauguration Day, hoping that they can still make it under the Biden administration and be accepted into the country.
Okay, but with that logic, though, President-elect Donald Trump has said that every person here illegally and undocumented will be deported by however way or means there. That's words from President-elect Trump. So based on that logic, why are they still coming? Why are these people still forming these caravans, trying to get to the United States with those designs, with those plans being put in place here? Stephen Miller, who's going to be a key policy advisor in the next Trump term, said on Fox News a couple of days ago that this is priority number one on day one. So why?
Yeah, so I've been to Tapachula and I've spoken to a lot of these migrants and gotten to know their thinking, their thought process. And Tapachula is ground zero for the migrants. And there's a differentiation that needs to be made there in Tapachula with the migrants. There's some that once you know where they're coming from and their economic status, you know where they're going to cross and how they're going to cross. So, for example, those with the resources will pay the organized crime, and most of them were crossing. They were flying into border towns like Mexicali, Monterrey, and they would cross in different border towns. The ones we're seeing in caravans, they're the poorest of the poor. They've sold whatever they had back in their country of origin. They don't have anything. And that's why they're going from shelter to shelter, NGO to NGO.
And not only, they're just doing wild stuff that most people wouldn't do. How many people heard about I think they found a 2-year-old girl with a note coming across the southern border. I don't know how that, if you ask me, that's got to be a setup because there's no way that a 2-year-old child would be able to make it through all of that stuff. But this is what's being reported, and we're going to get to that eventually. And shout out to everybody that's watching. I appreciate you guys. If you all haven't smashed the like button yet, please do me a favor, take a moment, smash that like button. Also, if you guys haven't hit the bell, please take a moment, hit the bell, and also please share the stream to your social media.
At this point, they sold everything. And their thinking is, I have no other goal in life right now than to make it into the U.S. and give it a shot. And if I get deported, well, then it's going to be on their dime, meaning the U.S. Taxpayer is going to pay for it, and they don't have to go back with their resources. That's their logic. That's their thinking.
And again, another thing, if you, like I've said this before, if you ask me, these countries, right? these countries who are allowing all of this mass migration and all of this, these countries, they need to start dealing with some financial ramifications. You know what I'm saying? Trump is talking about all of these tariffs and all of this stuff, and the tariffs is that's cool and all that, and we'll talk about those, you know, as they proceed. But if you ask me, okay, if we're gonna be using financial means of attempting to, you know, change behaviors, some of these countries need to start dealing with some financial consequences for all of the financial burden that this stuff is placing on us as well. You know what I'm saying?
And right now they're running out of time, and that's why they're going to make a mad rush to the border, something that I've been reporting.
Yeah, Auden, I want to talk about the numbers. Roughly 1,500 here is being reported. And it can be hard to kind of ballpark the number by just looking at some of the video here. Is there the possibility that some of these individuals here don't make it, that they just stay in Mexico? And where are they coming from? It's not just Mexico, other countries, right?
Yes, the majority is Latin America. A lot of Venezuelans are still part of these caravans. And just to keep in mind, Tapachula is still receiving up to 1,000 migrants a day. And it's overcrowded in Tapachula, and these caravans also, you know, they're making it to other small towns in Chiapas. Some right now, like we said, they're trying to make it to Mexico City, to the shelters. Initially, they've been doing that all year and processing their CBP-1. But right now, it's so many of them trying to do that application that it's crashing the system. They're getting frustrated. They're getting impatient. And now that's why there's this urgent rush to get to the border.
Yeah, hey, you know, you know what I'm saying? You know, when the time start going up, that's what's happening right now. Oh, they tried to get there before, didn't it?
So I wanted to talk about as well, if there is any, you know, leadership structure to these caravans. Is there any organization, or is it kind of an amorphous blob of people? I mean, who's in charge here? I guess my question is.
Yeah, so in Tapachula, you have individuals like Luis Villagran. He has an NGO, an organization. He's been organizing some of these caravans, but once they leave Tapachula,
hey, they're gonna jump down some of that. They're gonna jump on that flagpole, and they ain't gonna realize that that Greg Abbott done put that razor wire on there and try to slide down it. Ooh, not good. Not good.
Chula, he'll stay back and pretty much organize the next one. And then from there, these caravans, a natural leader will come out of there and kind of lead. And that's why they're leading as a caravan they say it's to protect themselves from organized crime.
Bro, shout out to Deformed Pretty Boy. Bro, I heard about that. Deformed Pretty Boy said, bro, living here in California, Rob, years back, they were throwing babies over the actual wall here in Cali, bro. Some babies actually died. Yeah, I heard about that, man. Matter of fact, I think there was a story just recently. I forget what mainstream media outlet had put it out. Somebody just recently died in California trying to get up and over that wall. Somebody got taken out the game by the wall.
And they're also being escorted by the National Guard, usually the Red Cross, just to provide any assistance. So they're not completely alone. There's still some guidance there that they're being led and protected.
So what will their claims be? Are these quote unquote asylum seekers? Can they make a verifiable, valid asylum claim, or no? Are they just hoping their chances are good to cross illegally once they get there, and if they get there?
Yeah, so we've been seeing the reports that they're not properly being vetted, not even under CBP-1 and under the Biden administration.
So as you guys can see, and this is one of the things that I've been consistent about, you know what I'm saying, throughout making these videos, throughout the content, throughout the topics, just trying to, you know what I'm saying, bring this point to the forefront. When it comes to a lot, this is one of the reasons why the channel is called Undocumented. One of the huge issues is that there's no requirement for documentation. There's no requirement for any type of ID, no identification, no anything. And that is one of the things that makes this situation so dangerous. How do you know anything? How do we know that any of these people that claim to be families are actually families? How do we know that a lot of this stuff is not staged?
They've been let into the country, and that's still their belief that, you know, their days are counted and they're limited, and that's this urgency that they can still get in.
Okay.
Whether it was under CBP-1 or crossing illegally and then claiming asylum, they were still being let into the country. So that's their thinking, and that's why they're moving north.
All right, Ata Cabello, thanks for joining us, and thanks for sharing us the video that you shot there in parts of Mexico, documenting this most recent caravan. We'll check in soon.
All right, so there's that. All right. So now next, again, what we're going to do is we're going to take some more looks at this caravan, right? Because what I find just even crazier about this, right, is that the mainstream media, CBS, MSNBC, all of that, despite, you know, their candidate losing the election and all that, they're still not even covering any of this stuff. They're still not covering none of this. Like they're just ignoring it. Like all they doing now is just sulking in their loss.
A new caravan of at least 1,500 migrants are rushing to the southern border, trying to make it before President-elect Trump takes office as Texas steps up to help Trump's border agenda.
While we're working on deporting the people, we also have to be equally successful at denying illegal entry. That includes putting up the barriers and doing everything possible to prevent anybody from crossing between a port of entry. We are expanding those buoys in the river. They are completely effective at denying illegal entry, and a byproduct, they cost less.
Yeah. Shout out to J. Lord. That's true. J. Lord said Trump told everyone about in a rally, and MSN called him delusional and crazy, saying there's no app for immigrants. Now, let me ask you guys this question. How many of you all remember across my channels when I was talking about CBP-1? If you guys remember that, give me a thumbs up. If you guys don't, give me a thumbs down. We specifically reacted to an exchange during a Senate hearing where Senator Josh Hawley was talking about the CBP-1 app. And, you know, it just... These things, all of these things, they all fall through the cracks. You know what I'm saying? Like they all fall through the cracks.
Then building a border wall, which Texas is doing also.
This comes as the Biden administration quietly loosens immigration policies. Former acting ICE Director Ron Vitiello joins us now. Ron, thanks for joining us.
Now, hold on real quick. Let me just read this because I didn't see this. Biden administration quietly loosening immigration policies before Trump takes office, including letting migrants skip ICE check-ins in New York City. Now, that's interesting, right? Because how many people have heard about what's going on in New York City? Not just Eric Adams, right? It's not just Eric Adams. New York City's sentiment about this entire thing is changing dramatically, and hopefully we'll be able to get there. I might have to end up doing a part 2 on this, but it's changing. You know what I'm saying? It's not the same as it was at the beginning of the Biden administration.
Director Ron Vitiello joins us now. Ron, thanks for joining us this morning. So explain to us this quiet loosening. What exactly has the Biden administration done under the cover of night, actually, to loosen the rules? What are these rules?
Well, thanks for inviting me, Rachel. This is another example where the Biden-Harris administration are going to bring down the rules for in-person check-ins for the 8 million people who are on the non-detained docket at ICE. And so under normal conditions, people would go monthly or every other month or quarterly, depending on what their immigration officer has determined is a successful way for them to report in, to make sure they're on track for their supposed due process in immigration court, whether or not they're going to be able to stay in the United States or not. And so what we know from experience, what I know from experience, both in the Border Patrol and at ICE, is that people...
Right, and that's what I'm saying. Shout out to Deformed Pretty Boy. Deformed Pretty Boy says they aren't. Many of those kids come with their parents. They come with another adult, usually a woman, because it's easier for them to come through at the border. Facts. And this is what I be talking about. Facts. Super facts.
People who are not detained before they see an immigration judge are not likely to be removed. So when you pull down the in-person reporting to something that's virtual, you're telling the world, just like this administration has told the world about the border, they don't really care about enforcing immigration law. They're not too concerned about the people who are on the non-detained docket, even though there are 1.5 million of that 8 million who have criminal records in the United States or in a foreign country.
Yeah, it's really unbelievable to me. I mean, there was a message sent in this election that people didn't want this. And before they leave office, they're like, we're going to make sure as many of these illegals get in as possible with as little vetting as possible. It's remarkable to me that they can't read the room. I want to talk about this. This is Massachusetts Governor Maura Healey. She's saying she's not going to cooperate with Trump. Listen.
So as you guys can, this is wild, right? So now here we're getting into this is where the war starts, right? These are people who have come out and said, we're not going to cooperate with Trump. Now, here goes the thing, right? Regardless of whether you're quote unquote cooperating with Trump or not, what's supposed to happen is that these politicians are supposed to be representing the interests of the people in their constituency, right? That's what's supposed to happen. The constituency has clearly spoken. Clearly spoken. If you guys would agree that the constituency has clearly spoken, then give me a thumbs up. If you guys would disagree, then give me a thumbs down. Hey, that's hilarious. The former pretty boy said, see, that's my cousin. Now, Brandon Johnson, Governor Jared Polis in Colorado, in Denver, or I mean, Governor Polis, Mayor Mike Johnston in Denver. All of these people, J.B. Pritzker, they're willing to wage a war against Trump, going against the clear wishes of their constituents. You got to ask yourself the question, why? And who does that benefit? What is that helping? How is that working? How is that improving any situations? It just doesn't make any sense.
Would the Massachusetts State Police assist in mass deportations?
No, absolutely not. I think that the key here is that, every tool in the toolbox has got to be used to protect our citizens, to protect our residents, and protect our states, and certainly to hold the line on democracy and the rule of law.
Bro, do it. You do it. Go ahead, and I swear, everybody. I know everybody here watch it. We all watch it. You know what I'm saying? Definitely got to do that. I'm gonna try to start. I'm gonna try to start doing some content like that too. I just ain't had time. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to Carlton. I've been busy spinning them crypto games.
Ron, this is fascinating because this statement is on the heels of ICE in Boston arresting 3 illegal immigrants, a child sex predator, an MS-13 gang member, and a Brazilian drug trafficker, as sanctuary cities in blue states continue to harbor these criminals. What say you?
It's bizarre. She talks about the rule of law, but that she doesn't want to assist in raising the quality of life of her constituency in the state. Think about it. Who is she protecting? She's trying to protect people who have entered the country illegally.
And again, yeah. So now here's my question, right? Somebody make this make sense. Does this make sense? What any of these mayors, Brandon Johnson, this woman here from Boston, none of this makes any sense.
In Boston, arresting 3 illegal immigrants, a child sex predator, an MS-13 gang member, and a Brazilian drug trafficker, as sanctuary cities in blue states continue to harbor these criminals. What say you?
It's bizarre. She talks about the rule of law, but that she doesn't want to assist in raising the quality of life of her constituency in the state. Think about it. Who is she protecting? She's trying to protect people who have entered the country illegally, not been invited here, not been inspected, not been vetted, people who are in the country illegally and then are in Massachusetts and break other laws in order to be arrested by local authorities. But she doesn't want to help ICE or help immigration enforcement in the United States. And the people who are affected the most by this are people in poor communities, and people who are in the working class, people who have to live amongst, what we know now are criminals, these Brazilians that you were just talking about. They did heinous things to children. And this is who she wants to protect. I'm not sure what the state of Massachusetts cares about, but I think the quality of life in cities and towns all over the United States are being affected by the millions of illegal aliens that are here, and millions of them who will go on to commit crimes in these communities. And so that's not the rule of law. It's bizarre for her to say those words out loud. It's just crazy to me.
No, it's insane. And you're right. She sits in a governor's mansion with all kinds of security and protection. And these criminals, as you mentioned, one of them a child predator, are able to roam around in the neighborhoods of the most vulnerable communities, the poorest communities, and they're the ones who suffer the consequences. Ron Vitiello, thanks for joining us this morning. I appreciate it.
So there's that. All right. There's that. So let's actually talk about this, because we can come back to this, right? I want to, since they brought up that issue of the quote unquote liberal city governors, right? We're going to take a look at what the hell? See, yeah. Hold on. Let's start here. Now, we got to keep track of all of these places, and we got to keep track of all of these people, all right? So the first place that we're going to talk about is New Mexico, all right? How many people were aware that New Mexico is not going to cooperate with the quote-unquote Trump immigration policies? If you guys were aware of that, then give me a thumbs up. If you are not aware of that, then give me a thumbs down, all right? We're going to take a look at this here.
The Washington Post is hosting its third annual Global Women's Summit. The event will feature powerful women panelists and speakers from across the political spectrum, including RNC co-chair Laura Trump, former House Speaker Nancy Pelosi, and our next guest, Democratic Governor of New Mexico, Michelle Lujan Grisham.
Governor, thanks so much for being with us. I want to understand better New Mexico and where it's moved, because we always talk about the states that were reliably Democratic that went Republican. But if you look at the map now, you've got New Mexico and Colorado, which is basically two blue states in a sea of red from Nevada all the way over to the East Coast. And I just did a quick check here. Republicans won, and of course, Pete Domenici, a Senate legend from New Mexico. And New Mexico always elected Republicans. Republican presidential candidates won 68, 72, 76, 80, 84, 88. George W. Bush even won in 2004. So now blue, when it's moved blue, when so much of the country has moved red.
Well, I think a couple of reasons. One, New Mexico is a state that is clearly not interested in extreme positions. And the Republican Party today isn't moderate, isn't focused on the middle, isn't focused on working class Americans, even if folks voted assuming that they would support that agenda. New Mexicans know in this day and age, that's not the case. Democrats in New Mexico, including me, are delivering in that regard. So free childcare, investments in affordable housing, free college, so much investments in raising wages and opportunities that now New Mexico, because of those investments, went from 50th in child poverty to 17th. So really clearly demonstrating we know how to make a difference in family stability and opportunity. And that's what people want at the end of the day. They don't want extreme positions. They want us to make sure that we're focused there, and they want to make sure that we're not taking away.
Now, what she's talking about here, my question is, what does this have to do with safety? What does this have to do with resource utilization? What does this have to do with any of the reason why there's this discussion going on around changes in immigration and border security policy. She's not addressing any of the points that people have issues with.
Fundamental rights and freedoms, and the state squarely is in the column about making sure that women's rights and reproductive freedoms stay intact.
What is that? So my question is, how do you engage coherently with a person like this? Nothing that she's talking about is even related to the issues that are being discussed.
Governor Shtensaki, you've said that you're not going to help with Donald Trump's aspirations to do mass deportations. I think there are a lot of people out there who are happy to hear that. What can you specifically do to stop his efforts moving forward as once he becomes president?
Well, a couple of things. First of all, as you know, it's unlawful. You can't use the military. You can't do mass deportation. So any federal administration, you should expect states, and I think you should expect some bipartisan support, not just by the Democratic governors, is that violating the Constitution and the law. We're not going to do that. We ought to be working on making sure that violent criminals and criminal activity is in a state that isn't interested.
So based on what she's saying, then she should not have a problem with these targeted operations to deal with criminals like Trinde Aragua, right? And MS-13. She shouldn't have any issue with that. But for whatever reason, because it's Trump, because it's not a Democrat, whatever, she just has to somehow talk her way into an antagonistic position. This is ridiculous. Honestly, this is ego, this is pride, and this is prioritizing politics and pride over safety, which is not uncommon in American politics on both sides, on the Republican side and on the Democrat side.
You're an American citizen or not. And he effectively, Trump, killed the bipartisan border deal. Not the first time that he's done that. We need more agents. We need more collective effort so that we're bringing border security and holding people accountable where they are. Disrupting family status and the economy, inhumane, cruel, unfair, discriminate policies that, again, are illegal on their face. We are not going to cooperate in any way in that effort.
So, Governor, let's get your response to something else that the president-elect has proposed, which is eliminating the Department of Education. If that were to happen, what sort of impact would it have on your state and its students?
Devastating. It's devastating impacts. New Mexico has a much higher per capita average of kiddos who need special education interventions and supports. This notion that we aren't going to fund that we're going to go just to vouchers, that we aren't going to make sure that there's really equality inside a school system. Look, my sister in the 60s was one of the very first special education students in the state of New Mexico, and I would argue probably anywhere in the country.
If you guys pay very close attention when it comes to all of these things that these people illogically hold a position to, in most cases, when they illogically hold a position, it's always something that they justify based on their own personal, family, or lived experience. Just like how we saw the guy when he was discussing about the homeless policies. Well, you know, my brother is a homeless addicted junkie. Okay. So what you're basically saying is that your emotions are guiding your decision and you're willing to supersede logic to satisfy your emotional validation. That is the problem with a lot of what's going on today.
And we've come a long way, but we need to do much better. And a lot of that is related to not having enough maternal and prenatal care, not early interventions. We are shifting that dynamic, as I talked about earlier. Not having billions of dollars and an accountability metrics is devastating. And that's just on the special education side. We're a majority state, not doing investments for Hispanic students. And
shout out to Win, Lose, or Rug. Bro, facts, you got it. Win, Lose, or Rug said it's the I have a black friend all over again. Yeah, it's the modified I have a black friend. It's the modified I have a black friend. You know what I'm saying?
Native American students is tragic. And we are finally moving the needle by reintroducing the science of reading. And we're seeing dramatic increases in our literacy scores. They want to abandon all of it. It will have devastating both financial and school access components, including transportation for New Mexico kids. And again, we will fight it. We will also put our own investments. If that occurs, we aren't going to let kiddos fall further behind anywhere. And we will do that as a collective in the Southwest.
Governor Elise Jordan here. Your voters on the border shifted 8 points to the right. And
so again, like as you guys can see, this woman is being confronted. Like, listen, your voters are not feeling what you're saying anymore. Your voters aren't feeling it. It doesn't matter. It just doesn't matter. She doesn't care. Shout out to Win Loser Rug. Win Loser Rug says, there goes that majority minority saying again. Right. And this is that stuff, bro. That's that stuff that be falling through the cracks. And I'd be like, yo, people pay attention to this. Pay attention to this. And it's like, you know, people be wanting to pay attention to other stuff. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, and that's true. J Lord says she is a gaslighting freak. What do Mexican kids have to do with American kids? Here's what they have to do with American kids. In a borderless America, all kids are American kids. You see how that works? Once they've eliminated the concept of a border, then what happens is all kids are American kids. So now we can just apply anything anywhere and use any justification to get whatever we want.
in Texas, the same thing happened with voters who live on the border moving to the right. You say that you are not going to participate in Donald Trump's deportation policies, but how can you strengthen the border in New Mexico? What's the compromise?
It is this border bill. I'm really clear that this is a federal issue. I want, and you're right, New Mexicans want, whether they live at the southern border or they live in the northern side of the state or the northern part of the state. I need more border patrol agents. We want more
Now, let me ask you guys this question, right? And this is kind of unrelated. How many people would agree that this woman looks like an evil stepmother from a Disney cartoon? If you guys agree, give me a thumbs up. If y'all disagree, give me a thumbs down.
Addictions on the drug trafficking and human trafficking and bringing guns across. We want all of that. I need technology and fentanyl screening. I want cameras. We want all the smart devices and efforts. I need real personnel at the border. And this notion that we are politicizing, not putting resources where we are decades behind, including you need more people at the ports of entry where these issues occur without interfering with economic efforts, because Mexico is now our largest U.S. trading partner. You want food prices to be lowered? You better figure out what you're doing at the border where we're bringing in fresh.
Facts. I got to agree with Squall. Squall says, so it's okay to defend migrants with more fervor than taxpayers. Right. And then these people wonder why the taxpayers aren't voting for him anymore. It don't make any sense. It doesn't make any sense. And these are the type of analysis. These are the things that the mainstream media does not want people talking about. They don't want people out in the open having logical, coherent conversations about this, because then the veil will be lifted at the nonsense that they're trying to get people to believe. Shout out to Carlton. Carlton said, or an evil president from a sci-fi movie, right?
Fresh produce and taking it over all of the time. We need this border bill passed, and we need folks hired at the border, and I will do everything I can. And I don't know a Democratic governor who doesn't want Congress to act here.
So, Governor, two really quick questions to end. First of all, I love talking to governors because governors actually have to work with the other side.
And shout out to everybody watching. I appreciate you guys. If you all have not smashed the like button yet, please do me a favor. Take a moment, smash the like button. Also, if you have not hit the bell, and subscribe to the channel. Please take a moment, hit the bell, subscribe to the channel, and also please share the stream to your social media.
Governors have to be bipartisan, and you see that in just about every state. I want to ask you, first of all, what do you see as some opportunities for bipartisanship, not just in your state over the next 2 years, but also in Washington, first of all? And secondly, there are a lot of Democrats that are waking up, obviously, last week and through this week, that are down and dejected, and some saying, I'm exhausted, I'm done with the resistance, I'm done with marching, I'm done with politics. What is your message of hope to them?
Well, look, no candidate got 50%. And so I think that speaks to your point where people are exhausted and anxious and angry. Those are not good strategies to improve anyone's quality of life. So I want to start with a hopeful message. Look, there's lots that we can do. And quite frankly, governors and your local elected leaders have a huge role to play in investing in your family's security, stability, and quality of life.
Now, how are you supposed to get that message across if all of your messaging goes across as we're protecting migrants before taxpayers, before citizens? How are you supposed to get people to believe that when that's not what's being said? Like, you're not saying that. You're not conveying that message to anybody.
And there's lots of opportunities, bipartisan, to work with Congress. When I served in Congress, I was in the minority, but we did a ton of work that provided real relief and innovation support to New Mexico families. I work really well with our legislature, both sides of the aisle. That is not to say that we don't have, some major disagreements. And I think it's well known that I'm really working on a public safety agenda. And I've got a ton of support, largely by more conservative members of the legislature. But I think we're going to have some real wins in this 60-day session. Those investments inside police departments from Congress is another really good place where people can see us making practical, pragmatic efforts. I want to support Congress. I'd love to see them do more on the child tax credit. New Mexico kept it. There are other really important ways for us to do that. But New Mexicans also expect me to fight any effort on reducing educational support, on repealing the Affordable Care Act. And I will tell you that Republicans in New Mexico, by and large, recognize the value of our Medicaid investments, of the Affordable Care Act, about making sure pre-existing conditions are covered. And these are areas that make a difference in people's lives, and they appreciate those pragmatic responses by both sides of the aisle. And I think Americans want more of that, while holding this incoming administration accountable, every administration accountable to the letter of the law. Yep.
Democratic Governor Michelle Lujan Grisham of New Mexico covering a lot of ground for us this morning. Thank you, Governor.
I think that is interesting, right? The immediate accountability that they're quote unquote calling for, right? When it comes to the whole Trump thing, I don't know if they don't feel that the Harris or the Biden administration should have to deal with that same level of accountability, but you don't hear that discussion being had. And I just think that that's just, it's interesting. It's another contradiction. And we're just going to see more and more and more and more of these contradictions as they come. Now, shout out to Squall, right? Because Squall was bringing attention to how just crazy it sounds that these people are going so hard fighting for migrants, right? Check this out.
With his Fox News alert, President-elect Trump now has a growing number of blue state leaders, Democrats, who say they oppose any of his plans for mass deportations. Now, remember, millions, tens of millions of people, Democrats, independents, Republicans, voted for this current president-elect. And this was one of the top two issues, the economy, the other. Other Democrat-led cities are looking to cement their, well, we used to call them sanctuary cities. Now they want to make it official on the books. It's an effort to block the incoming Trump administration's border crisis efforts. They want to fix the problem under Trump, and I guess these Democrats want to stop the fix. Wow. I'm Harris Faulkner. You are in the Faulkner Focus. Arizona Governor Katie Hobbs has joined the list, speaking out against Trump's plans.
All right, so we got New Mexico, right? We got Katie Hobbs, Arizona. All right. We're going to continue this. We're going to continue this.
And she's just the latest in that list of Democratic governors that gets longer.
Now, let me ask you guys this question. If these Democratic governors are going against their constituents, right? And the thing that's interesting about this is that literally no one should be surprised about Democrats going against their constituents. They've literally been doing it forever. So unless you're one of the people who just decide, I'm just not going to pay attention to this because it's going to make me appear to be wrong, then everybody knows that the Democrats have no issue doing this whatsoever. If you guys would agree, give me a thumbs up. If you guys would disagree, give me a thumbs down. Now, why am I saying that? I'm saying that to say this. We're going to look at all of these people, and what I'm going to ask you guys about any of these Democrat mayors or any of these Democrat governors or politicians, presidents, whoever, is do you recall a time where they fought for their constituents the way that they're fighting for these people who haven't paid a dime in taxes and who have not voted for them legally? Okay?
By the hour.
What I won't do is tolerate attacks on Arizona families. I will not allow everyday Arizonans to suffer from misguided policies that will only divert resources from the important work happening here and across our border.
If the Trump administration requests it, would the Massachusetts State Police assist in mass deportations?
No, absolutely not.
There's been some talk about using other states' National Guard, red state National Guards to somehow come into a blue state and try and enforce these new Stephen Miller-inspired rules. And that's just not something we're going to accept.
Are you noticing a trend? I see it. You don't hear those leaders talking about the almost incalculable amount of fentanyl that continues to come across the border, much of it into Arizona, crossing over Nogales, and into the rest of the country. Yeah, they don't talk about that. You know what the attack is? It's on every state because every state is a border state now, particularly because of that illicit, dangerous drug that the cartels have pushed. Republican Governor Greg Abbott of Texas has seen the worst of the Biden administration's border crisis in his state. And of course, when Biden put Kamala Harris in charge, I mean, it became an even more epic disaster. Now, the governor is hitting back against those Democratic counterparts.
What the Americans demanded were, for one, safe communities, but for another, to stop the illegal immigration into our country, especially of those who pose great dangers, in whether it be in Arizona, whether it be in Massachusetts, or other places across the country where they're not going to be cooperating with ICE, with the borders are, with any effort to remove very dangerous criminals. They're going to see more crimes in their cities, and they're going to see more losses at the ballot box because Americans are angry about this.
In Los Angeles, the city council voted unanimously to adopt a sanctuary city ordinance that would block any cooperation with Trump's deportation plan. One California mayor...
Now, let me ask you guys this. Not cooperating with these immigration initiatives, who does that benefit? Who does that help? Does that help any of you all in here? Is that what any of you all in here want to see? Now, here's the thing. We got a mix of people in here, right? We got some people that are Trump supporters. Shout out to the Trump supporters. We got a lot of people that didn't vote. Shout out to the people that didn't vote. Maybe one or two people that are, Democrats. My question is, forget the politics. Overall, does this help or hurt the situation? In most of the rhetoric that has been talked about in regards to this, the rhetoric has been discussed in terms of criminal illegal migrants. Not just not even the conversation hasn't even really been had in terms of quote unquote illegal migrants. Of course, because that's where this all stems. Yes, that term does get thrown around. But as far as when we're talking about quote unquote targeted ICE operations, the targeting of ICE operations is never we're going to get rid of these quote unquote families. In most cases, what's talked about is Tren de Aragua or MS-13 or violent criminal offenders. If you guys would agree, give me a thumbs up. If you guys would disagree, give me a thumbs down. So my question is, how is it that when we have these discussions and when we talk about this stuff and we listen to this stuff and we hear these things, somehow it goes from we're going to target these violent, criminal, illegal migrants to the conversation shifting to families must be protected. And then how come what never comes up in the conversation is what the voters voted for or what the voters want or what the constituents want? Think about that. I want you guys to pay very close attention to this. The Democrats are so upset about the way that they lost, and you can tell that there's no learning curve there. And the reason why there's no learning curve there is because not addressing any of this stuff is a lot of what lost them the race. And they're still just illogically going against the grain and not feeling out what anybody has to say or what anybody thinks or feels about any of this. It's bizarre.
Is fighting for the opposite. Mayor Will O'Neill of Newport Beach, California, is really angry at California
Shout
Governor
out to Shatera. What's good with it, Shatera? Good to see you.
Gavin Newsom. He joined me here on The Focus yesterday. He's hot over those sanctuaries, cities and states. Let's watch.
No way to vet them. And people have forgotten, even Nancy Pelosi's husband, Paul Pelosi, was attacked by someone who was in the country illegally. One of the problems we have here in California is when they use the word sanctuary state, it's a cute phrase that they're trying to evoke peace. But the truth is, illegal immigration means we don't know who's coming in. We don't know when. We don't know what they're doing. It's not just illegal. It's dangerous. It's not peaceful. It's destructive. And voters in California have shown their disgust with feeling unsafe. They are getting altitude sickness from this ivory tower that they're sitting in up there. And so one of the biggest problems we have is we have got to bring this back down. We have got to have grounded, good sense public policy in our cities. And California's sanctuary state policy is the exact opposite of that.
And he's in cobalt blue, California. Imagine that. National correspondent Jeff Paul is in Los Angeles. Look, when you hear that mayor calling for common sense, I mean, you know that Trump has the mandate on this issue. Jeff.
Absolutely, Harrison. California has been a sanctuary state since 2017, and Los Angeles has essentially followed the law in practice, so this shouldn't change too much. However, the city council's unanimous vote to make LA an official sanctuary city does send a message. Now, the law was proposed early last year, so it wasn't a direct response to Trump's election win, but it signals support for the city's large migrant population, especially as the incoming Trump administration promises to carry out mass deportations. However, having all city council members agree to forbid city employees and resources from being used in federal immigration enforcement certainly shows strong resistance to Trump and his proposed policies.
If we know anything about the person who just won the election, we know that their bark is their bark and their bark matches their bite.
Given the re-election of Donald Trump and the consistent hate speech towards undocumented people and mixed status families.
Look at this dude right here. Hey, I want y'all to look at this dude right here. Look at this dude right here. This is what this is the monolith. Where are the people that are linked to these undocumented people having these discussions at? Look at the two. What do y'all notice? Now, what do y'all notice? Throw some flames in the chat for Win, Lose, or Rug. This is what I'm saying. This is what I'm saying. But if you point this out, you're off code. Me pointing this off, me pointing this out is more off code than these clowns going up here and doing this? Nah, nope, I ain't going. Nope, I'm not going. I don't care who says it. I don't care who throws shade at crypto. I don't care about none of that. I don't care about none of that. You know what I'm saying? And if that mean that I ain't part of the club, shout out to 50 Cent. I've started my own gang. You know what I'm saying? Look, Shatera, no, I start my own gang. I don't care. You know what I'm saying? You point out that them clowns over there doing that, you off code because you're talking about it. Well, how's it supposed to get dealt with if nobody talks about it? Oh, I know what that means. What that means is that certain people are supposed to control the conversation about it. Yeah, no. Sorry. Nope. Nope. Not happening. Not happening. You know what I'm saying? Look at this, man. You got dudes with the last name Johnston, you know what I'm saying, McCoy, Williams, Jenkins, sitting up there talking about all this, and not one Rodriguez, not one Menendez, not one Lopez. I just find it very interesting. You know what I'm saying? And those dudes is banging hard in the paint, man. They got the flags out, waving them, you know what I'm saying? Crip walking and doing all that, right? And you know, it's you know, I'm trying to figure out like where were those people when the Jenkins and the Johnstons and all of that. We had stuff going on in California that it would have been nice to have some backup on as well. But instead of getting backed up, they got the backs turned to them. But here you go. We still doing this. They still doing it. Look, they got them black dudes out there. Shout out to DeAndre. What's good with it, bro? It's been a minute. They got them black dudes out there going hard in the paint to try to quote unquote protect people from Trump who voted for Trump. They voted for Trump. I don't get it, man. I will never get it, man. Shout out to Carlton. Carlton said more black people here than at the reparations thing in Sacramento. And more black people banging in the paint for this than was banging, you know what I'm saying, for the reparations thing in Sacramento. This is what I'm saying. A lot of people can answer their own questions if they want to, but they don't want to answer their own questions. Shout out to DeAndre. Make sure y'all do exactly like DeAndre is saying. Smash that like button, hit that bell, share the stream, support the channel. Definitely appreciate it, bro. Shout out to Shatera. Shatera said, I hope they're thinking this through. Cali was pretty red in the election. Do you really want to throw your body out in front of those bullets? But throwing your body out in front of the bullets, but these are also a lot like, you know, there's been a lot of talk in the mainstream media and all that about how there was a lot of quote unquote Latino support for Trump, which, you know, that's their prerogative. They can vote for him, right? But if a lot of Latinos supported Trump, why are you fighting this issue for that community? And it affects them more so than it affects you. If they voted for this person, this is their issue for them to figure out and deal with. Why are you doing that when we got issues of our own that it seems like internally we have a big issue with getting taken care of? Why is the priority not there? This is shout out to, I agree, bro. Shout out to Win, Lose, or Rug. Inefficient as F. Yeah, facts. Inefficient as F. Don't get Bitcoin. Make sure you bang for issues that's not really your priority. I mean, I don't know what to say, but if you say anything about it, I know one thing. I don't know what to say, but I know if you say anything about it that's not just amongst friends or just inside of your own head, you're off code. That's all I know. That's the only thing I know. Hit the button, y'all. Hit the button.
Last year, so it wasn't a direct response to Trump's election win, but it signals support for the city's large migrant population, especially as the incoming Trump administration promises to carry out mass
Right. Now, check this out. Now, see, Jay Lord says a vast majority of Hispanic and Latinos are legal American citizens, right? All Black Americans, right? All freemen, Black Americans, every single one of us is a legal American citizen. We have zero. Now, every other group of people, including white people, every other group except for Native Indigenous people that are classified as Native Indigenous. Every other group of people has this issue where there's an internal issue of people that came from other places and didn't. Us and quote unquote Indigenous Americans, we have zero dog in this fight. No native indigenous person linked to a tribe has a immigration issue, right? Because we all came from here, right? No freeman has a immigration issue because we all came from here. But look at the freemen there at that meeting banging hard for people who have an internal conflict on that issue. Not only because Social Security, J. Lord, we did not immigrate from anywhere. Native indigenous Americans and freemen, Black Americans, did not originate. We didn't immigrate from anywhere. Now, just because you got a Social Security number, you still could possibly have immigrants in your family. We don't have any immigrants in our families. None of us do. All other Americans do. We don't. You know what I'm saying? And that's exactly what I'm saying. They know who's legal. And shout out to Shatera. Shatera says they tried to include us, but we just don't have those problems. Facts. Now check this out, right? I would agree. But here go the thing. Is it them that's including us, or do the door get opened for inclusion? Because when you got them simps going up there, and I guarantee you those two simps have no immigrants in their family. Why are you up? Why were you not doing this at the reparations hearing? Why are you doing this at the immigration hearing? It doesn't make any sense. You know what I'm saying? It doesn't make any sense. Like, look at, we gotta run it back on these dudes. We gotta run it back on these dudes because this is. And again, I want to make sure, right? I am not one of these anti-diaspora people. I am not one of these. I don't like immigrant people. I'm not that. That is not me. When I say that somebody is a Black American or whatever, I'm not doing that to quote unquote be divisive. I'm not attacking Black immigrants. I'm just saying, look at this. What's going on here? How does that help? How does that help?
And Los Angeles has essentially followed the law in practice, so this shouldn't change too much. However, the city council's unanimous vote to make LA an official sanctuary city does send a message. Now, the law was proposed early last year, so it wasn't a direct response to Trump's election win, but it signals support for the city's large migrant population, especially as the incoming Trump administration promises to carry out mass deportations. However, having all city council members agree to forbid city employees and resources from being used in federal immigration enforcement certainly shows strong resistance to Trump and his proposed policies.
If we know anything,
look at this dude right here.
Thing about the person who just won the election, we know that their bark is their bark and their bark matches their bite.
Now, here's the thing, right? Now, let's just actually talk about that statement. I don't honestly think that that's a bad. I honestly think that that's not a bad statement. Like, I think that that's actually a compliment. If somebody says, you know, the bark is bigger than your bark is worse than your bite, that kind of means that you're a loudmouth, right? But this guy said his bark is the same as his bite. I don't think that that's. I mean, you kind of just, you know what I'm saying, gave some inadvertent props. Shout out to Carlton. Strange flex. It's the strange flex, bro. It's the broken arm flex. Like, I don't understand.
Given the re-election of Donald Trump and the consistent hate speech towards undocumented.
Where's the people that need translators saying this stuff at? And again, that's not to say, you know, that like nobody's issues matter and stuff like that, but it's prioritization. It's prioritization. You know what I'm saying?
Documented people and mixed status families. I can't think of a more pressing issue than this one today.
Well, that's why you were at this and not at the other issue. That's why you weren't at the other one. So this guy says he can't think of anything more pressing than this issue today. So he just that's why he's where he is, and that's why he wasn't where he wasn't. So problem solved. Very simple. We understand that, right?
Bark and their bark matches their bite.
Given the re-election of Donald Trump and the consistent hate speech towards undocumented people and mixed status families, I can't think of a.
Let me ask you. What do y'all think about this, man? So now here's my thing, right? So then what ends up happening is people like this guy right here, they do this kind of thing, right? This kind of thing gets picked up on and ran with. And then people get upset because, again, who are these people? Why are they here? But then somebody will run and say that like, now is something getting, who's doing the crowbarring? Let's ask this question, because we hear this term crowbarring all the time, right? So who's doing the crowbarring right here? Shout out to Carlton. Carlton said, more pressing than the reparations hearing. It's over for us. Just save yourself and build the crypto art. Yeah, facts, bro. Facts. If you guys agree with Carlton, give me a thumbs up. If y'all disagree, give me a thumbs down. And that's what I'm saying. Is I can't gaslight with the rest of them no more, man. I mean, honestly, I shouldn't say no more because I never did. That's kind of why I'm like a dark horse. But like, I can't sit there and try to package this in some weird way to make people feel good about it and not pay attention to what's actually going on the screen, to try to package it as some kind of fake W that somehow fell out of the sky. I'm not doing that. I've never done that, and I never will do that. And I don't care who throws subliminal shit. I don't care about none of that. You know what I'm saying? I don't care about none of that. Because if everybody was on the same page, everybody would have the same problem with this kind of nonsense. Not having a problem with the person that's like, yo, this is weird. What's up with this? Jay Lord said, can anyone tell me what hate speech he's referring to? I couldn't even tell you. I don't know why this, for one, I couldn't even tell you why this guy is here. I don't know why he's here. I don't know why he's at this meeting. To shout out to the people that work in a at a company or in a corporate environment or whatever. If your finance department has a meeting and you're in marketing, do you go to the meeting? You know what I'm saying? I mean, maybe you might go if you're working on a specific project or something like that. But in most cases, do you go to the meeting? Like, this is bizarre to me. But then you look at who's at this meeting, and then you hear the crowbar term get thrown around. Okay. Who's holding the crowbar here? That's going to be the next. Shout out to Carlton. I know Carlton going to like that. That's going to be the next. That's the next question segment that we're always going to ask. Who's holding the crowbar? Who's holding the crowbar? So in this situation, I'm going to ask y'all, who's holding the crowbar?
A more pressing issue than this one today.
The law doesn't stop the federal government from coming into cities like LA to carry out deportations, but it does make the jobs of federal agents more difficult. City employees, including local law enforcement and city property, can't be used to investigate, cite, arrest, hold, transfer, or detain any person for the purpose of immigration enforcement. Incoming Trump border czar Tom Homan says the idea is ridiculous and will only further endanger communities.
If they don't help us get the hell out of the way, we're going to do it. If I got to send twice the amount of resources to that city, that's what we're going to do. If they would give us access to the jail, that would mean less agents in the community. For them pushing back and not letting us in the jail, it just means more agents are going to be in the community, so they're hurting themselves.
Oh, man. Shout out to Carlton. Carlton said, I'm holding this crowbar. #crypto. Bro, facts. Speaking of Crow, man, shout out to the people that hold Crow, man. I know y'all got some nice gains. Crow more than doubled. It more than doubled. You know what I'm saying? And, the people that sending the shade at the crypto, man, hey, man, don't send no shade at the crypto because you ain't buy none. You know what I'm saying? Don't send no shade at the crypto because you ain't buy none. Did nobody hold your hands and tell you not to buy no crypto? You know what I'm saying? That's just holding on to that foolish pride.
The LA School Board, which oversees the nation's second largest school system, passed similar resolutions declaring itself both a sanctuary for immigrants and the LGBTQ plus community. Governor Gavin Newsom has already called a special legislative session to Trump-proof California laws. Harris?
Wow. Well, I hope they can.
So, yeah, we're going to definitely have to talk about this quote-unquote Trump-proofing that's going on, right? Because I don't know if anybody is aware, but this is something that Gavin Newsom has done. So what people should do, right, is I want y'all to pay very close attention to this. Now, the time frame between Trump becoming president and now is very short, right? But when it's something that these politicians want to do you see how quickly they fast track it? Now, here goes my question. How do they fast track stuff like this, quote unquote, so quickly? How do they get this through?
Can figure out how to protect their citizens, though. Jeff Paul, thank you. And we have additional alarming information now that has just come out about the surge of unaccompanied and missing migrant children.
Yeah, no, shout out to Win Lose a Rug. Win Lose a Rug said pretty soon they'll have it looking like Black people support illegal immigration, just like the rainbow activity. If you ask me, that it already looks like that. How many people would agree that it already looks like that? If you guys would agree, give me a thumbs up. If you guys would disagree, then give me a thumbs down. And yeah, shout out to J-Lord. J-Lord said, what's the alphabet mafia got to do with it? It's the political bundle packaging. They've created political bundle packaging. We're going to talk about that eventually. Nancy Mace got everybody all upset again. Nancy Mace got everybody on the run again. You know what I'm saying?
These are children who've come in under the Biden-Harris administration, and the number...
Shout out to Lunch. What's good with you, bro?
...continues to grow. A new report from a senior Senate Republican found, quote, top administration officials knew about the dramatic increase in illegal child labor, but took no meaningful steps to prevent its occurrence and prioritize speed over safety when releasing unaccompanied children to adult sponsors for political gain due to their failed immigration policies and the crisis at the southern border. So now what that means is perhaps we don't even know who those kids were given to in the first place. Not only could we not vet those little ones because they don't have a digital footprint. Tom Homan, the incoming border czar, told us that on this very program days ago. But then now it comes out that, well, they were just putting them in the hands of anybody here. That is corrupt. Earlier this year.
Now, do you guys remember when we talked about the CBP One app? When we talked about the CBP One app, we specifically talked about the quote unquote sponsors. If you guys remember us talking about the sponsors, and you guys remember that when it came to the sponsors, some of the sponsors were allowed to be quote unquote migrants or undocumented people themselves. What's the point of having a sponsor and then having an undocumented sponsor when the whole purpose and idea of a sponsor is to be able to have a responsible party that you can track? How can a party be responsible if the party's not able to be tracked? That in itself kind of defeats the entire purpose. Like, if you guys would agree, that in itself defeats the entire purpose, give me a thumbs up. If y'all disagree, give me a thumbs down.
A DHS report found the administration lost track of more than 300,000 children. So we knew that part. That was a big focus during a dramatic House hearing yesterday. Republicans asking tough questions.
The Biden-Harris administration's border policies have allowed dangerous cartels, criminals, and human traffickers to prey upon the world's most vulnerable people, unaccompanied children that come to our country.
The Biden-Harris administration placed political...
Hey, that dude was so boring, he was falling asleep during his own speech. Look, watch this. He's so damn boring, he falling asleep during his own speech.
His border policies have allowed dangerous cartels, criminals, and human traffickers to prey upon the world's most vulnerable people.
You see how he nodded forward a little bit and then shook his head, and it was that long pause.
Republicans asking tough questions.
The Biden-Harris administration's border policies have allowed dangerous cartels, criminals, and human traffickers to prey upon the world's most vulnerable people, unaccompanied children that come to our country.
The Biden-Harris administration placed political aims above the welfare of unaccompanied migrant children who crossed. or were trafficked across the southern border.
Republican Congressman James Comer of Kentucky, Oversight Committee Chair. Great to have you in focus. This subject is so tough. And look, what I just said, if all of what's coming into focus right now is true, it would be corrupt what these administration officials were doing, not fully vetting who they were putting the children in the hands of, even if it ever got that far. Some of these kids could have just been floating and picked up.
Yeah, it's corruption, it's inhumane, and it doesn't seem that there's a Democrat on Capitol Hill that's concerned about the children. This was a huge election in the election. This is an epic failure of the Biden-Harris administration. These blue state governors know that. These Democrat members of Congress know that, yet they want to continue to push forward with their open border policies. They have no remorse for these children. There's no oversight or accountability with respect to the Biden-Harris team and what they've done on the border and how they've not kept track of these kids or the fentanyl pouring in. The Democrats don't care. Their mission is to get as many people into this country as possible. And I don't understand why. The American people spoke loud and clear. They're totally against this, and hopefully Trump will fix this on day one.
Is DHS too big? I mean, we have one man in charge, Secretary Alejandro Mayorkas. He's been impeached. The Senate wouldn't go through to remove him from his job. But I mean, that agency has grown 16 heads. Mm-hmm. I mean, it's doing, is it just too big? Do you need to break it up?
Yes, that is common sense. The Department of Homeland Security is essentially 19 agencies that include the Secret Service all the way down to FEMA, Border Patrol, and all of that.
Yeah.
When you look at the biggest failures in the Biden administration, they all fall under Mayorkas. Mayorkas has been a failure. But maybe the bright side of this is Congress sees that the whole Department of Homeland Security business model is a failure, and you're going to have to go in and reform it. And I think some of these agencies can be consolidated. I think that with what Elon Musk and Ramaswamy are wanting to do, that the Department of Homeland Security is.
He said Ramaswamy.
It's been a failure. But maybe the bright side of this is Congress sees that the whole Department of Homeland Security business model is a failure, and you're going to have to go in and reform it. And I think some of these agencies can be consolidated. I think that with what Elon Musk and Ramaswamy are wanting to do, that the Department of Homeland Security is the perfect place to start. Every agency is failing in its mission to the taxpayers. It's not just because of Mayorkas, he's a big reason, but the agency is just too big and it needs to be broken up.
I mean, the minute you started talking about just how woefully inept it's been in terms of keeping track of those children, it's apparent. If that was not the top priority.
Now, here goes the thing, right? These agencies can't keep track of any of these people. None of these agencies can keep track of any of these people at all, regardless of what kind of categorization, what kind of category of any of these people that you look at as far as, quote unquote, who these agencies are, quote unquote, keeping track of. They're not going to be able to keep track of any of them. Now, here goes my question for you guys. Why is that going to be such a challenge? Why would it be so hard for any of these quote unquote agencies to keep track of any of these people? It's very simple. How do you keep track of people who are undocumented? How do you keep track of anything that's undocumented? That's one of the reasons why retail stores and all of these places and businesses, they have a warehousing system, they have logistics, they have an inventory system, they have just-in-time inventories, they have a barcode scanning system, they have a QR system, because you have to be able to, quote unquote, keep track of things. And you can't keep track of untrackable things. Like it's so simple. The fact that it's being discussed in terms of all of these complexities is bizarre in itself. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to AW1. What's good with you, bro? Yo, make sure you guys show AW1 some love. Throw some flames, some radiation emoji, and some ducks in the chat for AW1. Because AW1 sent a cash app while I was away, and I definitely appreciate it. So make sure y'all show AW1 some love.
How do you think that we fund this organization, huh? We're not exactly the March of Dimes.
Definitely appreciate you, bro. And real quick, shout out to everybody that's watching. I really appreciate each and every one of you. If you guys have not smashed that like button yet, do me a favor, hit that like button. Also, if you haven't shared the stream to your social media, take a moment, share the stream to your social media, and make sure that you guys hit the links that are pinned in the chat. All right.
Then yeah, it's too big. It can't function. And then you mentioned FEMA. Right on time. So let's get into that. Also under the umbrella of Mayorkas. Did he ever end up dealing with the post-hurricane stuff? I don't know. FEMA's director, Deanne Criswell, faced some pretty tenacious Republicans at a hearing yesterday. They wanted to know about potential politicization of that agency. And it comes after allegations that FEMA urged employees to discriminate against Trump voters, supporters, when they were giving disaster relief out following the deadly hurricanes.
Now, how many people heard about these allegations? If you all heard about these allegations of quote unquote FEMA officials telling FEMA employees to quote unquote not give FEMA support to Trump supporters, give me a thumbs up. If you guys did not hear about that, then give me a thumbs down.
Helene in Milton. FEMA's director testified yesterday about an alleged text message to aid workers telling them to ignore homes that displayed Trump signs.
Look at that. They got the screenshots. Implement best practices. Not one goes anywhere alone. Avoid homes advertising Trump. That's crazy.
Or flags. Here's a bit.
Peter struck when he said, "Oh, I just went into Walmart. I can smell the Trump supporters." This disdain, this mindset that's in the government where everyone's deplorable, everyone's garbage, everyone is, smelly people at Walmart, and be mindful of those people in Western North Carolina. That's what it sounds like.
FEMA appears to be plagued by poor decision-making and a serious lack of communication.
This same employee alleged on TV that this was not an isolated event and that FEMA essentially treats the homes of President Trump supporters as if they were homes of people with vicious dogs.
Now let me ask you guys this. Shout out to DeAndre. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to DeAndre. Why isn't NBC, CNN, ABC, or CBS mentioning anything about this story or these stories? Now, we talked about this briefly, right? We didn't talk about it, ad nauseum, but we talked about it briefly though, right? And it kind of just went without getting addressed. It kind of went without getting addressed, and it's it's interesting how this stuff just it comes back up. You know what I'm saying? It comes back up like some really it comes back up like some really good chili. You know what I'm saying? Real quick, shout out to everybody watching. I appreciate you guys. Again, we got 26 people watching and 22 likes. Let's try to get the likes to 48.
This is unacceptable.
There's a little bit more to this. FEMA's director has doubled down that there is no evidence of widespread discrimination at FEMA, but said she would request an investigation into the allegations. Chairman Comer, what needs to happen here?
Well, this investigation needs to be taken seriously. I think at the beginning of the hearing, the FEMA director wasn't serious about it. She admitted to Jim Jordan that she hasn't even spoken to anyone involved in that whole text stream with respect to the employees involved and the superiors, that she's just turned it over to the inspector general. Look, this is a serious accusation.
Now, let me ask y'all this. If you guys were involved with something like this, like say, for instance, something like this happened at your job and you were involved in it, how would that be dealt with at your job? What would happen? What would have already been done?
We believe there's a pattern here. And since the hearing, we've had numerous people come forward and reach out to the Oversight Committee as well as various members of Congress and say similar stories in similar states where FEMA employees told them, if you want help from our agency, you better get rid of that Trump flag on your house. You better get rid of the Trump sign in your yard. This is a pattern. And we shouldn't be surprised, Harris, because we've seen this in the Department of Justice. We've seen this in the IRS where the
yeah, shout out to DeAndre. DeAndre said TV turned off. Facts. Jay Lord said fired immediately. Facts. At the very least, right? Let's just say that they wouldn't fire you. Let's just make the assumption, right? Let's just make the assumption that there is some alleged form of quote unquote due process. You absolutely would be taken off the schedule for an investigation at the very least, right? At the very least. I don't think that's happened here yet.
Weaponized government of the Biden-Harris administration discriminates against conservatives.
All right, real quick, because I do have to let you go. I'm imagining that somebody has to have a little cell phone video. I don't know. But as that one woman first spoke up, and now you have others, whistleblower protection. That's what I want to ask about quickly. When and how does that kick into gear?
Yeah, well, we're taking whistleblowers very seriously. We're trying to protect them. It's unfortunate what happened with the IRS whistleblowers from the IRS with the Hunter Biden laptop. They were retaliated against. I hope President Trump goes in and fires everyone that's retaliated against whistleblowers. We want to create an environment where whistleblowers come forward and they will be protected. And that's my promise to any whistleblowers out there. We will protect you. Come forward because we're trying to reform this government. That's what the American people expect. And that's what a House Republican majority will do.
Well, I tell you, FEMA, wow, you got to take another look at that too, all under that DHS.
Absolutely.
We will watch what happens. And Chairman, it's a pleasure to have you in focus. Thank you.
Yeah, so there's that. So I find that interesting, right? Very interesting. So now again, we've got to touch base, right? Like we've got to touch base. We got to touch base on this alleged resistance. Right? We've got to touch base on this alleged resistance. The first part of the in-depth look of the alleged resistance that we're going to talk about is in Denver with Jared Polis, all right, and Mike Johnston. Now, I want to ask you guys this question. How many people know what Polis and Johnston have said that they're going to do? If there's anyone that knows what these people have said that they're going to do, then give me a thumbs up and put it into the chat. What I want to know is how is this going to work? Shout out to AW1. AW1 said, "Yo, Rob, I'm sorry to hear that you got a strike on your other channel, bro. Look, check it out. It's all good. It is all good because you see how we got it, right? So you know how it go. They gonna be on ice over there for a little bit, and we gonna go elsewhere. You know what I'm saying? So it ain't even no thing, and that's one of the reasons why I got it set up like that."
Denver Mayor Mike Johnston says he won't stand by quietly while President-elect Trump's incoming administration enacts a mass deportation effort targeting as many as 20 million undocumented immigrants. The Trump administration would like a word about that. This weekend on Fox News, Trump's pick for border czar said the incoming administration will cut off Denver's federal funding if the city does not comply.
Now, I want to ask you guys this question. Is there anybody in here that opposes cutting off sanctuary cities' federal funding if they don't comply? Now, here goes my thing, right? Here goes my thing. And people, this is not going to be popular. This ain't going to be popular, right? Are sanctuary cities a matter of quote unquote states' rights? That's my question. Now, here goes the thing, right? I think that there should be consistency across the board. So if the quote unquote, shout out to Conte said, "Uh-oh, here we go. Hit the button." Right, hit the button. So here go the thing, right? I think that there should be federal incentives set up, right, that will make it easy for states to comply with federal immigration reform, right? However, if the states choose not to, That's the state's right, just like abortion. You know what I'm saying? Because states' rights supersede federal rights. Now, it's the difference if you're cooperating or if you're compliant, right? However, if we're going to do that, I think we should do it, and we should apply it the way that it's supposed to be applied. You can't say that one thing is federal oversight in one instance and then the other thing is not federal oversight in the other instance. Now, J. Lord said, do you understand illegal aliens aren't supposed to be in America? Why would I not understand that? Do you understand that states' rights supersede federal rights? Do you understand the Constitution? Now, here goes my thing. I would agree, right? On a personal level, as far as like just, ideologically, yeah, I agree with that. I didn't write the Constitution, though. I also don't apply the Constitution. And what I'm saying is that one of the fundamental problems with this country and with the people in this country is that there's no standard of equal application of anything, and everybody just weaponizes everything with no facts. So what I'm saying is that, yeah, I would agree. Illegal aliens are not supposed to be in America. However, the Constitution sets up jurisdictions. This is the great living document that everybody loves so much. It sets up jurisdictions. It also sets up an order of operations for what trumps what, right? Let's look at it real quick. State law versus federal law. Now let's take a look at this real quick. Because again, these aren't my rules. Do you know what I'm saying? These aren't my rules. To understand the differences between state and federal law, consider the following points. Jurisdiction. Federal law applies to the entire country, while state law is specific to individual states. Constitutional basis. Federal laws are derived from the U.S. Constitution, where state laws come from state constitutions. Federal laws govern issues of national importance, such as immigration and foreign affairs. State law covers local matters like education and transportation. Conflict resolution. When state law conflicts with the federal law prevails due to the supremacy clause of the Constitution. Federal laws are enforced by federal agencies, while state laws are enforced by state and local agencies. State law can vary significantly from one state to another, leading to different legal standards across the country. Federal laws are passed by Congress, where state laws are enacted by state legislators. Judicial review. Both state and federal laws can be challenged in court, but federal courts have the authority to interpret federal laws. Changing federal law often requires a more complex process than amending state law. Federal laws include immigration and tax laws. State laws include traffic regulations and marriage laws. All right. So now this is here's where the problem lies, right? This is where you run into the problem. The federal government is not enforcing its federal immigration laws. This is why the border is so laxed. Once the person comes across the border and into a state, that's where you get that conflict of interest, because now the state has to deal with that person because it's taking place in the state. It's a crime taking place in the state. So you got two issues going on. You got the illegal entry, right, which is the first issue. That's the issue that should be taken care of by the feds. Now, once you got the illegal entry, and once that illegal entry has happened, that's in the past. However, this person has committed a crime on a jurisdiction, right? committing of that crime on the jurisdiction, that is the state's responsibility. Right? So here's the problem. There is nothing stopping sanctuary cities from prosecuting migrants that commit criminal acts. There's nothing stopping that. And if they're not transporting these people back and forth or anything, if they're just putting them in jail, that's not an immigration issue. It's a law enforcement issue. It only becomes an immigration issue when it's entering and exiting. So now you got to ask yourself the question then, well, why is it that they won't put these people in jail? Why is it that they won't prosecute these people? That don't have anything to do with quote unquote ICE compliance. Like if a Trinidad Aragua member commits a jewelry heist in New York City prosecuting that Trinidad Aragua member for a jewelry heist, that doesn't have anything to do with immigration. That has to do with a crime that was committed on a local level. There's no reason why New York would have to quote unquote assist ICE unless ICE decided to say, I want to take this individual and prosecute them for their illegal entry, which at that point, New York City shouldn't have a problem with, because if it can be verified that this person crossed illegally, they've been prosecuted for the crime that they committed in New York. Now give them to the authorities for the jurisdiction of immigration where they committed a crime. And there's not even really a place where any of these cooperations have to take place. That was my point. If you guys would agree, give me a thumbs up. If you guys would disagree, give me a thumbs down. These things don't even conflict. If a Trinidad Aragua member commits a murder in New York City and they get prosecuted for that murder, how does that affect anything with their immigration status? Where is ICE even involved in that? That's a choice based on what the state and local officials want to do. Yeah, shout out to Shatera. Shatera says that's how they're able to leverage the Lake and Riley case as political. They aren't thinking this through. Facts. And again, it also shows that as much as people, they bang for the Constitution and all that, they don't really understand it all like that. They don't really understand it like that. Shout out to J-Lord. J-Lord said, didn't you know that Biden limited ICE down to nothing? Now, look, this is what I'm saying. Biden limited ICE down to nothing, right? What does that have to do with Aurora Police Department's ability to arrest Trinidad Aragua in Aurora, Colorado for criminal actions committed in Aurora, Colorado? Biden limiting ICE down to nothing would have an issue with immigration enforcement. There's nothing stopping law enforcement from enforcing the law other than the governor or the mayor telling them not to. That's what I'm saying. So yeah, we all know that ICE got limited. But what about the local authorities following through on their local responsibilities? They're not doing that because they're being told not to. And there's no conflict there. They're just being told not to, and then they're politicizing it. You know what I'm saying? But there's not enough money in telling the story like that, so it doesn't get told like that. You know what I'm saying?
Federal funds should be slashed to that state, and I mean hugely so the people of that state understand that the governor is the responsible party.
Right, and this is what I'm saying. Shout out to Shatera. Shatera said if migrant offenders are going to get arrested and released, what's the end game? Right now, and this is what I'm saying. Who's making anyone release these migrant offenders? Like, who's making them release them? The mayors and the governors. If the migrant is in court and prosecuted for a issue based on local and state jurisdiction, The federal government can't really come in and do anything about that. It's not even a conflict. So the migrant offenders are getting arrested and released. That's happening solely because these mayors and these governors are telling them to do it. And the federal government, the Biden administration federal government, was backing that up. Shout out to Win Lose a Rug. Win Lose a Rug said the Democratic policies allowed them to be released so soon. Facts. Democratic policies on the local and state level, right? Which were being reinforced by the federal level. But now, let me again. I want y'all to answer this question. Say, for instance, an illegal migrant steals groceries. They get picked up by the police, taken to jail, go to trial, get found guilty, and then they go to prison. What does that have to do with immigration? So now here's my question. If that has nothing to do with immigration, how can the federal government come in and say you must release this prisoner? The federal government can only come in and say you must release this prisoner if that person was down at the southern border, they came in illegally, and then a local authority arrested them for coming in illegally, housed them in a prison, and overstepped their jurisdiction. You see what I'm saying? But what I'm saying is that there's no overlap in any of that. It's all manufactured overlap. Shout out to J-Lord. J-Lord said the no cash bail policies is like a cat chasing its tail. Yeah, but that's not something that's specific for migrants or specific for illegal immigrants. That applies to American criminals as well. We're talking specifically about the jurisdictions of immigration, which is federal, right? And sanctuary cities or sanctuary states, which is why they call it sanctuary cities and sanctuary states, because they are only under the authority of state and local policy. You see what I'm saying? Now, shout out to J-Lord. J-Lord said every arrest is supposed to be deportations. How would that work under the Constitution that we just read? The only arrest that could lead to a deportation is an arrest under the jurisdiction of an immigration violation. And the federal government has to do that. The state can't do it. It's not part of their jurisdiction. They're not able to physically do it based on the Constitution that everybody loves so much. We got to always throw in there. Now, shout out to J-Lord. J-Lord said Sheriff Grady did a good video on the local police departments and federal agencies dealing with illegal aliens. It might have been a good video, but was it accurate? Did it accurately reflect what the Constitution says? Because one thing that people got to remember is that Sheriff Grady is a law enforcement officer, and law enforcement officers execute law enforcement. They don't interpret law. Agents of the law and the judicial branch of the government interpret laws. You know what I'm saying? And this is what I'm talking about why a lot of this, the media manipulates people based on a level of what they think people do versus don't understand. None of this stuff should even be a problem. Like it's not even, you know what I'm saying? Like I don't get it. If the federal government was doing their job and enforcing immigration policy, none of this would even be a problem. It wouldn't create all of these problems for this on the state and local level. The state and local level got to deal with this at an expanded capacity because they're allowing, the federal government is allowing the people breaking the immigration laws to increase their numbers at a fast rate to where now they're just committing crimes and taking up spaces in jail. Shout out to J-Lord. J-Lord said illegal aliens aren't supposed to be protected like an American citizen. Grady was on point explaining how they're all walking in circles because of Biden policies. I would say not just because of Biden policies. I would say because of people's lack of understanding of the Constitution. Of course, for one, they're not even supposed to be in the United States, right? First and foremost. Second of all, they're not protected like American citizens. If you ask me, they get more protection than American citizens. And the reason why they get more protection than American citizens is because if you have the United States federal government not practicing an entire jurisdiction of law where that law is being violated, then those people get to just commit that immediate crime. And that opens up the pathway for a lot of other things. We don't have any immediate crime pathways opened up for us. And the system never worked. I disagree with that. If the system did work, nobody would be calling Barack Obama the deporter in chief. So the system never worked. You know what I'm saying? It never worked. No one's ever had a successful system with any of this. You know what I'm saying? And one of the reasons why people never have had a successful system with any of this is because people are not going to do rational, logical things. People are going to do what's popular and what makes them feel good at the moment, or what makes them think that they'll be able to get more support from other people. It's not ever about actual functional reinforcement. Yeah, I know who Sheriff Grady Judd is from Florida. I know who Sheriff Grady Judd is. I got a crime channel. We react to him all the time.
The mayor's the responsible party. They can beat their chest to being sanctuary cities all they want.
And that's going to happen. I guarantee you, President Trump will do that. President Trump has made it clear. We're going to prioritize public safety threats and national security threats right out of the gate.
That's incoming Trump border czar Tom Homan. He's a former head, that is, of ICE in Trump's first administration and was one of the architects.
So now, look, check this out. Here goes my question, right? Why is it that the mainstream media never talk about these issues in terms of how they actually apply? This is what I'm saying. It's all a popularity contest. But people don't really actually truly care about this stuff.
Of a controversial family separation policy in 2018. Homan has promised to, quote, run the biggest deportation operation this country's ever seen, initially prioritizing targeting enforcement against violent criminals and gang members. Last week, our Mark Salinger talked with Denver's mayor. Johnston said he supports prosecuting and deporting those violent criminals, but that city leaders are evaluating their options to resist deportations of migrants without criminal histories, including families and children.
Would you be willing to participate in those as the mayor of Denver? Would you be willing to go out and protest these things?
I would. If I believe that our residents are having their rights violated, if I think things are happening that are illegal or immoral or un-American in our city, I would certainly protest it. And I would expect other residents would do the same.
Trump's new border czar, Tom Homan, has said that he is willing to arrest leaders like yourself for standing in the way of these policies that they want to enact. Would you be willing to go to jail for these things?
Yeah, I'm not afraid of that. And I'm also not seeking that. I think the goal is we want to be able to negotiate with reasonable people how to solve hard problems.
So, I mean, I want you guys to pay very close attention to this. Like, this is where we at in the United States. Like, you got these governors and you got these mayors. I mean, look at, like, they're willing to go to Mike Johnston said he's willing to go to jail over this. Like, really? Right, that's what I'm saying. Like, really, bro? Oh, yeah, no, I wouldn't disagree with that, J. Lord. I wouldn't disagree with that. But I'm just saying, this is why it's so, most people don't even, you know what I'm saying? Most people don't even talk about this in terms of this. This is what I'm saying is that there's truly no conflict. The conflict is manufactured for political purposes only. And, you know, people don't want to address that because people have real live action love affairs with these politicians. Like, they live vicariously through them. You know what I'm saying? The supremacy clause of the Constitution of the United States establishes that the Constitution, federal laws made pursuant to it, and treaties made under its authority constitute the supreme law of the land and thus take priority over any conflicting state laws. It provides that state courts are bound by and state constitutions subordinate to the supreme law. Okay, so now here's my question. What does that mean? What does that mean? However, federal statutes and treaties must be within the parameters of the Constitution. That is, they must be pursuant to the federal government's enumerated powers and not violate other constitutional limits on federal power, such as the Bill of Rights. Of particular interest is the 10th Amendment to the United States, which states that the federal government has only those powers that are delegated to it by the Constitution. It is the responsibility of the United States Supreme Court, in that case, to exercise the power of judicial review, the ability to invalidate a statute for violating a provision of the Constitution. All right. So, again, what's crazy about this is I've never seen any U.S. politician say that they're willing to go to jail on behalf of American people. How many of you all have ever, can anybody name the politician in the United States that said that they're willing to go to jail over American people or to protect American people? If you guys have seen that person or know that person or have heard of that person or have come across that person, give me a thumbs up. If you haven't, if you've never seen it, never heard it, give me a thumbs up. I never heard it before.
Or immoral or un-American in our city, I would certainly protest it. And I would expect other residents would do the same.
Trump's new borders like yourself for standing in the way of these policies that they want to enact. Would you be willing to go to jail for these things?
Yeah, I'm not afraid of that. And I'm also not seeking that. I think the goal is we want to be able to negotiate with reasonable people how to solve hard problems.
Top Trump allies have seized on Johnston's suggestion.
So I want you guys to pay very close attention. Look who Donald Trump Jr. retweets. Donald Trump Jr. is in love with the End Wokeness Twitter account. Donald Trump Jr. is in love with the End Blackness Twitter account. I'm just saying, you know what I'm saying? Just peep game. Just peep game.
That he would be willing to go to jail to block residents from being deported. Here you see Donald Trump Jr. tweeting, "Your terms are acceptable," with agreement below there from Twitter CEO Elon Musk. Johnston also made national headlines last week for comments he made to Denverite that federal immigration agents would be met at the county line by Denver police officers. Johnston has since walked that back, saying the city has no plans to have police obstruct.
Now, this is what's hilarious. There's not any police officers that's going to obstruct any federal agents. We all know the police all voted for Trump. Right? We all know the cops voted for Trump, so he definitely ain't going to get no cooperation there. But let me see. Hold on. So, let me see. Hold on real quick. Let me see. Yeah, so we're going to talk about Denver a little bit more, and then we're going to move. Then we're going to move into Chicago. We're going to move into Chicago. Yeah, and I wouldn't disagree with that. J. Lord said the lie detector determined his ass wrote a check that he couldn't cash. Yeah, that's facts. That's facts. So now News Nation did an interesting video here and is asking the question, can sanctuary city mayors be removed for Trump deportation resistance? Now, I want to ask you guys this question. Do you all think that they can? Or actually, we're not going there yet. Hold on real quick. Now, that's why I brought up that supremacy clause thing. Shout out to Shatera. Shatera said, are states able to bypass federal mandates? According to the supremacy clause, I don't believe so. And this will probably be all over court. This is going to be a hot mess. And I'm here for it. You know what I'm saying? I'm here for it.
Many migrants fear the complete closure of the border is imminent. Joining us now to talk a whole lot more about all this is Doris Meisner, Senior Fellow and Director of the U.S. Immigration Policy Program at Migration Policy. Thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you. Pleased to be here.
So I'm going to unpack this first bit. Denver Mayor Mike Johnston says that bringing National Guard forces into Colorado from other states would be a very bad idea. Do you agree this would be a bad idea?
Well, states have responsibility over their.
So this is where we're at. Like it's about to be wild. Come next year. Denver mayor on deportation. I do not believe that our governor is going to let them use our National Guard at the state level unless they're planning on bringing National Guards mobilized from Texas or Alabama to come to invade Colorado. We're talking about a intra-national invasion. This is ridiculous. You know what I'm saying? Like, this is ridiculous. I don't know where they would find forces to begin to do that. And that seems to me like a very bad idea from start to finish that no reasonable American would support. It's like Tiananmen Square moment with the rose and the gun, right? You have and I can't read that because the closed captioning is in the way. Shout out to Black Free Thinker. What's good with it, bro? This is insane. This is insanity.
National Guards. So I'm not sure that any other state actually could send their National Guard to Colorado. The governor of Colorado would have to agree. But this is an example of a bigger issue, and that is that some states will cooperate very fully with the Trump administration, such as Governor Abbott in Texas, and some states will resist. And Colorado is an example of one. California, Illinois, there are many states, and particularly mayors, that are not going to cooperate. So it will be a patchwork.
Yeah, and so what is that going to look like? That clash between states or between cities and local leadership, some starting to declare sanctuary cities as well.
Well, yes, I think that what we're likely to see is a very uneven effort across the country, which means that in some parts of the country, people who are illegally here will be in a much more jeopardized status, and other places they're much more likely to have some degree of protection. But overall, it's going to take time to.
Shout out to Shatira. Shatira says, another question, are states able to arrest migrants and start the deportation process without federal mandate? I would say no. And the reason why I would say no is because according to that supremacy clause that we just read, if immigration is indeed a federal issue, deportation is related to immigration, that would be outside of a state's jurisdiction. So unless there was like some type of federal permission, or like some type of federal judge like wrote some type of decree and was like, yeah, you know, we're granting authority under extension of the federal government for local authorities to act as agents of the federal government to assist with deportations, unless there was something like that that clarified, without that, I would say probably not. You know what I'm saying? But the thing is that those things could happen, though. Like a judge could sign something like that. So, you know what I'm saying? But as of how it is, like right now, currently, like if a sheriff just decided I'm about to arrest this person for being here illegally, that's outside of his jurisdiction. He can't do that. You know what I'm saying?
Generate this effort in any event. And what the incoming administration is saying is that it will focus primarily, at least initially, on people that have a criminal background or connection of some kind. And those are people that could be almost anywhere in the country.
Now, we had our Elizabeth Pran earlier reporting on this enormous migrant caravan making its way to the Mexico-U.S. border. The Biden administration is anticipating a surge in border crossings as migrants are concerned about entering the U.S.
Now, we talked about that, right? We talked about that at the beginning of the video. So shout out to the replay gang, people that check out the, the beginning of the video. But yeah, man, 1,500 migrants at the U.S. southern border right now trying to get in before Trump get in to the White House.
After Trump takes office. So what do you make of all this, like this in-between time? What are we going to see here between now and January in the coming weeks?
Well, we don't know. The reporting of this caravan is a new development. At the same time, enforcement all along the route in Central America and the Western Hemisphere has changed significantly and dramatically under the Biden administration. The Biden administration has been able to work out strong cooperation and agreements, particularly with Mexico, so that these caravans have dissipated along the way. I expect that in this particular case, that is likely to happen also as people try to make their way through Mexico. So the idea that there will be, phalanxes of people arriving at the southwest border, I doubt that we'll see that.
Okay, and Governor Abbott putting these water buoys into place to try to deter migrants from crossing the border illegally. How do those work exactly? And have they been effective? We're taking a look at them right now on our screens.
Now, again, and this is what I'm saying for you guys, like about how a lot of this information, it never changes. It's never anything new. It's constantly the same thing, constantly over and over again, the same thing over and over again. Do you guys remember when we talked about these non-razor equipped water buoys that Governor Abbott put up for Operation Lone Star? We talked, not only did we talk about those on this channel, but we talked about them on BLR 1 and 2 also. If you guys remember that, give me a thumbs up. If y'all don't, then give me a thumbs down. And shout out to everybody that's watching. I appreciate you guys. If you all haven't smashed that like button yet, please do me a favor. Take a moment, smash that like button. Also, if you guys have not hit that bell, please take a moment, hit that bell, and also please share the stream to your social media.
Well, there's just one section of the border where he's installed those buoys. It is an area along the river that people typically cross, but that has been much more a showmanship effort. There are certainly ways for people to declare themselves at the border and seeking asylum, although right now that will not work for most migrants because the Biden administration has stopped receiving applications for asylum between ports of entry. So people who are arriving, were they to be admitted into the United States, they'd only be admitted if they were coming through a legal port of entry and with an appointment in advance and an opportunity to then make their claim. So this is it's been so underreported how much the border enforcement in the last year or so has tightened and has reduced the numbers dramatically under the current administration.
We can't forget it's not just our southern border either. Our Jorge Ventura regularly talks about the migrants coming through our northern border illegally sometimes too. We got to leave it there. That's all the time we have. Doris Meisner, Senior Fellow and Director of U.S. Immigration Policy Program at Migration Policy. Thank you for your time. Thanks for
That's hilarious. That lady look like one of them old people that's just sick of it. She just tired of it. Whatever it is that's going on, she just tired of it. She ain't got no toleration for it no more because she like 90 years old. You know what I'm saying? So anyway, we're going to dive into Colorado. All right. We're going to dive into Colorado. Because Colorado's got a lot of weird stuff going on that doesn't make a lot of sense. And this has been weird and not making a lot of sense. And as a result of it being so weird and not making any kind of sense, look at this. Hold on real quick. And all right. This is insane. Now, I'm going to show y'all something real quick. We're going to hit this more Baltimore stuff. This is what they're planning on doing in Baltimore, right? This is one of the reasons. This is one of the reasons why you don't have to do like this big investigation of why the Democrats are losing support. This is the kind of stuff right here. Look, watch this. Listen to this.
A proposal to pay for undocumented immigrants' legal fees with taxpayer dollars is sparking debate.
Who's going to support that? Why would it even spark debate? It should just be, we're not doing this. This is ridiculous. Let me ask you guys this. How many of you all support the idea of taxpayer dollars funding illegal immigrant legal fees? If you support that, if you think that makes sense, give me a thumbs up. If you do not support that and you think that it's dumb and you think that stuff like that is one of the reasons why the Democrats lost, then throw a clown face in the chat.
A proposal to pay for undocumented immigrants' legal fees with taxpayer dollars is sparking debate in Frederick.
Mayor Michael O'Connor pitched the idea at a press conference last week, laying out the city's response to Trump's mass deportation plans.
Fox 45's Rebecca Pryor has more on the controversial initiative and how residents are reacting. Rebecca?
Yeah, Mary and Kai, the mayor says that he wants to provide the resources to prevent unfair deportation decisions. But residents I spoke with argue this is an unfair use of their tax dollars.
In many regards, this election cycle did not go as I had hoped.
In response to Trump's national immigration policies, Frederick Mayor Michael O'Connor pledging to carve out space in his local budget for a legal advocacy fund, which would use tax dollars to pay undocumented immigrants attorneys' fees.
What about something like that for people that have lost their houses? You know what I'm saying? Like, you know, people that have gone through foreclosures. You know what I'm saying? Like, I don't know how that's not national news. I don't know why somebody would even suggest something like that. That's crazy.
Fees as they fight deportation.
Ensuring they have the legal support they need to stand strong and remain in this community they have chosen to call home.
O'Connor explaining his intention is to allocate the money to
Wow.
organizations already providing similar legal services, helping them expand the number of people they're able to support, although he's still determining the exact dollar amount to set aside. Some residents we spoke with supportive of the end goal.
I believe a lot of non-immigrant people also contribute to the country as well.
But
Look at it, y'all. Look at it. Look at it.
dollar amount to set aside. Some residents we spoke with supportive of the end goal.
I believe a lot of non-immigrant people also contribute to the country as well.
But all of them against their tax dollars footing the bill.
I'm torn.
I don't like the idea. I'd rather our taxpayer money go towards American citizens.
You know, you break the law, it's just what happens. Nobody helped me pay for my attorney fees when I break the law. So why should we be paying for theirs out of taxpayer money?
But this comes at a cost, and this could be a very large cost for Frederick. And quite frankly, Frederick can't afford it.
Taxpayer advocate David Williams weighing in.
Taxpayer money should be going towards infrastructure and the basic needs of the community.
Look,
this is not a basic.
Shout out to Win Lose a Rug. Win Lose a Rug said, all I heard was the voice, and I shook my head. Bro, you see? You see what I'm saying? That's why, like, I just, nowadays, like, I'm not even going there. I'm gonna just be like, peep game. Peep game. Peep game. I'm gonna say anytime it's like that, I'm gonna be like, peep game, buy crypto. That's all I'm saying. Peep game, buy crypto. You know what I'm saying? PGBC. PGBC.
Basic need of the community of Frederick.
Williams arguing every dollar spent protecting non-citizens is money taken from public safety, schools, and so on. He also questions who would oversee the funds and the legality of it all.
It's almost an illegal slush fund because it's helping to circumvent federal law.
Responding to the criticism, Frederick's mayor sending Fox 45 a statement, reading in part, quote, while we will never get everyone to agree on everything, working to support residents who may be fearful through trusted community partners is worth advocating for. A plea for unity that's ultimately dividing the community. Now, before this proposal can become a reality, the mayor will have to get this fund approved by the city council. I reached out to all 5 members for comment today. But
now, let me ask you this. How many of y'all think that this will go through with city council? If you think that the city council will pass something like this, give me a thumbs up. If you guys don't think that the city council will pass something like this, then give me a thumbs down. And here's an even better question. How many people in the city, how many people in the community there do you guys even think are even aware that any of this is going on? Just because that's important, right?
This time tonight have not heard back. Reporting live, Rebecca Pryor, Fox 45 News.
I'm Kai Jackson.
All right, so there's that. All right, so this is that nonsense. That again, that is part of that pushback effort, right? That's part of that pushback effort. So let's take a look at this. We got to deal with this Denver mayor, right? Yeah, shout out to Carlton. Throw the monoliths in the chat. That's the monolith stuff. You know what I'm saying?
Denver Mayor Mike Johnson is walking back his comments suggesting Denver police would somehow try to stop a mass deportation by federal forces.
I mean, look at this. You got this guy down in Baltimore gonna take taxpayer dollars and try to make a fund for, like a legal aid fund for illegal migrants. Then you got Michael Johnston sitting up there saying he's going to utilize manpower in Denver to quote unquote stop a mass deportation. Like, when have they done this kind of stuff in any other situation? Like, this is just wild.
Yet the mayor says he expects the people of Denver would resist. And he says he would too, even if it means going to jail. Mayor Johnson told Denverite that if
I don't think that anybody in Denver really cares. And honestly, if they do care about anything, if the people in Denver actually do care about anything, they probably care about getting Trinde Aragua out of Colorado. If you guys would agree, give me a thumbs up. If y'all would disagree, give me a thumbs down.
President-elect Donald Trump makes good on his plan to send a federal force in to deport every single person here without documentation, then, quote, more than us having DPD stationed at the county line to keep them out, you would have 50,000 Denverites there. It's like the Tiananmen Square moment with the rose and the gun.
Yeah, I just don't think so. I don't buy that. I don't think that's how that would be at all. I don't think it would be like that at all. I just don't. I think it would look very different than what he thinks.
Right? State law prohibits DPD from enforcing immigration law, but DPD wouldn't say if they would try to actively obstruct mass deportations by the feds. The mayor told our Mark Salinger today he believes the citizens of Denver would stand in the way if the feds come in for non-criminals. And the mayor says he would too.
But they are criminals, though. Nobody's coming for a non-criminal. If they were non-criminal, they wouldn't be there. They're coming to get illegal migrants. If they're there illegally, then they're criminals because they committed a criminal act. No one's there to get people who are not criminals. If you guys would agree, give me a thumbs up. If y'all disagree, give me a thumbs down. Are you guys hearing this? I just want to make sure that y'all are hearing the same thing that I'm hearing. I just want to make sure that we're all on the same page here. I'm not taking anything out of context. There's not any type of information manipulation. Literally what's being discussed here on this news segment is what we are repeating and discussing. This is what they said. This is what they said, right?
Of Denver would stand in the way if the feds come in for non-criminals. And the mayor says he would too.
Situation in Denver. I want to just ask you very specifically, are you open to sending Denver police officers to the county line to stop federal forces or National Guardsmen from other states from coming into Denver?
We have no plan to do that. And we really hope that we don't ever have to do that.
No plan. Are you open to?
What we're going to do right now is, it's hard to keep an eye on what the future president actually plans to do and what the proposal actually is.
It sounds to me like you're walking back the comments from a couple days ago saying that you would be willing to send Denver police officers. Do you regret making those comments and now getting questions like this?
Would I have taken it back if I could? Yes, I probably wouldn't have used that image because that's an image I hope we can avoid. What I was trying to say is this is an outcome I hope we can avoid in this country. I think none of us want that.
You talk about civil disobedience. You've mentioned that a couple of times now. Would you be willing to participate in those as the mayor of Denver? Would you be willing to go out and protest these things?
I would. If I believe that our residents are having their rights violated, if I think things are happening that are illegal or immoral or un-American in our city.
Those aren't residents, though. Let me ask y'all this. Are these residents that we're talking about here? If these are indeed residents that we're talking about here, then give me a thumbs up. If they're not residents that we're talking about, who are we talking about?
I would certainly protest it, and I would expect other residents would do the same.
Trump's new borders czar, Tom Homan, has said that he is willing to arrest leaders like yourself for standing in the way of these policies that they want to enact. Would you be willing to go to jail for these things?
Yeah, I'm not afraid of that. And I'm also not seeking that. I think the goal is we want to be able to negotiate with reasonable people how to solve hard problems.
You would encourage people to protest?
I think we're going to look at every option. But yeah, I don't think that there are, I talked to some high school kids this week who were terrified about this. I don't think those kids are going to stand there and watch 3 of their classmates get pulled out of a history class with the other 27 stand by and do nothing. I don't think that's what Denverites or Americans would do in this context at all.
What is
Shout out to Hood Conservative. What's good with it, bro?
Your line where you say, yes, I support these deportations, and no, I don't support these other ones?
Yeah, I think our line is clear. We think if you are a violent criminal that is committing serious crimes like murder or rape in Denver, you should be prosecuted.
They don't believe that, though. They do not believe that, because we've seen evidence of where Denver has gotten in the way. They've tried to block stories. They've tried to block any type of legal action against any of these people. They've done it all. So you see this in one instance, they'll sit there and say, we agree with this and we want to quote unquote get rid of this criminal element. And then when it's time to pay attention to the actions that they take, they literally do everything to slow or stop stop the process from these things happening. Shout out to Yoshi. What's good with you, bro?
The full extent of the law, and you should be deported.
The mayor paints a scary picture, of course, of federal forces coming into places like schools and going into high school students who are here in the country illegally, asking them to stand up and leave. I asked him several times, what's the plan on day one if federal forces or National Guardsmen from other states show up in Colorado? He says right now there is no plan, but they're hoping to come up with one before inauguration in January.
I think some of this, Mark, is that you've got these moving targets, right? Donald Trump will say he's going to do one thing, then his people say, no, it's actually going to be this other thing. So you have municipalities, states making a number of different preparations. But it appears to me that the mayor is at least walking back this idea of some kind of like direct confrontation between an armed local force and an.
So now check this out, right? We got to ask this question. Is it fair to say that Michael Johnston, by saying this, by putting this idea out there, is he quote unquote inspiring an insurrection? Is he putting the idea of a quote unquote insurrection in people's heads? Michael Johnston, the mayor of Denver? Because what he's doing is he's encouraging the citizens of Denver. He's encouraging them to resist federal law. So I'm curious as to what you guys think, because again, it's all about the consistency. If in one situation, statements that quote unquote are called quote unquote conspire or are called quote unquote inspiring are looked at as such a way in one situation, then we have to look at those type of comments and the damage that they could cause or the situations that they could cause in another situation. But what's interesting about that is that the statements that Michael Johnston has made are not even being discussed in those terms. They're not even being discussed in those terms. Nobody's even saying anything about those in those terms. What if something like this happens and, you know, it turns into a situation where a bunch of civilians end up getting hurt, National Guards end up getting hurt, migrants end up getting hurt, residents of, you know, places in Colorado end up getting hurt? Is Michael Johnston going to be investigated for inspiring an insurrection? I think that's a question that, you know, people should ask. It should get put out there. What's the extent to where statements, you know, a person that makes a statement has responsibility for actions of people that they have an influence over? What's the extent? Because in one extent, if we look at Trump and we say, quote unquote, Trump, quote unquote, caused an insurrection, right? If we look at Michael Johnston and what he's doing, Well, if something happens, is it Michael Johnson's fault? The same way that, quote unquote, it was Trump's fault. Let me know what you guys think.
An armed federal force.
Yeah, these are all hypotheticals that we are talking about, but they are very real potential hypotheticals. I mean, we are just a couple months away from where these hypotheticals could become reality. The comments about DPD being stationed at the county line, you heard him say it right there, that he regrets those. And he hasn't said, or at least he didn't say that he has had any conversations with the Denver police chief about where that would go.
Yeah, so that's interesting, right? So now we got to talk about Alex Stein and what Alex Stein said. And what Alex Stein said about Michael Johnston, right? And you know, Michael Johnston is a lefty losing it. You know what I'm saying? So here we go.
The mayor of Denver, Mike Johnson, has said that he'd deploy local police to block Donald Trump's mass deportations. And it's worth noting that hours after he made that vow, an illegal immigrant in Denver was charged with sexually assaulting a 14-year-old girl. How much resistance?
Yo, I never heard about this. I didn't know. How many of y'all heard about this story right here? Venezuelan migrant charged with graping his boss's 14-year-old daughter while living in their Denver, Colorado home. There's a lot to unpackage there. There's a lot to unpackage there. Shout out to Black Free Thinker. Black Free Thinker said, Rita Lita, the does he? Oh man, she's off the hook.
Is Donald Trump going to face, Alex, from sanctuary city mayors and other leftists who are determined to obstruct his administration's deportation plan?
Well, you know, the mayor of Denver, me being polite, is an idiot. If he thinks he's going to stop this, Donald Trump's kicking people out that are here illegally. Donald Trump's going to do that. I mean, Tom Homan, the guy he appointed, is a no-nonsense guy that's going to get these people out of there. And if you really look at the people in the cities that are plagued by this problem, the illegal immigration, is in New York. And you have Mayor Eric Adams, who's a lifelong Democrat, basically cozying up to Donald Trump because he needs his help. He needs his support. He realizes that a lot of these people have criminal records and that we can't vet them at the border. So if you're unvetted, and we don't know that if you're a murderer or if you have a sexual assault on your record and we're just letting you in the country, that's unacceptable. So we have to stop that. If you want to come here, you got to come here legally. And I think Donald Trump has even said that if you graduate from a school, he's going to make it easier for you to get citizenship. So it's like these mayors that think what Donald Trump is doing is sinister or bad for trying to protect American citizens makes me sick. And these sanctuary cities are not going to be able to stop Donald Trump if Donald Trump wants to get the job done.
Well, he has a mandate to do this. This isn't a surprise. This was an election promise, and the American people voted for it. So I just don't know how any mayor can say we're not participating in this. Talk about democracy denying. That's a threat to democracy, right?
That's a good point she brings up. All right. That's actually a good point that she brings up. And we're going to talk about that in specific terms of one of the biggest violators of democracy, right? Your boy, Brandon Johnson. What's up with all these people with the last name Johnston? You know what I'm saying? You got Mike Johnston, Brandon Johnson. Then you got Magic Johnson. What's going on there? Johnson and Johnson with the C-19. You know what I'm saying? What's going on with the Johnsons?
There, denying the will of the American people. Before you go, Alex, we don't talk about art enough on this program. We're clearly Philistines. And I've got to say, this painting here looks to me like it was painted by a untalented child, but it's a masterpiece.
The star of this evening's auction, the fabulous Mark Rothko from 1954. 50% of the works from this incredible year for the artist are housed in permanent museum collections. This is an incredibly rare opportunity to buy one of the greatest works by the artist.
Alex, it ended up selling for $32 million US. That is 30% lower than it sold for a few years back.
Why did that sell for $32 million? Can anybody help me out? Why is that worth $32 million?
But I'm starting to believe, you said you're a conspiracy theorist, and I'm starting to believe these conspiracy theories about the art world being largely funded by a money laundering operation. I mean, how can that be worth 32 million US?
Rita, you nailed it. This is some sort of CIA money laundering scam. I don't know what it is, but that doesn't make any sense to me. So I think you're right on the nose. You're right on the money when it comes to saying what is going on. It doesn't make sense.
Well, yes, but I should make clear for legal purposes.
All right. Let's talk about this. Let's talk about this.
What happens if the Trump administration wants to crack down on people here illegally, but certain cities don't want to allow it? What happens? Well, it certainly appears poison.
To me, like, this is just crazy. And what I want people to pay very close attention to. Do you got, like, pay attention to this, man? Do you all see you got, like, Mike Johnson? I'm willing to go to jail for this. Now, I want you guys to look at all of these mayors that are doing this. We can now hold these politicians to you will go to jail for standard. If you guys would agree, give me a thumbs up. If you guys would disagree, give me a thumbs down. If you're not willing to, quote unquote, go to jail for it, I'm not giving you my support. I'm not giving you my vote. Because here's an instance, right? These are instances where these politicians have said, I'll go to jail for this. I'll go to jail for these migrants. I'll go to jail for a Mike Johnson say, I'll do that time for them migrants. Okay. All right, bet. It's out there. It's on the record. We got it. Let's go.
Needs to happen, at least in the city of Denver. President-elect Trump has vowed to deport millions of illegal immigrants around the country starting on day one.
The Republican platform promises to launch the largest deportation operation in the history of our country. The fact is, and I'll say it now, you have to get them the hell out. You have to get them out. I'm sorry.
It also seems Trump, as commander-in-chief, would be willing to send the military into some of these sanctuary cities, such as Denver, to enforce the mass deportation initiative. But the Democratic mayor of Denver, Mike Johnson, says they can't do it and that he'll fight back.
If we take him at his word that the plan is...
Now, do you all see? Let me ask you guys this question. These people, right? These people are fighting for, how many of these people voted to put any of these people in office? Look what these people are willing to do for people who've never voted, allegedly, and people who haven't paid a dime in taxpayer dollars. Look what they're willing to do for them. What do you guys think about that? And these people, and they just don't understand. They don't know. They don't get it. They just can't figure it out. They don't understand why they're losing elections. They don't understand why they're losing support. They don't understand why mainstream media outlets that are associated with them are tanking. I don't know, man. Possibly because you're delusional. Possibly because you're delusional.
To use the U.S. military and to deploy them into cities to round people up. We think that is illegal and immoral, and it's un-American, and we would do everything we can to resist it.
In an earlier interview, Johnson went so far as to suggest using Denver's police force to stop federal
DSA.
forces,
What's good with it, bro?
National Guard, ICE, whatever, entering Denver. He's since walked back those comments. But what power does he have? Donald Trump has threatened to defund Denver and other uncooperative cities, which could strip Denver of millions of dollars in funds that they rely on. Republican Senator Rand Paul, who's set to take over chairmanship of the Senate Homeland Security Committee, said this yesterday.
the mayor of Denver, if he's going to resist federal law, which there's a long-standing history of the supremacy of federal law, if he's going to resist that, it will go all the way to the Supreme Court. And I would suspect that he would be removed from office. I don't know whether or not there'd be a criminal prosecution for someone resisting federal law, but he will lose. And people need to realize that what he is offering is a form of insurrection where the states resist the federal government.
There it is right there. I told you. I tried to tell you. I tried to tell you. Now, again, this is a lot, right? We gotta go through a lot of this. Right? We got to go through a lot of this because there's a lot of important history that needs to be discussed in order to put this into context, right? This is what's going to happen. You know what I'm saying? This is what's going to happen.
So I think the mayor of Denver is on the wrong side of history.
But is it really? I mean, what can a sanctuary city do legally? Let's ask John Sandwig, former acting ICE director and an attorney who specializes in cross-border business, immigration, and national security. John, good to see you again. All right, so what can a city like Denver do legally if they don't want to assist in this kind of effort?
Probably not as much as the mayor thinks, Dan. We saw a lot of this 4 years ago.
And again, one of the reasons why is because of that quote-unquote supremacy clause. And again, this is what I'm telling you guys. When it comes to a lot of this stuff, it really exposes the actual lack of understanding that a lot of people have with how the laws in the United States work. A lot of this stuff is just cannon fodder for the media. It's just another story, just to have people engaged and have people to have something to talk about and all this kind of stuff. That's about it, really. For real, there's nothing more, nothing less going on, right?
During the first Trump administration. And a lot of the mayors of the more progressive cities will come out and make bold statements about how they're going to restrict immigration enforcement in their cities. They cannot stop federal agents from enforcing federal law in the city. So that means if ICE wants to do an area sweep where they go door.
So this is what this is where I was going earlier. So what I'm trying to show you guys is that like none of this stuff is it's not even in conflict anyway. It's not in conflict anyway. You know what I'm saying?
Door-to-door neighborhoods. Generally speaking, because of the supremacy clause, the mayor can't stop them. But where the mayors can be very impactful is in access to the jails. 95% of ICE's interior arrests currently all come from prisons and jails, including state prisons and jails. They can also, and they rely on access to those jails to get the immigrants there, where they're already kind of like a captured, literally captured, sitting right there. But they also rely on information. ICE relies heavily on information from the criminal justice system. Mayors can restrict that. So they can do some, serious damage to ICE's ability to execute this mass deportation plan, but probably not as much as some of the political rhetoric suggests.
But it would seem to me if these Democratic mayors prevent the feds from coming into jails, like that would be like the least popular initiative they could possibly do, right? Because people are all saying, oh, all these innocent people are going to get deported. Now you're talking about mayors of blue cities saying, well, no, you can't have access to our jails.
Well, Dan, I know you work a lot with police forces, and look, I think there are some limitations that are fair enough. And look, I had a lot of sanctuary policies when I was the acting director. The ones that were basically saying, look, if you're booked for driving without a license and we booked you because you didn't have a valid ID and we're trying to find out who you were. And the mayor says, I can't have you ICE taking them because it creates a chilling effect. Now victims are going to be scared to call when their immigrant spouse beats them up. Those are legitimate concerns. But I agree with you. Listen, some of these sanctuary policies went way too far, where you had convicted murderers where the locality would say he's a convicted murderer, but we're not going to give you to ICE, even though he's a foreign national.
Now you see that now, right? They said, I'm not going to give you to ICE, even because you're a foreign national. What out of that is saying, and then I'm going to release you into the street? So this is what I'm saying. All of those decisions to just be like, I'm just going to put you out into the street. None of that came from like any type of federal pressure or anything like that. Those people wanting to release these people back into the streets, that was solely done based on state and local policy. They had no pressure. There was no reason for any of that to take place. None. They did all of that because they wanted to. They weren't protecting them because look, check this out, right? So if an illegal migrant commits a crime, the local jurisdiction arrests that migrant, they get prosecuted in the local jurisdiction, and they're doing their time in the local jurisdiction. ICE says, you have this immigrant we're looking for, right? I want to process this immigrant. Here's how the locality should respond. If the locality wants to keep the migrant in prison to have them serve their sentence, they should say, I want to keep this migrant in prison to serve the sentence. Once the sentence is over, I will not stop you from picking him up on his release date and prosecuting him for your purposes. That's how that should go. There's nothing stopping that process from going just that simple. If you guys would agree, give me a thumbs up. If you guys would disagree, give me a thumbs down. And if you ask me, that's the only type of conflict that should exist in those situations. We want him to do his time. Once he does his time, we're not going to stop you from doing what you got to do. That's the only time that there should be any type of issue. And I don't think if that was the issue, I don't think that there would be any conflicts. But the problem is that that's never the issue. You know what I'm saying?
Obviously, those undermine public safety.
Real quick, John. What about defunding? Can the president defund these cities?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, there's an argument that maybe the funding has to be tied to specific grant programs, but there are a lot of grant programs from Homeland Security. There are grant programs that reimburse the localities for detaining unlawful migrants. Absolutely, those can be cut, and I would expect them to be cut.
Thanks for watching. Go to joinnn.com.
Yeah, man. So there's that. All right. So let me see. Actually, you know what? We hold on real quick because we're gonna do more about Denver. We're gonna do more about Denver. So let's actually do this real quick. Shout out to everybody watching. I appreciate you guys. If you all haven't hit that like button yet, please do me a favor. Take a moment. Hit that like button. Also, if you guys have not hit the bell, please take a moment, hit the bell, share the stream to your social media, all right? We got to talk about Brandon Johnson. All right, and in talking about Brandon Johnson, first, we got to talk about some things unrelated to the migrant crisis. Now, how many people saw the video? How many people saw the video on this channel where we talked about Brandon Johnson and the $1 billion budget that the city of Chicago is facing? Did you guys see that video? If you guys saw that video, then give me a thumbs up. If you guys did not see that video, then give me a thumbs down. Now, why am I asking about that? I'm asking about that because Brandon Johnson has literally done nothing except for to solidify a legacy of being one of the most incompetent politicians in the history of the country. Congratulations to him, right? Like, wonderful of you thinking of other people that might possibly want to get into politics one day. And because you're such an incompetent simp, you set out a track record as the lead. Congratulations. Everybody throw some round of applause in the chat for this loser, Brandon Johnson, for being an idiot. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to my man, Win Loser Rug. I definitely appreciate you, bro. Make sure y'all show Win Loser Rug some love. Throw some flames, some radiation emoji, and some ducks in the chat for my man, Win Loser Rug, buying everybody lunch. And yo, speaking of which, we got an announcement after we eat. So get your forks, get your knives, let's get it.
In Springfield,
don't push me, ain't Donald Trump trying to grab him by the. Said it was some Haitians somewhere out in Springfield. Women doing cartwheels. Have you seen Garfield? Have you seen Snowball? This about to snowball. I'm about to go off. I can't let this go on. Miss me like an airball. Tell me when my cat is coughing up like a hairball. I gotta tell them if they even put the fingernail on Santa's little helper to turn them to hamburger helper. Somebody better help them, cause I'm going to jail for showing them fellas helter skelter. Usually I'm content, but if you touch my dog, then I'm turning into John Wick. I'm lit. Bird better drop it. If you touch my pet, then I'm pulling up like CrossFit. Said Hello Kitty, but it ain't there. It's right here in your city. When I turn my back, now the cat goes missing and where my peoples is at. Does anybody know where he took with that? Cause I heard they putting claws on felines, I'm mad. And my cat disappeared just like Felix the cat. And got paid back. Thought she was a goner, but the cat came back. If you ain't a pussy cat, say drop that cat. Drop that cat. Drop that cat. Got paid back. Thought she was a goner, but the cat came back. If you ain't a pussy cat, say drop that cat. Drop that cat. Drop that cat.
They're eating the dogs. They're eating the cats. Eat the cat. Eat the cat. They're eating the cats. They're eating the dogs. Eat the cat.
Drop that cat.
Shout out to Win, Lose, or Rug. Make sure y'all show my man Win, Lose, or Rug some love. Definitely appreciate you funding the organization, bro. Listen, check this out, man. 2024 is going to be the year of degenerate plays. Now, how many people know what degenerate plays are? If y'all know what degenerate plays are, throw some flames in the chat. Oh yeah, we gonna be getting in on the degenerate plays. Because here's my theory, right? We got the meme coins down to a science, right? So if we got the meme coins down to the science, if we can go even smaller than the meme coins with the degenerate plays, man, listen, man, we hitting them degenerate plays. We hitting them degenerate plays. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to AW1. AW1 said, I just got back from watching Married with Children, and I see that you're eating good tonight, bro. We gotta eat. We gotta eat, bro. We definitely gotta eat. You know what I'm saying? We definitely gotta eat. Now look at this. This is one of the reasons why the budget in Chicago is so out of control. Not only did they spend $200 million on favorite healthcare to quote unquote staff issues with the quote unquote migrant crisis, but they decided to spend $80,000 to renovate and furnish the office for First Lady First Lady Johnson. Right? First Lady Johnson. How many people knew that her office renovations costed $80,000? If you guys knew that, give me a thumbs up. If you guys didn't, give me a thumbs down. And, you know, shout out to the people from Chicago that's in the building. How do you feel about your taxpayer dollars? You know what I'm saying? Paying $80,000 to keep her comfortable.
As the city of Chicago grapples with a massive budget shortfall, NBC5 Investigates has uncovered records showing that the city spent $80,000 renovating a single office.
Shout out to AW1. Yeah, I love Married with Children, bro. That's one of my favorite shows. Married with Children was hilarious.
The city of Chicago grapples with a massive budget shortfall. NBC5 Investigates has uncovered records showing that the city spent $80,000 renovating a single office to be used by Mayor Johnson's wife, the First Lady of Chicago.
The receipts show that city workers did much of the labor and billed the city for that work. Here's NBC5 Investigates' Bennett Haberly with the story. Bennett.
Yeah, Alex and Allison, these renovation or redecorating costs, well, the mayor says won't bankrupt the city, come at a time when Chicago is facing a huge financial hole.
So his response to it was, it's not going to bankrupt the city. That was his response. His response is, it's not going to bankrupt the city. He might, though. Brandon Johnson himself might bankrupt the city. Right? Why would anybody have voted for Brandon Johnson? I want people to go back and take a look at my old videos about Brandon Johnson. Just saying.
And weighing all options, including potential layoffs, to make up for this deficit. Chicago's financial challenges raise questions about why the city spent more than $80,000 renovating this office in the Cultural Center for First Lady Stacey Johnson. Invoices.
Yeah, I gotta agree. Shout out to Win, Lose, or Rug. If you guys agree with Win, Lose, or Rug, give me a thumbs up. If y'all disagree, give me a thumbs down. Win, Lose, or Rug said 2024 been so bad for Black Democratic politicians. Horrible. I agree 110%. I agree 110%.
Obtained by NBC5 Investigates show the work began in room 306 as early as February and continued through August. with city workers, including painters, carpenters, and electricians, clocking more than 350 hours of time, billing the city for more than $25,000 in labor costs. Invoices also show more than $11,000 went to a vendor to replace tile and carpeting. Another invoice shows more than $43,000.
Why? I don't understand. Why do these politicians act like the news and other like journalistic organizations? Why do they think that this kind of information is never going to be able to be accessible to people for people to be able to review it? It's so bizarre. Like they think that there'll never be any type of consequence for any of this type of stuff, any type of review on this type of stuff, people not looking at it. Like I don't know why they think that they can hide it. You know what I'm saying?
$1,000 was spent on furniture alone. We uncovered these records through a series of public records requests that we filed weeks ago. We told the mayor's office we had questions about this on Tuesday, giving them more than 24 hours to prepare for these questions.
So now let's ask about this, right? Let's ask about this. Who's holding the crowbar here? Let me ask you guys this question. Is Brandon Johnson a crowbar holder? If Brandon Johnson is a crowbar holder, throw some flames in the chat. If Brandon Johnson is not a crowbar holder, well, then I guess he's not a crowbar holder, but we're going to have to explain how he's not. You know what I'm saying? We got to explain how he's not.
I'm wondering if you could help define what is the role of the First Lady in your administration and how do we justify spending upwards of $80,000?
Oh, the First Lady, that's my wife. She's my wife. She's my wife. She do what she's supposed to do. She's my wife. That's what she's the First Lady. First Lady of Chicago. That's my wife.
Dollars to redecorate an office for her and staff in our current financial situation?
So the Cultural Center has always been a location for dignitaries. Every First Lady has.
And you know how Bernie Mac was Dollar Bill? We about to start calling Brandon Johnson $1 billion Brandon. I'm $1 billion Brandon. Chi-Town. $1 billion.
Location for dignitaries. Every First Lady has had office space, there. Renovations for my office or any other office is standard procedure.
Is there any concern about optics of spending $4,000?
Only in America. Beautiful hustle called the migrant crisis. Migrant crisis. They down there below the border, below the southern border, climbing through the water, climbing over the fence. Bucket naked! They came to New York City. They came to Chi-Town. They came all over the United States. And when they got there, you know what they said? I'm not going to work. Fuck that. Pay me. Dumbass.
$1,000 on a desk or $4,000 in club shares at a time when the city is in this sort of budget hole.
Yeah, a desk is not going to, the purchase of a desk is not going to change the financial structural damage that has been in place for a very long time. So this is why we ask, and I mean this respectfully, we ask far more profound questions than that. We ask, how do we make sure that the structural damage that's been created?
It's about the 4th time you don't ask me about the goddamn desk. What do you do on the desk? You do business on the desk. Next question. I don't know why these people come down here asking me all these goddamn questions about some damn desk. The desk ain't gonna break it's not gonna break the Chicago. It's not gonna break Chi-Town. Like, bruh, who voted for this dude? Who voted for this dude? Who voted for this clown? You know what I'm saying? Who voted for this guy? That's why I gotta go in on Brandon Johnson every single time, bro. Like every single time, Brandon Johnson, you finna get roasted. Because you're a clown, you're a simp, and I don't even know, I don't know who voted for you, but whoever they did, man, please, you know how it's a bunch of people that stayed on the couch this year? Listen, for a lot of the people on the couch should invite other people to the couch so that they don't mess stuff up. Either vote the right way or stay on the couch. One of the two. You know what I'm saying? I don't know. You sit up here and concentrate on the damn desk. We got all kind of problems. We got crime going on here. We got budget problem going on here. We got all kind of stuff going on here. And y'all worried about a damn desk. You need to hurry up and get your question on out the way so I can answer and we can move on. Right. Exactly. So, look, shout out to the Lith. Hashtag the Lith. Yeah, he real humble right now, looking like he just saw a ghost. He did just see a ghost. He saw his political life flash before his eyes. He did.
Created over the course of decades that we reroute the rivers, if you will, to make sure that it gets to the places where there's dry land. And that's what we're doing.
Johnson voiced displeasure with our questions, but they were born out of these receipts, which show an order for this executive chair costing more than $2,200, a desk labeled for the First Lady.
Look at this, $2,200, man. For this chair garbage. $2,200 for that? $2,200 for this chair right here, Kasura chair. I never heard of no Kasura chairs before. What's so good about that chair? It got a built-in massage thing in it. What? Like what so good about it? $2,000? You don't necessarily, like, just because you spend a whole lot of money on something, that doesn't necessarily mean that like you got the greatest product in the world just because you spent $1,000 or $2,000. Like, you might have been able to get like a really good gaming chair for like, you know what I'm saying, $150. That would have been better than that chair that you got. You know what I'm saying? The former pretty boy said, you know, he got a Maria side piece. He caping too hard, man. Listen, here go my thing. If I don't understand that, I just this that simp stuff. If he does have a Maria side piece, right? The Maria side piece better, you know what I'm saying? She better be banging for reparations and know how to cornrow and cook enchiladas with collard greens in them. Why is he doing all the cape? Why is it the one-sided caping? Like, I don't understand that. You know what I'm saying? Like, I don't understand that. You got me, man. You got me bent. Ain't no way. You doing your job, you do your job. You know what I'm saying? He like, listen here now. Maria cooked them good enchiladas with the candy yams in them and the collard greens. I'm gonna spend $500,000 million on these migrants. Like, bruh, you sound crazy. You sound like the ultimate. You sound like a level 5,000 Super Saiyan Shaolin simp. You're doing like, man. Listen, I don't get it. I can't do. I don't. To me, it just I don't understand it, man. Is it that good? Is it that good for real? For real? Like, is it that good? I got this feeling. I don't know. I don't know. I don't think so. You know what I'm saying? Like, I don't think it is. I think it might be a little bit of an exaggeration. It might, if that is the case, it might be a little bit of Brandon Johnson, quote unquote, naivety, or quote unquote inexposure, or quote unquote inexperience, possibly. I don't know. But to me, that's anytime I hear, like, I mean, dang, bro, like the woman just got you in a headlock. She got her elbow, you know what I'm saying? Got the nice chin lock position with the wrist lock, putting that guillotine headlock on even tighter. You know what I'm saying? Like really? You never your dad never sat down with you and told you a couple things when you turned 12, 13, 14? Like, you know what I'm saying? It just be wild to me. Like, it's truly bizarre. It's truly bizarre.
Which show an order for this executive.
Now, but here go the thing, though, right? What about Mike Johnston, though? Mike Johnston might have him a little Eva Longoria or something, too. Will you go to jail for me, Poppy? When Trump come to shut down the border, you gonna go to jail for me, Poppy? You know Mike Johnston is a simp. He's a vacation Bible school simp. He's absolutely gonna go to war for his side piece. He's gonna go to war. He'll turn into a savage for his side piece. Oh, simp. Man, what's wrong with like? I don't understand it. I don't understand it. I can't I can't get. I don't get it. Oh, anything. I'll do anything for you. Like what's that? John Smith and Pocahontas. Oh, I'll do anything for you. You clown. You are a clown. Simps are some of the most dangerous and most enabling people in the entire world. Be very wary of simps. A simp will take you out and not think twice about it. They will take you out over something that they don't even have possession over and not think twice about it. Not think twice about it. Because simps value their perception of appreciation of other people more so than they value their own freaking existence. They are the most pathetic form of human being in the world. The most pathetic form of human being. They have no value for anything at all other than the validation of whatever it is that they're fixed on at the moment. You know what I'm saying? Be very careful. A lot of these people that people think are like hardcore and you know what I'm saying, like thugs and thugged out and gangsters and all that. These people, they are simps. Those are simps. Your criminals, simps. Nothing admirable about most of those dudes. They are stupid, very low intelligent simps that do not care about your life. You got to make sure that you care about your life and protect yourself at all times. You know what I'm saying?
Executive chair costing more than $2,200. A desk labeled for the First Lady running more than $4,400.
Right.
Another staffer's desk.
Right. Bro, look, shout out to Deformed Pretty. I had just said that. Deformed Pretty Boy said, notice that their last names are Johnson. John is slang for trick, as we all know. Bro, facts. And then you got the Simp Sons. The Simp Sons. You know what I'm saying?
$4,600 and 2 club chairs costing more than $8,000.
You got
the question wasn't necessarily
like whoever this company is, hey, they make it out, man. Shout out to this company. But this none of this stuff is really that, you know what I'm saying? Like, look at this chair. Look at this chair. Man, look. Seriously?
$1,000.
the question wasn't necessarily about just the dollar amount, but about the optics of that. Given, I mean, we just had a very contentious council meeting, so I'm just wondering if you're concerned about that optics.
So I've been mayor for 17 months, and you have a question about how I feel about optics? Just go back and review the tape. If
what does that? How did that answer any question? How did that address anything? Like Brandon Johnson think that he did something with that. He think that he did something there too. Brandon Johnson think that he did something. He thinks that he did something effective. Just go back and watch the tape. Oh, we be watching the tapes, bro. I do reaction videos and stuff like that about you all the time. Your optics are horrible, and we're gonna get into that even more. You know what I'm saying? This dude is a clown. I'm telling you, I can't stand Brandon Johnson. Now, you know, with Eric Adams, I joke around about Eric Adams. I'm not at the point with Eric Adams where I can't stand Eric Adams. You know what I'm saying? I can't stand Brandon Johnson. I can't stand Brandon Johnson. You know what I'm saying? Like how I joke about, like, you know, like, yeah, I would kick it with Eric Adams because Eric Adams seemed like he cool outside of politics. I'm dead serious about that. I couldn't kick it with Brandon Johnson. Like I couldn't kick it. Like it ain't no political difference. Like I don't like dude. You know what I'm saying? I don't like dude.
Concerned about that optics.
So I've been mayor for 17 months, and you have a question about how I feel about optics? Just go back and review the tape. If I were to allow my leadership to be based on someone's opinion of me, it would be a derelict of duty. I never question my position to invest in people. I don't do this for optics.
He does do this for optics. Brandon Johnson absolutely does everything in his job for optics. Let me ask you guys this question. He's talking about people that he quote unquote invested in. Who has he invested in since he's been mayor?
this to transform lives.
Mayor Johnson went on to mention he's focused on the optics of creating summer jobs for thousands of youths, for ensuring social workers and counselors are inside of schools, and investing in the west and south sides of Chicago, talking points he has raised before in addressing our questions. And while
Shout out to Blue Electric. Shout out to Black Free Thinker. Black Free Thinker said he's so bland he don't deserve the Bernie Mac voice. Bro, facts. I just got to do the Bernie Mac voice because of the Chi-Town accent, though. You know what I'm saying? But yeah, no, I agree. Facts.
not uncommon for first ladies to have a role or an office in the cultural center, a spokeswoman for the Larry Lightfoot's administration told me that they did not do any major renovations or redecorating to that room during her term. Now,
speaking of the speaking of the Chi-Town accent, man, that boy Machiavelli Mills had me dying laughing. Did y'all see that video that I did y'all see that video that I shared on my community tab from Machiavelli Mills? Man, that video had me dying laughing, man. Machiavelli Mills is hilarious, man. That dude could be a comedian for real, for real. He had me rolling in that video talking about No Life Shack. Oh, man. Now, I don't know if anybody's been paying attention, right? Yeah, Eric, not only do Eric Adams got a slight backbone, but like Eric Adams, like he relatable, man. Like he cool. Like I don't agree with all of his politics, and he be on some dumb stuff sometimes, but like he's straight. And another thing about him is like he'll come holler at people. He'll come talk to the public. Like he don't really be on shutting people down. Brandon Johnson just arrogant for no reason, no track record, and like don't nobody like Brandon Johnson at all. No one. You know what I'm saying? Eric Adams got a personality, like, you know what I'm saying? Like Eric Adams entertaining. There's nothing at all salvageable about Brandon Johnson, if you ask me. There's no salvage of Brandon Johnson. You know what I'm saying? Win, lose the rug said, which one? I'm sub to bro too. Though if you go down my community post, it's like the second community post that I made. I shared the video into the community post. He was talking, I think the title of it is something like beware of dudes like No Life Shack and big buff black dudes on on YouTube. Man, that video had me crying laughing. I was laughing so hard. Now, here go these optics, right? These are the optics that Brandon Johnson is talking about. And the reason why he wants to deflect away from these optics is because all of his optics are horrible. They're all horrible. No one has anything good to say about Brandon Johnson at all. You know what I'm saying?
Well, one person not at today's funeral, Mayor Brandon Johnson. He made that decision after a back and forth with Martinez's family over his attendance.
And that's just one of the headlines out of his office. The others, a 50-0 rejection of his budget by city council, and this.
50-0. 50-0. Wall Street Journal opinion. America's worst mayor keeps losing. Brandon Johnson gives up on a $300 million property tax hike. yeah, he cooked Stevie Knight, bro. That had me dying laughing. and then Stevie Knight always get just like Stevie Knight just get Stevie Knight and No Life Shack, they just always catch strays too. Like he'll be talking about somebody else. He'll be like, yeah, and you know, and them big YouTube cats like Stevie Knight and No Life Shack, them big buff black dudes that be like racism don't exist, bro. That shit be having me dying laughing. Oh yeah, they be tearing him up at the city council meetings. They be tearing him up. Look, y'all. Shout out to Black Free Thinker. Black Free Thinker has the best question in the world. How did Chicago downgrade from Lightfoot? I'm gonna let y'all answer that in y'all own individual way. Y'all already know what I'm about to say. You know what I'm saying? It's a shout out to AW1. It's a content creator called Machiavelli Mills. He a young dude from Chicago. He real cool. I like his content. You know what I'm saying? He a real one. You know what I'm saying? He hilarious. Yup. If y'all agree with win, lose, or rug, that's it. Hit the monolith in there. Hit the monolith. It's the monolith. once again, you know what I'm saying? Everything is going good, and then here come the monolith. You know what I'm saying? America's worst mayor keeps losing. He got rejected in city council 50-1. Shout out to Brooklyn Queen, the monolith. It's the monolith. It's the monolith. It's a beautiful day for the monolith. A beautiful day for the monolith. Please do not vote. Please do not vote. Shout out to Yoshi. Yoshi said, I'm just glad that I don't live in Chicago no more. I love my city, but damn, they are taking big ass L with Johnson. Bro, facts. And shout out to Yoshi, man. Yoshi been around forever, man. Yoshi, no, I was telling people, like, please do not vote for Brandon Johnson. Please. You know what I'm saying? Do not vote for Brandon Johnson. He's worse. Out of all the candidates, including Velas, there was a guy named Velas. Including Velas, Brandon Johnson was worse than him. The reason why many people voted for Brandon Johnson is because instead of doing content and doing news, reports where they adequately assessed each candidate with strengths and weaknesses, everybody focused all of their attention on anti-Lori Lightfoot content to where they made it to where what we're going to do is we're going to make it where no one votes for Lori Lightfoot, but we're going to absolve ourselves from the responsibility of educating our audiences about the other choices, so that when they vote in a bad choice, we can just step back and say, all we did was tell you not to vote for Lori Lightfoot. That was strategically done. That was strategically done. All right. And my question is, if it wasn't strategically done, well, where's the content at with a lot of other people where they talked about the other candidates? Because if it's not one of the videos that people been trying to, target my channel and get struck down, if it's not one of them, all my videos are still up. You know what I'm saying? On BLR2 DSA. Shout out to Yoshi Mori. Yoshi Mori, I don't know. I'll tell you what, I don't know how much worse it could have been. I'll say it like that. I don't know if they would have been better off, but at the same time, I don't know if it would have been this bad. I don't know if it would have been this bad. Now, let me ask you guys this. When the Chicago mayoral election was taking place, who all was doing videos that mentioned that anybody said anything about Brandon Johnson? Now it's, we're going to go in on Brandon Johnson. Now we're going to go in on Brandon Johnson. But nobody was really saying too much about what direction to go in. Just don't go in the direction of Lori Lightfoot. That was it. These are the consequences of that. But people are able to absolve themselves of those consequences by having we're just going to put the concentration on Lori Lightfoot. We're not going to talk about any of the other risks that are out here. And if you don't have several thousand people that, watch your videos and stuff like that, if you don't have, several hundreds of thousands or several million subscribers, well, you're not valid then. Your assessment, your analysis, it doesn't mean anything. I don't need to hide behind numbers. I don't need to hide behind any type of associations. I don't need to hide behind anything to show people that I try to deliver the best information for people to be able to make their own informed decisions on. Because I'm not in the business of, quote unquote, making people's minds for them. I'm in the business of hopefully organizing and clarifying information for people to where they're able to make their own optimal decision. The problem is that there's not a lot of market for that. Most people want to complain about not thinking for themselves, but they don't want to take the effort to think for themselves. And when that's the situation that you have, this is the situation that we have. You know what I'm saying? That right there is how you get a Brandon Johnson in Chicago after Lori Lightfoot has already done horrible in Chicago. And then you have I can't, this is one of the reasons, like, I can't feel bad about those city council meetings when I watch them. I don't, to me, it's not, those don't do anything for me. And if you ask me, like, they shouldn't do anything for anybody else, because the people at those city council meetings flipping out like that, y'all put him there. What are you doing? Like, y'all put this man there. Shout out to Carlton. It's the strange flex thing. It's the strange flex. I can't stand him. Who? Brandon Johnson. Who'd you vote for? Brandon Johnson. Okay. I'm supposed to sit there and somehow make some kind of discernible sense out of that scattered thought process. I guess. I don't know. You know what I'm saying?
The Wall Street Journal naming him the worst mayor in America.
CBS News Chicago political reporter Chris Ty is here with the political wins that have caused even staunch Johnson supporters to quit.
Now, I want to ask you guys this. How do you all think that people feel about your political judgment if you voted in America's worst mayor? You have that to be proud of. If somebody asks you, what did you do for Chicago? I voted in the worst mayor in Chicago history. What do you guys think about that? All right, Lunch, take it easy, bro. We appreciate you being here. What do you guys think? We contributed with our votes to $1 billion budget. We should start printing up plaques. You know what I'm saying?
That have caused even staunch Johnson supporters to question what's going on, Chris.
That's right, Joe and Erica. For all of those reasons you just clicked through, political analysts say Johnson is at a fork in the road 18 months into his term, a moment, they say, that requires a reset of how he governs and who he surrounds himself with.
This is an inflection.
And he's not doing that. I want to make sure that you guys understand. He's not doing that. Shout out to you. I'm not mad at it, bro. Say it loud and proud. Hey, it wasn't me. Facts. You know what I'm saying? It wasn't me. Shout out to Brooklyn Queen. Brooklyn Queen said worse than City Girl Tiff Tiff. I don't know. Maybe. But the interesting thing about City Girl Tiff Tiff that people don't talk about is that the people that she has the beef with in the city council, they all used to be cool with Tiff Tiff. You know what I'm saying? And they're the ones that helped her get into power. So, you know, that's, you know, Tiff be wilding. She do be wilding. But I don't know if her little city got $1 billion budget deficit. And I don't know if she did all that migrant stuff neither, though. You know what I'm saying? I don't know. Like, you know what I'm saying? She might kind of be out of pocket and she might kind of say some wild stuff and she might kind of, you know, do some, you know what I'm saying, Housewife of Atlanta-ish type stuff. But I don't know if she's spending $200 million on no migrant crisis, though. You know what I'm saying? I don't know if she's doing that. You know what I'm saying? I don't know. You know what I'm saying? I think Brandon Johnson got her beat. I think BJ, you know what I'm saying? I think BJ got her beat.
Reflection point. And it's a reflection point because he really needs to reflect on what he wants his legacy to be.
What grade would you give?
Probably give him a B minus.
That's Democratic political.
How is he gonna, if he's doing bad, how's he? So he's doing bad. He's the headline worst mayor in the, you know, United States. B minus? Do you guys see what the problem is? B minus, that's what you give him. If he's the worst grade isn't a B minus. The worst grade is an F. Depending on what type of family you grew up in, you can still get some money off your report card for a B minus. A B minus is a B minus is above average. C is average. He's doing bad, but he's a B minus. That's what I'm saying, man. This is what I'm saying.
What grade would you give?
Probably give him a B minus.
That's Democratic political strategist Delmarie Cobb.
The honeymoon is well over. There has to be some wins coming. If I have to give him a grade like a professor, I guess I'd be sitting at a C minus or a D at this point.
Yeah, more like a D. If you ask me, I'm giving him an F. He failed. He failed. You got an F, homeboy. You got to repeat the class. You're not competent. How do you show no competency and still get a passing grade?
That is political science professor Stephen Maynard Caliendo.
There is a trend that's happening here.
Different grades, similar observations, though, of what's gone wrong in the Johnson administration.
But what's really important, of course, is
the first thing that went wrong in the Johnson administration is that he got elected. That was the very first thing. That was the initial problem. That is the problem that set off this cascade of events. If you guys would agree, give me a thumbs up. If you guys would disagree, give me a thumbs down. For one, he should have never, ever won the election, ever. You know what I'm saying? So that was the start of it all. From there, the inexperience and the lack of being able to be accountable and to analyze information, read the room, and deal with situations in a common sense way, it all snowballed until where we are today. You know what I'm saying? It is all snowballed to where we are today. Shout out to everybody watching. I appreciate you guys. If you all haven't smashed the like button yet, please do me a favor. Take a moment, smash that like button. Also, if you guys haven't hit the bell, please take a moment, hit that bell. And also, please share the stream to your social media. Now, in addition to that, he has to deal with a complex problem like the migrant crisis, right? And when it comes to dealing with the complex problem like the migrant crisis, all Brandon Johnson did was, instead of doing his own critical analysis and critical thinking, all he did was just take the quote-unquote Democratic cues, the Democrat quote-unquote playbook, right, and do what every other Democrat did with the migrant crisis instead of doing his own critical thought and analysis, right? As a result of that, he utilized things that are not necessarily the best practices for where he's at and has caused his constituents and his city even more damage. You know what I'm saying?
To put the right people around you.
There are some rookie mistakes that I don't think he needed to make if he had had some seasoned people around him.
Cobb
taking all of the I want you. Oh, mama gonna take all the responsibility away from my baby. He was just around them thugs and them hoodlums, and if it wasn't for them thugs and them hoodlums, he wouldn't have carjacked that car and blew that little baby's brain out. Man, get the hell out of here with this bullshit. Brandon Johnson is a man. He's the mayor. It's not a team of mayors. And even if he doesn't have good people around him, it's his responsibility to pick good enough people. And it's his responsibility to be able to discern and get rid of those people and make the hard decisions on his own. This is not acceptable. This is not an acceptable way to counsel somebody who's screwed up royally. We're going to blame it on. Why not vote them people in then? Vote the people that he needs to be around in to be the mayor, since he's not capable of doing it. He's the mayor. He's the face. He's the one that all of the responsibility falls on. But when he fails, the responsibility is not on him. It's on these mystery people that he surrounded himself with. Nah. No. No. This right here, I know this is going to come out bad and it's going to sound misogynistic, but it is what it is. I'm speaking from my own personal life. This is why I'm very happy that I had a father who would bring me back into reality when my mother would do gaslighting like this, which is, I don't want to sound horrible and say that she's gaslighting, but women deal with problems different than men deal with them. It is your fault. It's your fault. You're responsible. Brandon Johnson is a failure. It's nobody's fault except for his. This is what you call booty patting. Let me pat the little baby diaper, you know what I'm saying, so you stop crying. No. This kind of stuff right here is the reason why so many soft dudes out there. This is one of the reasons why Brandon Johnson's so soft. Let me go cry on my mama's shoulder. I'm not trying to sound, you know what I'm saying, messed up or nothing like that. But this is one of the reasons why a lot of dudes go running. They go run into whatever woman they can go run into, either their girlfriend, their baby mom, their sister, their aunt, whatever woman they can go to, because there's a lot of women that are just come here. You know, let me, you know what I'm saying. You go ahead and dehydrate yourself by crying all your tears onto myself, man. No, sometimes you got to hit the floor. Sometimes you got to hit the floor and you got to hear that crack. And that'll be what resets you into getting yourself right back into where you need to be at. Not somebody sitting there gaslight, well, you know, if it wasn't for these people around you. So those people around you were enough to get you elected. But then all of a sudden they just start failing when you became the mayor. No. Let me ask you guys this question. Do you all agree with what this woman is saying? If you guys agree, give me a thumbs up. If y'all disagree, give me a thumbs down. It's not Brandon Johnson's fault. It's the people that surround him. You got to be minus. Come on. No, absolutely not.
What's really important, of course, is to put the right people around you.
There are some rookie mistakes that I don't think he needed to make if he had had some seasoned people around him.
Cobb points to the hasty replacement of school board members just days after mass resignations.
You don't fire the school board or they leave on Friday and then on Monday you're announcing their replacements, and do a good thorough job of vetting the people who you're going to have replace them.
As for the funeral of fallen CPD officer Enrique Martinez, attended by former Mayor Daley, political analysts wonder why Johnson initially refused the Martinez family request that he not attend.
Facts. Shout out to Black Free Thinker, bro. That's facts. Black Free Thinker said, remember, it was the Democrats who were messing with Mayor Eric Adams and have little to no good to say about him. But the same apparatus is apologizing for Johnson. Why Trump won? All I'm about to say is, who's holding the crowbar?
He's making a series of curious decisions that doesn't seem to acknowledge that he has some public opinion trouble.
As for the Wall Street Journal's weekend editorial, America's worst mayor keeps losing, Cobb asked this of some Johnson predecessors.
Did they say that when Rahm Emanuel was the mayor? Did they say that when Daley was the mayor?
Did they? And what does that have to do with Johnson's performance right now? I want you guys look at the legacy. Now look at the age, right? Look at the legacy deflection. We're talking about Brandon Johnson. We're talking about a $1 billion budget deficit going on right now as a result of his actions. None of those other people that you're mentioning. Well, nobody said nothing about them, so it don't matter. No, that's not how that works. And look, shout out to Yoshimori. So check this out. Shout out to Yoshimori. Yoshimori said Ron was bad, but not this damn bad. Bro, first and foremost, facts, right? Second of all, I want you guys to peep the tactic, peep the monolith play, peep the simp culture tactic, right? We're going to divert away from the discussion about Brandon Johnson to talk about somebody that hasn't been the mayor in at the very least 4 years. What does that have to do with the way what does that have to do with the way that Brandon Johnson handled the migrant crisis? No one's talking about him because he's not the mayor anymore. Shout out to James Sumler. People let these people get away with this nonsense. You will see people use these very same tactics, these similar tactics of this nonsense. And people need to not let people get away with this kind of stuff. I guarantee you we can find a bunch of articles that were written about Ron Manuel critiquing him. You just don't want your baby, Brandon Johnson, to be critiqued right now. And we don't care about your baby. Your baby is getting critiqued because your baby did wrong. And that's just how it is. This is that kind of stuff that people got to put us. If people are allowed to continue to gaslight, shut down conversations like this, use completely inside out and upside down logic to attempt to deflect when people have just completely dropped the ball, things will never ever change or improve or whatever it is that people want to occur with reality. Because at this point, I'm gonna be 100% honest, I don't know what people want with reality anymore. I know what I would like for reality, but I don't know what other people want for reality. I don't know. But for my goal of reality, shout out to Lehman Lucas, what's good with you, bro? For my goal of reality, this kind of stuff cannot persist. It cannot persist. And if it does persist, it's going to persist to a detriment. Look at how it persisted to getting Brandon Johnson in office. You know what I'm saying? People got to make choices.
Johnson predecessors.
Did they say that when Rahm Emanuel was the mayor? Did they say that when Daley was the mayor? No, they didn't say that. As long as you're doing harm to Black people, you're not the worst.
So now, so again, what is this? What is she talking about? I want you. Do y'all see what she just did right there? Brandon Johnson is doing harm to Black people. Hey. Hey. What y'all think about that? What y'all think about that? Do you see the tactic? shout out to Brooklyn Queen. Brooklyn Queen said, "Oh my God, take the mic and her keys too." Facts. Now here goes the thing, right? There's times and places for those type of discussions, absolutely, right? Let me ask you guys this question. When it comes to Brandon Johnson, of the amount of critiques that people have about Brandon Johnson, how much of the critique of Brandon Johnson is actually simply because he's Black? If you ask me, the people who critique Brandon Johnson as far as his performance as a quote-unquote Black person, it's more Black people who are calling Brandon Johnson out for his inappropriate behavior towards Black people. When it comes to the majority of everyone else, I don't know what they say at their kitchen table. I don't know if they're behind a lot of the accounts on Twitter, but I know most people that are not black, from what I've heard, they have issues with Brandon Johnson and the way that he's been dealing with Chicago as a whole. Black people, the same, but black people have separate critiques because of his disloyalty towards black people. This woman here just sat there and tried to make it like, oh, Polar Brandon just under attack. And the reason why he is under attack is because he done so much to help black people and all these other people did things to hurt black people. Listen, there's a whole business in the United States called hurt black people. The United States was built on hurt black people. And sadly, that business is one of the most DEI infiltrated, diversified businesses in the entire world. As a matter of fact, you can even be black and work for that business. It doesn't discriminate. It's a place where racism, quote unquote, in one definition of the word, truly doesn't exist. You can look right on YouTube and see it. So many opportunities for black people to make billions of dollars in anti-blackness. All over the place, on the left and on the right. Right? Her assessment of Brandon Johnson is fundamentally wrong, and this is a sacrilegious deflection. And unfortunately, because of the intellectual stonewalling that's been done and the echo chambers that have been created all throughout the United States and social media, you can't have a clean, coherent, concise conversation about this kind of stuff, because this kind of stuff needs to be allowed to exist in the shadows so that certain entities can bounce within and without of it and not hold themselves to any type of standard on either side. Now, I want to make sure that we're all on the same page here. Do you all agree with what that lady said? If you guys agree with what she said, give me a thumbs up. If you don't, then give me a thumbs down. And we're going to run it back because I want to make sure it is very clear. Because I'm trying to figure out how it pertains to the discussion here.
That doesn't seem to acknowledge that he has some public opinion trouble.
As for the Wall Street Journal's weekend editorial, America's worst mayor keeps losing, Cobb asked this of some Johnson predecessors.
Did they say that when Rahm Emanuel was the mayor? Did they say that when Daley was the mayor? No, they didn't say that. As long as you're doing harm to black people, you're not the worst.
What point or what critique did she substantiate or, debunk or anything with that statement? And again, I would go as far as to say Brandon Johnson is harming black people. So there's that. I'm not going to give Brandon Johnson any cover. You mean it like, yeah. You mean to tell me that Brandon Johnson, taking resources from the south side of Chicago and all those different places and just giving them to people who haven't paid taxes and taking away from after school programs and stuff like that from people that stay there, that's helping black people? Yeah, sorry, no. You know what I'm saying? No.
Because as long as white people have the comforts and amenities.
As long as white people have the comfort and amenities. What comfort and amenities are we talking about? What about immigrants having comforts and amenities? Because I know Brandon Johnson is responsible for a lot of that. Who's going to sit here and listen to this nonsense? Who's going to sit here and listen to this incoherent babble, this idiocy. But the problem is that she operates in an ecosystem where when you say something like that, it triggers a response in people to shift from what's actually being talked about to automatically just, yep, you right. Yep, you right. Yep, you right. Listen, if somebody asked me, yo, what you trying to eat for dinner? And I said 1 + 1 = 2, it doesn't matter that I said 1 + 1 = 2 and that's right. I didn't answer the question. I didn't answer the question. The question was, what do you want to eat for dinner? And I responded with a math problem. It doesn't matter that the math problem is factually correct. I didn't answer the question with the factually correct data. How do you feel about Brandon Johnson's performance? Red and blue are primary colors. Okay. Why don't people have any type of intolerance for this kind of nonsense? Now, again, people talk about the crowbarring, right? This is why I'm asking the question. Who got the crowbar right here? I don't think that Brandon Johnson is getting unfair scrutiny. There's plenty of other people who have gotten unfair scrutiny. Brandon Johnson, I don't think so. Another thing that's unfair is Brandon Johnson's scrutiny about how he's actually harmed black people and created issues for black people in Chicago. That hasn't been addressed in the name of, quote unquote, being on code. Because if we say something about the way that Brandon Johnson is a failure, you know what I'm saying? That's going to reflect bad on everybody. No, it's not really, but okay, sure. You know what I'm saying? Brandon Johnson has been a horrible mayor for Chicago. And again, he's not, he hasn't done all of the stuff that he's done as far as redirecting resources. Most of that stuff has been done in areas that are majority Black Americans. I think Brighton Park might have been one of the places that was a majority migrant place that was being affected negatively. But there's this ridiculous standard. Well, if you criticize him now, something must be wrong with you because in the face of everybody watching, you making him look bad. Like, nah, ain't nobody on that. Ain't nobody on that, man. Ain't nobody on that. And if people are on that, then stay on that. But I'm not on that. I'm not gonna not criticize Brandon Johnson. You know what I'm saying? Because people don't want to see Brandon Johnson criticized. Brandon Johnson is just as bad as anybody else. Yeah, facts. Shout out to Black Free Thinker. Black Free Thinker said Brandon Johnson is so bad that he's got Black Americans in the South Side and the West talking about flipping the Windy City red. Right. Right. But we just making this up, though. And according to her, because Brandon Johnson is Black, that's the only reason he's being critiqued. And he wouldn't be critiqued if he wasn't harming Black people, or he wouldn't be critiqued if he was harming Black people. He is harming Black people. Have you listened to the voters? Have you listened to the people in those areas? Anybody make any type of videos about this lady? Anybody say anything about this lady? Anybody, critique anything that she said? Of course not. Of course not. Of course not.
As long as you're doing harm to Black people, you're not the worst. Because as long as white people have the comforts and amenities, then you're wonderful.
In context of this particular situation here, I don't get it. That might be true. I'm talking about Elon Musk or something like that, right? We're talking about Brandon Johnson and his failures in Chicago. Now, again, using her own argument, Brandon Johnson is not getting amenities for Black people. He's getting amenities for migrants. Migrants who, when they come to the United States, will check a box that says white. Shout out to Win Loser Rug. Win Loser Rug said, people like her have cried wolf so much, now our actual gripes with race are being laughed out of the room. Boom. Boom. You know that Denzel Washington that Denzel Washington gif in Discord? Boom. And this is what I was talking about on BLR on BLR 1 and 2 when I was talking about this is the silent part that's not being said out loud about the new direction of the media and the era of invisibility that's coming. Shout out to my man Ricky Guillory. What's good with you, bro? Ricky Guillory said the word on the street is that Mr. Trump is going to go after naturalized citizens and look for discrepancies in their immigration paperwork, and they will be deported if they found they've lied. He might. He might. You know what I'm saying? Brooklyn Queen said, and she's a Democratic analyst. Tell her Kamami left the greens in the tub for her to wash, and she needs a head start on cooking this week. Psh, this is what I'm saying. This is what I'm saying. Now, here goes my question. We got all this kind of we talking about the crowbar, and you know what I'm saying? We talking about all this stuff. People really want to, quote unquote, allegedly, right? They want to allegedly deal with this stuff, right? Okay, well, if you actually really want to allegedly deal with this stuff, where is any of this stuff getting dealt with at? Like, I'm not trying, man, this old lady she needs to be gone in on. You know what I'm saying? Like, she needs to be gone in on. She shouldn't have that job anymore. There's nothing that I don't even know if she realizes this, but there's nothing that she said in that little segment. None of that even helped Brandon Johnson. If anything, that just make people not like Brandon Johnson even more. The paradigm has changed. The time for the outdated nonsense is over. It's done. The funeral home is clear. The funeral home is clearing out. You know what I'm saying? They putting dirt on the plot, and there's still people sitting around in the congregation. The funeral been over. It's over. You know what I'm saying? They lowering it into the ground and putting the dirt on it. You know what I'm saying? But people ain't they don't get it though. They're not letting it. They're not letting it go. You know what I'm saying? That's that. It's dead. It's done. It's dead. Shout out to Lewis Knowles. What's good with it? It's dead. It's over. But don't take my word for it, though. Shout out to Brooklyn Queen, man. And shout out to Win Loser Rug. Hey, Miss Niecy, what's good with Miss Niecy? Brooklyn Queen and Win Loser Rug. Brooklyn Queen and Win Loser Rug, they always watching the old content, right? Now, why am I bringing this up? I'm bringing this up because I'm trying to tell y'all, a lot of these things that I have said that are not very popular, I've said these things 3-4 years ago. Try to warn people about this stuff. Try to put people on the game. Time and 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 time again. And then we get right up to the moment. Then it's like, oh, it's happening. Yeah, shout out to Samaya Mental Health. Yeah, he got the Edgar suit on. Yeah, shout out to Yoshi. Yoshi been around too. Shout out to you, bro. Yeah, Yoshi been around forever too. He'll tell you. Shout out to AB. What's good with AB? I keep trying to tell y'all, man, go watch them old Just Talking videos when Just Talking used to be on me and TD, or when it just used to be on TD Media's channel. This is ridiculous, man. This is ridiculous.
Cobb says of Johnson, he has done no harm. And while some tell her that's a low bar from...
He's done no harm. Listen, look, we got to, man, we got to go through this again. This is insane. This is like I said, this is a sacrilegious level of gaslighting. A sacrilegious level of gaslighting.
Johnson predecessors.
Did they say that when Rahm Emanuel was the mayor? Did they say that when Daley was the mayor? No, they didn't say that. As long as you're doing harm to Black people, you're not the worst. Because as long as white people have the comforts and amenities, then you're wonderful.
Did y'all feel all of that like evil toxicity that I just exhaled out of my body? Like, it's just, shout out to Leonard DU. What's good with it, bro? Did y'all feel it? You could feel it. The room probably got a little bit colder. Like this. I got to get back to a regular. I got to get back to a regular human level because of all of the horrible, vile stuff that I just wanted to say that I didn't say. I didn't say any of it. You know what I'm saying? Because it's a struggle.
Cobb says of Johnson, he has done no harm. And while some tell her that's a low bar from which to judge, she counters with this. She says Rahm Emanuel closed 50 schools, half the city's mental health clinics, and tried to, in her words, cover up the murder of Laquan McDonald. Mayor Daley, who you saw in our piece, she says, disinvested in the Black community for 20 years, leading to the loss of 250,000 African Americans from the city since 2000. Johnson has self-inflicted wounds, she said, to be for sure, but she says that's part of the framework that he needs to be judged against. Joe and Erica, we reached out to the mayor's office today for comment on that Wall Street Journal editorial. They said they had no comment tonight.
Oh, some very interesting perspective there. Thank you.
That news lady, the black news lady said that's a very interesting perspective there. Now, oh man, oh, okay. Shout out to DJ Johnson. What's good with it? Now, we know about this. He got rejected 50-1, right? Got rejected 50-1 with this tax proposal. Nobody's going for all this tax, these property taxes, right?
The city of Chicago has until the end of the year to balance its budget. Otherwise, a city shutdown looms.
As the mayor and city council remain at odds over how to close a nearly $1 billion budget gap today, a new development. CBS News Chicago political reporter Chris Ty is here now with the interesting move made by 14 council members looking maybe for some answers from the public. Looking, not finding necessarily yet, but that's the key word. So they commissioned a poll, these 14 critics of the mayor's budget plan did. They paid for it from their political war chests. A company that polls for Democratic and progressive causes ran it. It shows voters want no part of a property tax, and alders who go along with one are likely to pay the political price for it.
Oh, you see that? So now with that, right? That's important because Brandon Johnson is trying to go forward with this taxes anyway. So how does that work? They've got all the proof saying, hey, nobody wants this. We've got all the proof saying that nobody wants this, We even got a poll. Do you guys remember what I keep saying? We got to get our own data. We got to get our own data. How many times have I heard people, have you guys heard me say, it's important. We can't just throw something out there if we don't have data. You see, they went and got their own data. You guys see that, right? They went and got their own data.
The city of Chicago has until the end of the year to balance its budget. Otherwise, a city shutdown looms.
As the mayor and city council remain at odds over how to close a nearly $1 billion budget gap today, a new development. CBS News Chicago political reporter Chris Ty is here now with the interesting move made by 14 council members looking maybe for some answers from the public. Looking, not finding necessarily yet, but that's the key word. So they commissioned a poll, these 14 critics for the mayor's budget plan did. They paid for it from their political war chests. A company that polls for Democratic and progressive causes ran it. It shows voters want no part of a property tax, and alders who go along with one are likely to pay the political price for it.
There's an absence of leadership from the fifth floor.
There goes your boy Ray Lopez. You know he's going to give it to you straight. Well, not really straight, but
When it comes to this budget, regardless of what the mayor says.
This matter has been voted down. All 50 members of city council shot down the mayor's $300 million property tax hike. Now,
there go my man Anthony Bill right there. All right. Now, you know, the Chicago alder people, they don't really agree all the time on everything. They all said nope to this. They all said no to this. They said nope. Brandon Johnson is trying to go forward with this anyway. Somebody make it make sense. And real quick, shout out to everybody watching. I appreciate you guys. If you all haven't smashed that like button yet, do me a favor, take a moment, smash that like button. Also, if you guys have not hit that bell, please take a moment, hit that bell, and also please share the stream to your social media. I definitely appreciate each and every one of you all who are here.
When it comes to this budget, regardless of what the mayor says.
This matter has been voted down. All 50 members of city council shot down the mayor's $300 million property tax hike. Now, these 14 members are sending a further signal to their colleagues on the council floor. Reject the mayor's revised $150 million plan too.
Voters have made it quite clear if aldermen vote for the $150 million.
Shout out to Miss Nisi. Make sure you guys show Miss Nisi some love. Throw some flames, some radiation emoji, some membership emoji, some ducks in the chat for Miss Nisi for funding the organization and growing the organization, standing on business for a month. Definitely appreciate it.
How do you think that we fund this organization, huh? We're not exactly the March of Dimes. I'm standing on business. I'm standing on business. I'm standing on business.
Definitely appreciate it. Uh-oh, it's breakfast time. It's 7 o'clock. It's time to eat. It's time to eat. What y'all think? Is it time to eat? Shout out to Miss Nisi for feeding the crowd. We've been here for a long time. I know everybody hungry. Get your forks, get your knives. Let's go.
In Springfield.
So don't push me. Ain't Donald Trump trying to grab him by the... Said it was some Haitians somewhere out in Springfield. Women doing cartwheels. Have you seen Garfield? Have you seen Snowball? This about to snowball. I'm about to go off. I can't let this go on. Miss me like an airball. Tell me when my cat is coughing up like a hairball. I gotta tell them if they even put the fingernail on Santa's lip, they'll help her to turn them to hamburger. Help her, somebody better help them, cause I'm going to jail for showing them fellas helter skelter. Usually I'm content, but if you touch my dog, then I'm turning into John Wick. I'm lit. Bird better drop it. If you touch my pet, then I'm pulling up like CrossFit. Gone overseas where they said Hello Kitty, but it ain't there, it's right here in your city. When I turn my back, now the cat goes missing and where my peoples is at. Does anybody know where he took with that? Cause I heard they putting claws on felines, I'm mad. And my cat disappeared just like Felix the cat. And got paid back. Thought she was a goner, but the cat came back. If you ain't a pussy cat, say drop that cat. Drop that cat. Drop that cat. Got paid back. Thought she was a goner, but the cat came back. If you ain't a pussy cat, say drop that cat. Drop that cat. Drop that cat.
They're eating the dogs. They're eating the cats. Eat cat.
Drop that cat.
Definitely appreciate you, Miss Nisi. Lewis, you said you had the Waffle House now. If you believe it or not, I never had the Waffle House. From the last time we had that conversation, I still haven't had any yet. Instead, I was gonna go to the Waffle House because it's right over by IHOP, but I went to IHOP instead. I ain't gonna lie, because I love IHOP pancakes. But I gotta try the Waffle House though. I ain't big on waffles all like that. I'm not big on waffles all like that. Shout out to Black Spider. What's good with you, Black Spider? But I gotta try them. But you know what? Sometimes waffles be real good, but for real, I don't understand. Listen, check this out, right? I just follow me here. I don't understand how chicken and waffles got popular. Not saying that it don't taste good or anything, right? But it just don't make sense to me. Like, to me, what would make sense is if like a French toast chicken sandwich got popular. Like, could you imagine that? Like French toast made with Texas toast with like a chicken sandwich. Like, that would taste ridiculously amazing. You know what I'm saying? Like, that would taste crazy good. But I don't even see how you can get like waffles and like I don't know. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to Miss Niecy. Miss Niecy said, I prefer a waffle over a pancake personally. I like waffles. I do. I like them. It depends on the situation. You're not gonna catch me turning down either one. You know what I'm saying? But if I got the opportunity to get some IHOP pancakes, though, I'm getting me some IHOP pancakes. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to AB. Make sure y'all show AB some love. Throw some flames, some radiation emojis, some ducks in the chat for AB for funding the organization.
How do you think that we fund this organization, huh? We're not exactly the March of Dimes.
AB said, real mean what you said in Discord. That is not my girl. Hey, you ain't got to lie, Craig. You ain't got to lie to kick it, Craig. It's all good. You know, I ain't about to hate on you, bro. You know what I'm saying? You know I ain't about to hate. Listen, hey, if you get knocked around in the head by something other than hands, you know what I'm saying? I'm not about to say nothing. I'm not about to say a damn thing. You do your thing, homeboy. You do your thing. Oh man, that's hilarious. You know what I'm saying? She got them speed bags. I ain't mad at it. Yeah, man, but like imagine that. Check this out though, man. Look at this. A chicken sandwich, right? Imagine this. A chicken sandwich with French toast, right? Syrup, butter, and then wrap it in a pancake and eat that bad boy like a burrito. What? And if you really want to get crazy and take a couple years off of your life, deep fry that bad boy and put some of that powdered sugar on there. Done. It's over with. Done.
$1 million property tax increase. 8 out of 10 voters are planning on picking a different alderman in 3 years.
That's according to a poll those elders commissioned, showing just 19% of voters approved the property tax hike approach, 81% preferring an 8 to 10% cut across all city departments to balance the budget.
Before we ask for $1 more, we have to know that we have squeezed this orange as much as we can.
We don't want to see any big cuts to the police department, obviously, but pretty much everything else is fair game.
The elders had pollsters ask about Mayor Johnson's claim of being a collaborator. Only 16% of the 800 polled view him that way.
I hope he takes these numbers to heart and understands that where people see him is not where he sees himself.
Proposed budget ideas are expected to be released by these members of council in coming days. The city has to have a balanced budget by the end of the year or face a city shutdown.
So now I got to ask y'all this, right? I got to ask y'all this question. How many people? And listen, shout out to everybody that's in here. If a mod could drop the link to Tales from the Cryptocurrency channel, I'm going to try to, within the next, I thought I was going to be able to do it today, but I'm probably not going to be able to. But in the next couple of days, we definitely doing a stream on Tales from the Cryptocurrency because there's a lot of crypto stuff going on that we got to talk about. That stream is probably going for real. It's going to be one of these long streams too, because I just haven't had a chance to do like the shorter streams or make no videos. You know what I'm saying? But it's a lot of stuff going on with the crypto that we're going to talk about. Now, and this is why I had asked that question earlier. How many people know what the degenerate plays are? If you guys know what the degen plays are, give me a thumbs up. If you guys don't, give me a thumbs down. Because that's 2025, we catching a degen play. How many people want to catch a degen play in 2025? If y'all want to catch a degen play in 2025, throw some flames in the chat.
Down January 1st, and ordinance time crunch Johnson critics call designed by the mayor.
The mayor has, created this artificial time crunch. He could have proposed this budget months ago and failed to. So he's shortened the clock for us, hoping that we'll pass a flawed budget to avoid the city being shut down at the end of the year.
So the exact details of what departments should see the deepest cuts are expected to be rolled out in coming days. Some of those 14 alders, known as the Group of 14, say this can't be a one-size-fits-all approach. Each department will have to give in different ways and in different sizes. We reached out to the mayor's office today for comment on this poll. Joe and Erica, we did not hear back, and this is by far not the end of the line here.
No. This is the sausage.
Yes, and we're seeing how it gets made.
It's a lot of money.
Yeah.
And so often, though, we hear about it on a national level. A shutdown is threatened every couple of years, but this is kind of unfamiliar territory.
Yeah, and both sides are dug in, so this is going to be a day-by-day, week-by-week thing.
Thanks, Chris.
You bet.
And trouble once again for Mayor Johnson. A group of aldermen warning the mayor about growing concerns among voters.
Man, it's just crazy. Like, it's just nonstop bad news about Brandon Johnson. But, you know what I'm saying? We don't need to look at that video. We got it. The reason why we got to set the stage for the fact that Brandon Johnson is delusional, right? Like, he's delusional. I'm not just making this up. These aren't just pointed statements. You know what I'm saying? Where, you know, I'm just irritated. I don't like Brandon Johnson, yada, yada, yada. I'm just saying this stuff and making this stuff up about him, right? No, he's actually delusional. And that's a problem. The reason why that is a problem is because if you are delusional, how do you properly address the needs of the people that you're responsible for if you're delusional? That's my question. Is it possible? Is that even possible to do? Can you be delusional and properly do your job? Let me know what you guys think.
President Duty Mayor Brandon Johnson making it clear today whether it's protecting undocumented families in Chicago or his budget priorities, he will not compromise on his values. But
did you hear that? Now, this is why this is important, because now we're leading into Brandon Johnson and how it relates to undocumented. Chicago mayor says he will support migrants even if it costs federal funds. Now, let me ask you guys this question. How many of the residents of Chicago do you think support that? Do you think that Brandon Johnson is going to get a lot of support for something like that? Why would you do it? How are those even your values? How is that your value? Does that make any sense? He's again, so what that lady, the lady from the last video, right? How she was saying, oh, well, you know, if you don't harm black people, yada, yada, right? That's what she was saying. Brandon Johnson has never shown any type of desire to prioritize black people for anything. But that woman is giving him that as a badge, as if that's something that he's done. And he hasn't. He's shown no desire or no capacity for doing that at all. So somebody make it make sense.
President Duty Mayor Brandon Johnson making it clear today whether it's protecting undocumented families in Chicago or his budget priorities, he will not compromise on his values. But on the budget, he seems willing to ease some of the pain on his proposed property tax hike. Mayor Brandon Johnson's proposed $300 million property tax hike has received significant criticism from alderpersons from the moment he introduced it right up until today, as public safety and other departments were getting their budget scrutinized.
What we know is this: we are working to ensure that we go line by line to squeeze this budget as much as we can before we ask for $1 more from taxpayers.
In light of all the pushback from the council, the mayor suggesting his tax hike plan may not have been as serious as originally thought.
Well, I don't necessarily consider it as pushback. I'll say it like this. So as a public school teacher, sometimes we do things to get people's attention. And so now that we have...
Okay, so whose attention was it that needed to be gotten? Because you're the one that spent all the money that created that budget issue. Are you just trying to get people's attention? Hey, we got to get this fixed, because maybe the people that didn't contribute to breaking it don't really care how it gets fixed.
The attention of everyone. I've said from the very beginning, this is a proposal. I'm a collaborative mayor.
But Mayor Johnson said layoffs and furloughs are still out of the question, and he won't defer making a supplemental pension payment this year. The mayor denied misreading the council when he announced the property tax hike.
My finance team continues to have robust conversations about other forms of revenue that they should consider.
Also today, with the potential loss of federal dollars for law enforcement if the city won't cooperate with the Trump administration's plans to deport undocumented immigrants, the mayor making it clear Chicago will not be bullied into helping ICE agents.
We're not going to.
Now, I want you guys, let me ask you guys this question. Have you ever seen there be more advocacy for any group of people the way that a lot of these Democrat politicians are advocating for migrants, as far as literally being willing to just go right up against head to head up against the Trump administration for these migrants? Have you ever seen anything like this? I've never seen anything like this. Like, this is truly bizarre to me. This is wild. Yeah. Samaya got me dying laughing. Ricky said Brandon Johnson disrespects Chicago residents. If you guys agree with Ricky, give me a thumbs up. If you guys disagree, give me a thumbs down. I would agree.
Bend or break or cower to someone's threat. We're going to stand up and unite around our shared values, and they have my assurance that I'm going to protect the families of this city.
Which families? Which families of this city is Brandon Johnson going to protect? Yeah. Oh yeah. You missed it, Torian. Shout out to you, bro. We talked about it earlier. Yeah, he's willing to go to jail for him. He's willing to go to jail for him. Michael Johnston, the clown. You know what I'm saying? And then, of course, Brandon Johnson got to follow through. Shout out to Brooklyn Queen. Yo, make sure y'all hit that link that Brooklyn Queen just put in the chat. Make sure y'all hit that link that Brooklyn Queen just put in the chat. Definitely appreciate you, Brooklyn Queen.
Between so-called sanctuary cities and the incoming Trump administration heating up right here in Chicago. Now, on the campaign trail, Donald Trump promised mass deportations of millions of undocumented migrants. He promised to close the southern border with Mexico and to end.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. Shout out to Torian. Torian said, low-key, the ones who want them gone want them here. They need the labor. Absolutely. Absolutely. One of them being the guy who's on the quote unquote DOJ Government Efficiency Office leadership board. You know what I'm saying?
Birthright citizenship. He's also threatened to withhold funding from sanctuary states. Now, Chicago's mayor vows the city will continue to shield all migrants in spite of Trump's threats.
The incoming administration.
I mean, this is crazy. He's not even, look, Brandon Johnson's not even doing any of this stuff for the people that voted him in office. None of the people that put him in office is Brandon Johnson jumping out the window for. He's literally jumping out the window for these people. It's crazy, man. That is, I'm telling you, I don't even know what to say as far as that goes. I've never seen such illogical insanity in my life.
Let's standoff between so-called sanctuary cities and the incoming Trump administration heating up right here in Chicago. Now, on the campaign trail, Donald Trump promised mass deportations of millions of undocumented migrants. He promised to close the southern border with Mexico and to end birthright citizenship. He's also threatened to withhold funding from sanctuary states. Now, Chicago's mayor vows the city will continue to shield all migrants in spite of Trump's threats.
The incoming administration is not just a threat to Chicago, but a threat to what is sensible about this country. And as mayor of the city of Chicago, we're not going to bend or break or cower to someone's threat. We're going to stand up and unite around our shared values, and they have my assurance that I'm going to protect the families of this city.
All right, so since late 2022, more than 51 million migrants have come into Chicago, and the city has spent more than $574 million to house, feed, and care for them.
Now, mind you, we just talked about this. They got a $1 billion budget. They got $1 billion budget deficit. All right. Look at that price right there. $574 million. That's a little bit more than half of that budget deficit. Brandon Johnson is directly responsible with his compliance with that nonsense, contributing to that budget deficit. If you guys would agree, give me a thumbs up. If y'all would disagree, give me a thumbs down. He's absolutely compliant with that. Somebody make this make sense.
So joining me now is Chicago journalist and host of the Chicago Files, William J. Kelly. William, thank you so much for your time on this. So we heard from Mayor Brandon Johnson there. How much power does Chicago's mayor really have if it does come down to a local versus federal standoff?
Chicago's a sanctuary city, but that doesn't mean that the federal government cannot send in ICE agents to remove illegal aliens, especially if they've committed crimes. They just won't have the assistance of Chicago police officers. The people of Chicago that I'm talking to, including Black and Brown people, communities, say that they feel that we've been generous enough with illegal aliens, that they feel that they've suffered as a result. And they're hoping that Donald Trump will, in fact, reverse Chicago's sanctuary city status.
Now, what do you guys think about this? Again, this is here it is. We're at a crossroads here. You know what I'm saying? And you guys are gonna see these crossroads. They're gonna keep happening. They're gonna keep happening. Now, again, this is what we've got to keep asking the question, right? We've got to keep asking the question. How did Brandon Johnson get elected? How did Brandon Johnson get elected? Shout out to the specialist. What's good with it, bro? How did Brandon Johnson get elected? This was a detrimental mistake. Hey, he's so tone deaf. He don't care about anything. He doesn't care about anything about his constituents. If you guys would agree, give me a thumbs up. If you guys would disagree, give me a thumbs down. He doesn't care about his constituents at all. Shout out to hit the button. Shout out to Carlton. The monolith. The lith. Shout out to Win, Lose, or Rug. Hashtag the lith.
And that Chicago's days as a sanctuary city are coming to an end.
Yeah, and William, as you pointed out there, I mean, being here in the city, there really are so many opinions on this topic. Now, we know that Trump's pick for border czar, Tom Homan, has said that he would recommend that federal funds be stripped from cities that don't assist with those federal immigration agents. If that happens, William, what could it mean for a sanctuary city like Chicago?
Now, I'm going to tell you guys what it means for a sanctuary city like Chicago. The border czar, Trump's border czar, said that there could be a situation where if the sanctuary cities don't cooperate, federal funds will be stripped from them, right? This is going to hurt sanctuary cities because sanctuary cities technically have already gotten they've already gotten funds, quote unquote, stripped from them in the sense that the cities have diverted their tax dollars away from their own things that they need and have invested them into migrants, creating a $1 billion budget deficit. If you guys would agree, give me a thumbs up. If you guys would disagree, give me a thumbs down. So what's going to end up happening is that this is going to double impact these sanctuary cities, because the sanctuary cities have already been suffering under the funds getting diverted by their liberal politicians. And then when the liberal politicians are not cooperating with the Trump administration, they're going to get hit on the federal side. And the only people that are going to be suffering is not going to be the migrants. It's going to be the people in those cities. You know what I'm saying? It's going to be the people in them cities. They got hit twice. You know what I'm saying?
Well, as you probably know, Chicago's already a billion or more in debt. Mayor Johnson is getting pushed back at a special city council meeting today on his proposed $300 million property tax increase, which is...
Why would it... Listen, let me ask you guys this. Why would anybody support that $300 million property tax hike? Why would anybody support that? To go towards a budget deficit where literally none of the money went towards the people of the city. Why would anybody support that? Seriously, think about it. Why would anybody in their right mind support that? It doesn't make any sense.
I called it out essentially as a migrant tax because that's about the exact number to the penny that he's paid out to just one of the migrant vendors, at the inner Chicago and some of the other, not to mention all the other migrant vendors. So this is if Mayor Johnson thinks that he's going to push back on Donald Trump's historic mandate to close the border and secure cities like Chicago, I think he's going to find out that that's not going to work out and very well for him.
And William, there's still so many questions over, how this mass deportation would work, what it would cost. But even if Donald Trump does fail to fully enforce some of his campaign promises, what could the threat of it happening mean for the immigrant population, both legal and illegal?
Well, I think that we are living in some kind of an historic time. If you study history, you will see that there have been mass deportations at other times in history, including the United States history. Eisenhower had, I think, the most, at least up until now, the greatest mass deportation in American history. So, this is definitely something that's doable if you have a federal government, a president, and the ICE agents that are eager and willing to do it, which it appears as though that is exactly what we have in Washington now.
Thanks for watching. Go to joinnn.com to find News Nation on your.
So that's, again, it just keeps getting more and more interesting. And what's even more interesting about this, right, is that if you ask me what people really need to pay very close attention to, is people need to pay attention to why is it that a lot of these quote unquote Democrat politicians are, they're really willing to just jump out the window, right? They're willing to jump out the window for these quote unquote illegal immigrants, right? But they're not doing it for the people who voted for them. So that right there, that is where I have the issue that I feel people need to discuss. Right? I think that's because that right there, that shows a huge inconsistency. Right? It shows a huge inconsistency. What we about to do now is we about to take a look at what's going on in Tennessee. Right? Because what's going on in Tennessee is, as you guys know, that quote unquote mis and disinformation that's called Tren de Aragua. You know what I'm saying? That mis and disinformation called Tren de Aragua. So let's take a look at it.
Now, Senator Marsha Blackburn, Republican from the great state of Tennessee, joins me now. Madam Senator, what do you know about Tren de Aragua operating in your state? What exactly are they up to?
What we know is this is a really bad gang. They have come out of the prisons in Venezuela, just as the reporter was saying. And we know that they are teaming up. They're participating in human trafficking in Tennessee. We know the TBI has already arrested 2 members of this gang, and they are beginning to provide information to all the local law enforcement. So they are ready to move forward. Director Roush at the TBI is on this. He is working with federal authorities. They're seeking more information. And Stuart, this is one of the reasons we need to pass the Clear Act, my legislation that allows local law enforcement, when they apprehend someone who is in the country illegally, they can detain them, and then ICE has to deport them and get them out of the country, out of our communities, and stop this violent crimes that are taking place. We've got 55,000 known criminal illegal aliens the Biden administration has let in the country, and 2,200 gang members. And as we know, they don't stay on the border. They're now all across the country. And as you said, 16 states now have this violent gang that is active in their states.
Yep. You and your Democrat colleagues, you're working on legislation to ban migrants with ties to Hamas, ban them from entering the United States. How do you prove they're tied to Hamas?
One of the ways you do it is on social media. Interestingly enough, some of these UNRWA employees that are tied to Hamas, they actually have been on social media. So proper vetting and looking at what these individuals have had to say, that is the way that you prohibit them from coming into the United States.
Okay. Another one for you, Madam Senator. The FEMA employee who ordered workers to deny relief to residents with Trump signs.
Now, we're back at the FEMA thing, right? We're back at the FEMA thing. We're back at the FEMA thing, ladies and gentlemen. Shout out to Torian. Torian said, Rob, don't you just love politics? Yeah, I actually do. You know what I'm saying? I love it. I love pointing out contradictions. And that's one of the greatest environments to be able to do it in. You know what I'm saying? It creates a great opportunity, you know what I'm saying, for me to be able to do that. You know what I'm saying? But this is interesting, right? We're back at the FEMA stuff with the quote unquote not helping the Trump supporters, right? Now, here goes my question again. These are all stories that were skipped over by the mainstream media. And as we can see, people ain't feeling the mainstream media too much anymore. People are saying goodbye to the mainstream media. Why do you all think that is? Let me know what you guys think. Seriously, why do you all think that is? And shout out to everybody watching. I really appreciate everybody being here. If y'all haven't hit that bell yet, please do me a favor, take a moment, hit that bell. Also, if you guys haven't shared the stream, please take a moment, share the stream to your social media. Make sure you also join the Discord. Make sure you follow me on Twitch. Make sure you follow me on Rumble, yada, yada, yada. Y'all know what to do. Let me ask you guys a question. I'm going to ask you guys all these couple issues, right? The first issue, immigration. How do you all feel that the mainstream media did with covering immigration? You guys think that they did a good job or no? Crypto. How do you guys think that the mainstream media did as far as covering crypto? Have they done a good job doing it? Are they doing a good job doing it? Bitcoin crossed $100,000 a couple times over the last week or two, and not very much on the mainstream media about it. The media, in most capacities, is a failure. It's failed. It doesn't do its job. The media's job, you know, it might have evolved into being a gaslighting apparatus, right? But that wasn't the original purpose of it, I would say. But we got to call it what it is now. The media is a disinformation echo chamber. If you guys would agree, give me a thumbs up. If you guys would disagree, give me a thumbs down. It's a disinformation echo chamber. As a result, the media is not accurate anymore. Now, if you ask me, right, based on the 2024 election, if we look at the messaging that the media sent all the way through the election, and then we look at the final results of the election, the mainstream media should never, ever, 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 ever be allowed to call out anyone else as quote unquote mis or disinformation ever again. If you guys would agree, give me a thumbs up. If you guys disagree, give me a thumbs down. How can you be that inaccurate with calling an obvious election and then have the nerve to turn around and then call other people misinformation who have less resources than you and called the data points 99% more accurately than you did. How can you possibly do that, in all honesty? Think about it. Think about it. Make it make sense.
You prohibit them from coming into the United States.
Okay. Another one for you, Madam Senator. The FEMA employee who ordered workers to deny relief to residents with Trump signs, you said this confirms your worst fears about government. What do you mean by that?
Yes, what we have heard from so many people that have been adversely impacted by the storm in Tennessee. FEMA was slow to come to the state. Once they are on the ground, they are doing a much better job. But what we know is that these are instructions that came from FEMA headquarters to people that were working on the teams and crews in North Carolina, Tennessee, Georgia, Florida. It is inappropriate. This is another example of the federal government having two tiers of treatment, two tiers of justice, two tiers of access, and they want to ban or cancel or disregard.
A too-tired government. Shout out to swagger jacking. Shout out to the cultural swagger jackers doing it again shamelessly. The too tired government. You know what I'm saying? I'm too tired of being swagger jacked. You know what I'm saying? Dang, good Lord. You know what I'm saying? Come up with your own shit. Come up with your own shit. Damn.
One of Tennessee's top law enforcement officials is warning of an infamous Venezuelan gang operating within the state's major cities. But how true is that? And is this gang actually operating in Memphis?
Well, tonight, local law enforcement agencies are now weighing in. Fox 13's Jack Bilyeu joins us live at 201 Poplar. Jack, the director of the Tennessee Bureau of Investigation, says that the gang was last seen here 2 years ago, but it is now coming back.
How come we didn't hear about it when the gang was seen there 2 years ago? How many people knew that Trende Aragua was operating in Memphis, or should I say Tennessee? In Tennessee 2 years ago. If you guys knew about that, give me a thumbs up. If you guys did not know about that, give me a thumbs down. Now, I'm going to be 100% honest. If things were going on with Trende Aragua in Tennessee 2 years ago, that must have fallen off of my radar. I'm pretty sure I don't think I did any videos or any content about that. I didn't know that Trende Aragua had infiltrated Tennessee, right? But apparently they did. Apparently it's happened. Apparently it's going down. Apparently now it's safe to talk about. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, Darcy, that Venezuelan gang is called Tren de Aguara, or TDA for short. The TBI's director said
he said Tren de Aguara. Now I want you guys to pay very close attention, right? And I want you guys to pay attention to the double standards. Now, had that been me who had said Tren de Aguara, right? Oh my God, he's so ignorant. Oh my God, you know what I'm saying? It's Ebonics. They're just messing up everything. The culture war. Right? But you know, he can't say the name. It's clearly because it's not the English language. You know what I'm saying? The Spanish, you know, whatever, right? I just want you to pay attention to the two-tiered standard system. You know what I'm saying? Two-tiered standard system. Bringing it back to where it's supposed to be at.
Coming back.
Yeah, Darcy, that Venezuelan gang is called Tren de Aguara, or TDA for short. The TBI's director says it was run out of the state of Tennessee back in 2022, but now he's warning local law enforcement agencies to be on the lookout for members. So tonight we wanted to find out, does this gang have a presence here in Memphis?
And now what we are seeing is they are back. They're back in all of our major cities.
David Roush, director of the Tennessee Bureau of Investigations, warned Governor Bill Lee of the gang in a budget meeting last week and since published a video going more in depth. He claims TDA is involved in human trafficking in Tennessee, and based on its operation in other states, it'll soon expand into retail theft rings and the drug trade. He says the gang poses a violent threat to competing drug organizations and local police.
Hey, shout out to Carlton. Carlton, you still in here? Hey, Carlton, I appreciate this. The Tren de Aragua, they sounded like the 3-6 Mafia first record. Drug game, my game, dope game. It's a shame how the gangster boo about to click up on you bitches, man. Y'all don't know about that. You know what I'm saying? Y'all don't know about that, but Carlton know about that. My game, dope game, my game. It's a shame how the gangster boo about to click up on you bitches, man.
But we had now, talking with our peers throughout the country, have learned that they have a pathway to more violence.
TBI reports one recent case involving the TDA in Middle Tennessee. In March, a confirmed member of the gang was arrested after an investigation into a human trafficking ring. But how widespread is this issue? A spokesperson for the Shelby County Sheriff's Office told Fox 13 the agency has not had any encounters with TDA. A spokesperson for the Metropolitan Nashville Police Department told Fox 13 the agency was not inundated with calls about the gang, but that it was aware of the gang and had their gang unit looking into it. The Knoxville and Chattanooga Police Departments both said in statements the TDA did not have any activity in their jurisdictions.
Shout out to Alonzo. What's good with it, bro? And yeah, shout out to Ricky Guillory and shout out to Black Spider. Yeah, that's facts. Ricky Guillory said Hurricane Katrina, FEMA had contract for buses to move people out of the Superdome. They waited 3 days to activate it. They've been incompetent. Yeah, I would agree. Facts. If you guys agree that FEMA has been completely incompetent, give me a thumbs up. If you guys would disagree, give me a thumbs down. They absolutely have been.
And many of those law enforcement officials, those policing officials, they haven't seen what we know is there, and that is because of the complexity of intelligence gathering.
Those Venezuelan gang concerns may sound familiar because the TDA made national headlines during the presidential race due to its operations in Colorado. President-elect Donald Trump claimed the gang took over apartment complexes in Aurora, Colorado, a suburb of Denver. The city of Aurora says that's not true.
Now, we've talked about that, right? We talked about what went on with those apartment complexes right here on this channel. Right? We talked about what went on with those apartment complexes in Denver, Colorado, right here on this channel. Now, I'm going to ask you guys this question. What went on with those apartment complexes? Let me know.
Though it confirmed the gang has a presence there and that its members are the subject of a series of lengthy investigations into threats, assaults, and more.
What we don't want to happen is to see them move into those next phases. We want to stop them where they are right now.
I reached out to the Memphis Police Department to see if that agency had had any run-ins with this gang. I did not get a response. Now, the TBI's director says the key thing here is for the public to be able to know the warning signs of human trafficking. I'm putting together more on that for tonight at 10.
That is Fox 13's Jack Billiard reporting live tonight. Thank you so much, Jack.
All right, so there's that. All right. Now, again, it's a lot going on with this. Right? There is a lot going on with this. So now, if you guys recall from that particular video, they were saying that there was no evidence. Right? They were saying that there was no evidence of any Tren de Aragua gang activity in Tennessee. Right? Now what we're going to look at is we're going to start looking at what might be considered as some quote unquote evidence. All right. So let's check this out real quick.
Tennessee's top law enforcement officials is warning of an infamous Venezuelan gang operating within the state's major cities. But how true is that? And is this gang actually operating in Memphis?
Shout out to Black Free Thinker. That's a fact. We got to ask that question. Black Free Thinker said, how come that didn't move the Yanks like the false allegations of Haitians eating cats and dogs did? Do you notice how when we ask that question, it just don't get answered? I've been at, facts. I would like to know. Right? But, you know.
Well, tonight, local law enforcement agencies are now weighing in. Fox 13's Jack Billiard joins us live at 201 Poplar. Jack, the director of the Tennessee Bureau of Investigation, says that the gang was last seen here 2 years ago, but it is now coming back.
You know what? They fooled me. Hold on. This is the wrong doggone video. Hold on. Okay, here we are. And real quick, shout out to everybody watching again. I appreciate you guys. I'm trying to catch the like button hitting on the peaks. So if y'all haven't hit that like button yet, take a moment, hit that like button. Also, if you guys haven't shared the stream to your social media, take a moment, share the stream to your social media. And if you're not subscribed to my other channels, make sure you take a moment and do that too. Let's go.
These people are cold, they're calculated, and they're about the money.
In Operation Crime and Justice, a member of the violent Venezuelan gang, TDA, now operating in Tennessee, charged in connection with a human trafficking operation in Chattanooga.
Fox 17 News' Kylie Walker joining us live from the state capitol with.
So now we got evidence. Now we have actual law enforcement encounters with Trende Aragua in Tennessee. Okay.
More on Trende Agua and the governor's reaction to this arrest. Kylie.
Earlier this month, the TBI warned of the growing TDA gang in major Tennessee cities. So after this arrest, I wanted to dig more into the potential impacts this could have on Nashville. The man arrested in Chattanooga is Adelvis Rodriguez Carmona. He's a known member of Trende Aragua with a history of violent crimes in Chicago and New York City.
TBI has determined and discovered and has enough intelligence to know where these folks are operating and are beginning to make arrests. We hope that they can finish that job.
Governor Lee believes there will be more positive changes with a new administration next year. In the meantime, the TBI has asked for more money to tackle these issues in 2025. Any update on the budget request?
We'll be processing budget requests really over the next 6 weeks before the budget is due, but we'll look hard at TBI's requests.
On November 15th, the TBI told Fox News that TDA was operating in Knoxville, Memphis, Chattanooga, and Nashville, but provided little detail. Since then, I've contacted the TBI multiple times requesting more information on arrests and specifics on where this gang is operating, but they have not answered these questions.
Now, let me ask, you already know. We got to ask, why are they not answering these questions? Why are they not answering these questions? Now, you got to ask yourself about, situations like this, right? They're looking for all this information about all of these, the history of a lot of this migrant crime and stuff like that. They never check out YouTube channels, like Undocumented. You know what I'm saying? They never check out YouTube channels like Undocumented. You know what I'm saying? They never check out, anybody that really catalogs or categorizes any of this type of stuff. They're not really looking for the information like they claim that they are.
Yes, the public does need to know details.
Matthew Murphy, who lives in Middle Tennessee, founded Operation Lightshine in 2020 to combat child exploitation and trafficking after his sister was abducted in Memphis and later killed.
The cartel is more sophisticated than our own government.
He now works with governors and law enforcement nationwide through Sentinel Foundation to target traffickers. Have you heard anything about TD?
Now, here's my question. How do you you're a person on the street, and then you just decide to say, I'm about to start going after illegal migrants. And then boom, magically you can get in touch with governors and stuff like that. How does that work exactly? How does that happen? I'm just about to become a hero today. And then boom, you got the governor on speed dial. How does that work? I think I'm finna change my life today and I'm gonna become a hero today. Boom, all of a sudden you got the whole government black book and you can just talk to anybody and everybody. How does that work? How does that happen? Did they do some type of download? How does that work exactly? And what I think is interesting about that is that in many cases, not a lot of people question stuff like that. And I think that people should question stuff like that because it doesn't make any sense.
TDA Trende Aragua.
I have. They're a pretty nasty group, and they're tied into cartels, of course, and they're violent. They're evil.
We will have more of a lengthy interview with Murphy and everything that he's done over the years to combat human trafficking on our YouTube page, Fox Nashville. For now, reporting near the Capitol, Kylie Walker, Fox 17 News, your Code Red station.
So I think that's interesting. A lot A lot of interesting stuff there. A lot of interesting stuff there. I want to know how people just get these automatic connections. Is what I'm curious about. Because I think that I should have automatic connections. If everybody else can get them.
Is warning Tennesseans of a violent Venezuelan gang they say has made its way to our area for a second time.
Investigators say the gang focuses on sex trafficking, resale theft, and drugs. Xavier Harris has been looking into the story. Xavier, what have you learned?
Hey, David, Cindy. Well, this is a group you want to stay far away from. Now, back in July, the Biden administration sanctioned the gang, comparing it to the MS-13 gang from El Salvador. But here's something a bit more alarming. According to the TBI director, the gang came to Tennessee 2 years ago. They left, and now they're back.
They do not hesitate to attack these their opponents in public in broad daylight.
Tennessee Bureau of Investigation Director David Rausch says the gang Tren de Aragua, or TDA for short, originated in a Venezuelan prison and has slowly made its way to the U.S., engaging in operations like sex trafficking, theft, and drugs.
Those operations are happening in each of our large cities in Tennessee.
Rausch says the gang is no stranger to the Tennessee area because they were here 2 years ago.
So we did our operation. We were able to capture a number of them, but many of them fled.
Rausch says by investigating the gang's patterns, they are in the early stage of expanding because they start with human trafficking.
Second part is they will get engaged in organized retail theft. That becomes their next phase.
He adds their next step is the drug business, where he says they compete with the cartel.
They shot an individual, a cartel member, 31 times, broad daylight, on video, and posted it to social media.
Both the Chattanooga Police Department and Hamilton County Sheriff's Office released statements saying they have seen no signs of TDA gang activity in our area. However, Rausch gave some context behind their warning.
These are things that our local agencies may not get engaged in. They may not have an understanding of as much as we do because of our operations. We at the TBI are the lead agency on human trafficking in the state of Tennessee.
The TBI says some members can be identified by tattoos that look like 5-point crowns, 5-pointed stars, and teardrops. But they say in recent years, intelligence suggests the gang may be less reliant on tattoos, so identifying those affiliated with the gang may be difficult.
The alarm has been sounded.
You're sitting in here complaining right now. And you were paid. And what Native American tribe has the last name of Spain? Here's the deal. Not only did you lose everything, you gave everything up. Your people and your culture was crushed. In an attempt to try to improve and seek position, you then tried to help collaborate with those who easily crushed your culture to try to crush another culture. And after natural resource buybacks, after being distributed rivers, tribal lands, casinos all throughout the Northwest, you still fail not only to stay sober, but to adequately reproduce to be a meaningful human group here in the United States. And then you come in here and just say a bunch of nonsense. Let me ask you this question. Outside of the United States, where can you go where you can look anybody in the eyes who's just like you that can relate to you? There's nowhere on the planet for you. So, if you want to celebrate uniqueness, I mean, congratulations for being a unique form of loser. A unique form of loser. Here's a better question. Or here's a word of advice. Stop opening up liquor stores. Might help a little bit.
It only to raise awareness and understanding that they are here.
That alarm, many Chattanoogans are listening to.
It definitely makes me kind of make sure that I'm thinking about where I'm going to be and who I'm going to be with.
Listen, no one cares about your tribe. No one cares about your country. No one cares about your husband. No one cares about any of that stuff. You care about what's going on in here. We didn't seek you out. You sought us out. You are such a coward that you're sitting there voting for the people that, let's talk about all the ways that they decimated you. I've heard of, like, you know, a breath of hot air, but you people so weak that your immune systems couldn't even take their breath. Yeah, you actually did. You actually did invite us because you decided to take the knee. You decided to take the knee and you allowed them to rest their nuts on your head. And while you had the nuts rested on your head, they told you, enforce our slave rules. And you said, sure, because you guys like the salt. So that's what you did. So you did invite us. You invited us to the plantations. You know what I'm saying? You're just pathetic. You are pathetic. And your immune system doesn't even support you to be able to take somebody breathing on you. You need to understand that about yourself. And you need to stay off that alcohol. You know what I'm saying? Use the alcohol on your hands to wipe them and stay clean, but stop ingesting it. It's not helping with that immune system. I'm sorry, man. Listen, man. I'm sorry, man. But can't nobody with built-in human immune disease, you know what I'm saying, deficiency, tell me anything about strength or weakness. I'm sorry. You can't do it. You can't do it. You know what I'm saying? If you're one of the people that faints off of bad breath and it decimates your entire population, you can't talk to me. You can't talk to me, man. You know what I'm saying? You can't talk to me. Go get on some antivirals and come back. You know what I'm saying?
You know, to the drug epidemic and trafficking. And those
hey, Pam, put on your N95 real quick. Put on your N95 real quick. You know what I'm saying? One of those, ooh, poison breath, white man, poison breath, white man. You know what I'm saying? Do the little dance and light a fire. You know what I'm saying? So maybe when them bald eagles can come down and protect you from biological warfare.
She was missing for 2 months, and then her body was found in a river in Mississippi. You know, she was taken from Memphis. So that was tough on me. You know, I was a former Green Beret, CIA guy. So I have a background in, you know, manhunting, counterterrorism, you know, and basically intelligence work. So I decided to do something about it.
It looks like you're not living at all. It looks like you're not living at all. It looks like you're not living at all. As a matter of fact, do you know that I still call my favorite baseball team the Cleveland Indians? But the difference between them and people like you is that they win sometimes. You know what I'm saying? The difference between the sports team and them is that they win sometimes. But I don't know. You know what I'm saying? Like maybe the winning part is offensive, and that's why a lot of you all wanted to make it where those teams got their names erased. Kind of hit a nerve, maybe. Kind of hit a nerve. Did it hit a nerve? Did it hit a nerve? Why did you people want the names of all those sports teams changed? Talking about living in the past. Let me ask you this question. What's the last name of a sports team that we asked to get the name changed of? Pam, can I tell you something about your husband? He doesn't love you. You know what I'm saying? He's got some woman somewhere that's got a nice body. It's got a soothing voice and takes really good care of herself and fucks him like a porn star. You know what I'm saying? And that's probably what's happening right now. Which I guess is okay, but because you're in here getting fucked like a porn star. So, you know what I'm saying? I guess a little bit of reciprocity here or there, right? That's what you're supposed to have. Right? But I just think that you should know that.
About it. And I started Operation Light Shine to answer a big problem we have in the United States is that there's no task forces or coordination to work human trafficking. And the human trafficking crosses, oceans, it crosses borders from state to state to state. And the way our law enforcement is set up, it's really not geared to fight that and to adequately investigate it. So I started Operation Light Shine to start to fix that. Create a task force concept, federal, state, and local agents all working together to say people are being trafficked. Light Shine grew quick. It's in multiple states around the country and still growing fast. I resigned as the CEO of Light Shine in summer of 2023 because I wanted to get back to the more strategic and, I guess, focused fight on this, because Operation Light Shine became, fighting it regionally with law enforcement. But, I want to be on the more strategic level going against this because right now human trafficking is the second largest crime in the world. It just recently surpassed.
Shout out to Pam. Pam says, look up the Lorry Gang. Yeah, here's what we'll do. We'll look up the Lorry Gang, and then we'll turn all the information in to law enforcement, including all of the ties that you said that they have to you and your family. You want us to do anything else? you want us to do anything else? Now, what's interesting about it is that you come in here, you're talking all this gang shit. Look up these gangs and this, that, and other. I thought you weren't a degenerate. I thought that was us that was degenerates. I don't know if you're aware of this or not, but nobody's intimidated of gang simps or criminal simps. Or gang members or criminals for that matter anyway. Nobody cares. I don't know if you're aware, but this is 2024. And you just as likely to get taken out by somebody that you might look at the wrong way than somebody that's got a history of being a criminal. You could definitely tell you're up there in age. You got varicose veins? How many varicose veins you got on your legs?
Weapons for money. And, of course, it's number 2 behind drugs. So Sentinel fights human trafficking globally. We have an amazing team of Delta Force operators, special forces guys, former federal agents who work by, with, and through law enforcement around the world to save children specifically. We mainly focus.
So again, what I'm trying to figure out is how does this individual right here, how does this guy just magically get access to all of these government resources? Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I'll be trying to tell y'all, man. Like I'm so nice. I'm so nice to y'all, man. But like when it comes down to like, somebody coming in like, tripping or something like that, I immediately like, man, I don't play nice. I'm not playing with you. That's how I am in real life. I'm the exact same way. I'm like the nicest person that you'll ever meet in the world until you cross me. And then like, I'm just immediately like, damn, what just happened? You gotta be, people don't understand any other type of language. They don't understand any type of language. People only understand hardball. You know what I'm saying?
Focus on children, because children you can rehabilitate. Adults, it's a lot more difficult and a lot more costly. Other organizations, we do that. We will do it, but we focus on saving kids. And child trafficking is just absolutely out of control. There's just not enough money or enough people to stop that as it is. Now we're working on getting task forces here in the United States, but at a state level, and not working with the federal government, but not partnering with the federal government. Because I'm sure, as we've seen, and this kind of goes into what we've talked about, there's politics affect what's quote unquote right, or what you're allowed to do too much. So we figured at the state level we could have more of an impact. So Governor DeSantis and State Attorney Bain have asked me to build a task force for the state of Florida. We're working on that. Budget's in the Speaker of the House's desk right now. I've been working with a bunch of the former lieutenant governor and a bunch of people in North Carolina to get a task force there. Unfortunately, we don't have a task force in the works for Tennessee.
Now, I want you guys to pay very close attention. Pamela says, quote unquote, scared to look it up. First of all, we don't care, right? We don't care. We weren't talking about your family. You wanted to start talking about your family, so we started talking about your family with you. Aside from that, we don't care. Something else that you're familiar with. We're done with you. You know, like how when your husband is tired of dealing with you, he's like, Pam, I'm done with you. Pam, we're done with you. We had our entertainment. We had our fun. Now we're going to go back to what we're doing. And you're going to sit there like a good little Pam. You're going to sit there like a good little Pam, and you're going to enjoy the rest of this live stream is what you're going to do. Not only are you going to sit there like a good little Pam and enjoy this live stream, you're going to like it. You're going to have yourself a great time.
But we do assist law enforcement with investigations, and a lot of the officers know what numbers to call, when they need some help with things. Officially in Tennessee has been very difficult because of TBI. I don't want to throw anyone under the bus, but they don't play well with others, and they have not wanted our help. Whereas many governors around the country are calling me asking for help. TBI won't even let me help them. It's been a mess. I hope that changes. I'm not trying to throw anyone under the bus, but we've all got to work together to fix this. But yeah, and I also am the chief development officer and owner of a company called True North. We do strategic intelligence manhunting.
How do you do? This is what I'm saying. Do you guys see the type of company that this dude is? I just happen to own this company. I just started this company. I just made this company. How does this happen? How do you do this? Shout out to Brooklyn Queen. Brooklyn Queen said, you always want to be in the spotlight, the center of attention. Shout out to INL and Pete Rock. Yeah, she's the center of attention in the middle of nowhere.
And financial tracking globally. We have contracts all over Africa, all over the Middle East. And we're partnered with, multiple governments. And we basically are just trying to fight crime, drugs, illegal illicit arm trade, and fight terrorism around the world.
Talk about the dangers of gangs specifically related to human trafficking.
Right. Now look at this. Check this out. Right. This is what I'm talking about. Now, I want you guys to pay very close attention. Right. And since Pamela brought this up, we'll just talk about this. Now, I find it interesting that people like this always survive in horror movies. Watch this.
And fight terrorism around the world.
Talk about the dangers of.
You see that? You see the trunk pop? It doesn't even matter. She doesn't care. She's not even paying attention to it. The trunk just popped open. Anybody could just walk in, you know what I'm saying, rough her up a little bit and walk, go away. She didn't pay. It's not even fazed by it. Look at it. Look.
And fight terrorism around the world.
Talk about the dangers of gangs specifically.
Yes.
Who opened up the trunk? Like, she's not there in a news vehicle. You know what I'm saying? She's there. Like, that's her personal car. And the trunk just popped open. Who popped the trunk? You know what I'm saying? Well, we don't care,
To human trafficking.
Right. Well, so, gangs are not what people think that they used to be anymore. It's not just this local neighborhood group of guys, the bad boys, if you will, that, just do drugs and harass people and commit crimes. These gangs are very organized because of technology, specifically, the internet and how easily we can communicate and how we can hide communications. Most of these gangs are, international networks now, and they have logistical systems that will make FedEx jealous, when it comes to moving guns, when it comes to moving people, drugs, money, and all those kinds of things. And there's no such thing really anymore as a small town gang. Most of these gangs get recruited into national and international organizations, and then are aligned or have some type of allegiance to multiple cartels. So you're not just dealing with your local neighborhood gangbanger anymore, and you're not just dealing with, capability and quite honestly, the fear that they can instill and what they can do. For instance, human trafficking. Everybody thinks it's this big. Well, not everyone. A lot of people think it's this big conspiracy. This boogeyman's going to come by in a white van and snatch your child off the streets. That's just not the truth.
Now, shout out to Black Free Thinker, right? Because the United States was born off of human trafficking. That's what got old Pam. That's what got old Pam. That's what got a little Pamela into her feelings. You know what I'm saying? That's what got Pam. You know what I'm saying? All hurting the poom.
See, that is the rare exception, not the norm. What's happening is they're bringing people from all over the world into the U.S., trafficking these children in silence. No one knows they're missing. No one knows they're gone. And quite frankly, no one cares because by the time they get into the U.S., if they had parents, nobody even knows where they are anymore, right? They just assume they're dead. And these kids get sent all over the country through these gangs. And then the gangs are what you call the end user a lot of times for the children and the drugs, because they're the last hands in the criminal organizations that the child or the people or the drugs touch, and then they start to sell that and move those things throughout the community. So that's why it's something that people never see. And we try to tell people this all the time, but numbers just don't seem real anymore, because it just was made public. We've lost over 400,000 children here in the U.S. Lost. Like, they're gone. And the gangs have a lot to do with that.
Have you heard anything about TDA, Tren de Aragua?
I have. They're a pretty nasty group. And, they're tied into cartels, of course, and they're violent. They're evil. And there's a lot of gangs here. So the problem is...
Now, notice she asked, had you heard anything about Tren de Aragua? He didn't answer any of the questions. He didn't answer any of the questions. And they're nasty, they're bad, they're evil. Okay. Now, we've been talking about Tren de Aragua for a minute. Now. And it wasn't really a priority. It wasn't really important. Nobody really cared. You know what I'm saying? It would get blown off as mis and disinformation. Now, what you can see is Tren de Aragua being discussed all over the place. They are being discussed all over the place. And the reason why is because there is a national invasion of Tren de Aragua. They are set up in 16 states. And the past administration kind of just sat there and watched this happen. And they had the mainstream media help them to gaslight and try to convince people that there's actually nothing going on, when we know that that's not true. All right. And real quick, shout out to everybody watching. I appreciate you guys. If you all haven't smashed that like button yet, please do me a favor, take a moment, smash that like button. Also, if you guys haven't hit the bell, please take a moment, hit that bell, and also please share the stream to your social media. We got 37 people watching and we got 50 likes. Let's try to get the likes to 87.
Growing fears and warnings at the southern border. Officials say members of the Venezuelan Tren de Aragua gang are able to enter the U.S. largely because the government cannot track criminal records in Venezuela, making it easier for them to blend in with other migrants who are crossing. But
see, and again, this is what we've been talking about forever, especially on this channel, particularly, quote unquote, the issue of being undocumented. The undocumented issue is huge. That is a huge problem. And the reason why it's a huge problem is because for the most part, it makes these people invisible. It makes them invisible. You know what I'm saying? I'm dead, man. Why you do lefties losing it like that? You know I mess with lefties losing it. AB Promotion says, side note, I reported. Oh man, that's hilarious. AB said, side note, I reported lefties losing it for hate speech. I'm for tit for tat. Bro, I'm dead. That is hilarious. She gonna be mad. She gonna be mad at you, bro. She finna do a video, lefties losing at a crazy YouTuber. AB Promotions reported the channel for hate speech. You know what I'm saying? That she gonna have this little part in there. I'm dead. That's hilarious.
The gang's presence has been felt far beyond the state of Texas, with ties to violent crimes like murder and drug and human trafficking nationwide. So let's bring in NewsNation border correspondent Allie Bradley, who is live in Del Rio, Texas. And Allie, members of this gang have been confirmed in many other areas of the country.
Yeah, Nicole, it's actually the fastest growing transnational criminal organization, and it's gaining a foothold here in the United States to the tune of more than 32% of their presence is already being felt there in the U.S. So let's show you this map. This is the breakdown of where we know that this Venezuelan gang, Tren de Aragua, is present. According to arrest reports, crimes from robbery to murder have been committed.
Now look at this. I want y'all to look at this. Look at this Tren de Aragua coverage map. Look at this national Tren de Aragua coverage map. What do you guys notice about the night and weekends plan with Tren de Aragua? Doesn't it seem like it's available for the most part in quote unquote blue states at a discount? If you guys notice that, give me a thumbs up. If you guys don't notice that, well, take a look again and see if you notice it the second time.
By these gang members in at least 15 states and Washington, D.C. So the Border Patrol Union, though, says it's even more. They're saying they're present in nearly half of the nation, and says, unfortunately...
Hold on real quick. Hold on. We just have to pause with this woman, I think, on the screen here. Just have to do that. Whose gate did she go through at the southern border? Who let her through? That's what I want to know. Who let her through? Lewis said that's a dude. I don't know, man. I don't know. I don't know if that's a dude. I don't know if that's a woman. I don't know. Whatever it is criminal. You know what I'm saying? She looked like she could take she looked like she could go hand in hand with a xenomorph. You know what I'm saying? Camera said she looked like that optical illusion picture that where it's busted, an old lady, but you flip it and it's a princess. That's hilarious. She looked like she could be one of Ridley Scott predecessors, or you know what I'm saying, one of them Sarah Connor type. one of them Sarah Connor types. You know what I'm saying? Like she looked like she took out a Terminator or a xenomorph in her. She looks like she took out a xenomorph or a Terminator in her day, don't she? She said, I ain't think about no wall at the southern border. I'm not scared of Trump. Listen, I've taken out zombies. I've taken out an agent. I've taken out a xenomorph. I broke a predator's arm. You know what I'm saying? And I personally escaped Caesar from Planet of the Apes. I ain't worried about no border wall. Ain't no border wall about to stop me. And I outran a T-1000. You know what I'm saying?
Are present in nearly half of the nation, and says, unfortunately, they're finding out that the gang status is present after these individuals commit crimes because they come in without criminal history in the United States, and countries like Venezuela don't give us access to those criminal databases. Take a listen to what Paul Perez had to say.
Well over 1 million Venezuelans have been released into this country on parole or for NTAs. They are not going to show up for their
look. Hey,
the ones that we've apprehended.
Look, shout out to AV. AV said that's a woman. Listen, bro. Here's the only options. It's either a woman, or the other option is, how is that a man? Right? Like, and then aside from that, it's not really like it's just kind of gray area. You know what I'm saying? Because now you just miscellaneous. You know what I'm saying? You just miscellaneous.
The ones that we've actually tied to TDA are the ones that have been apprehended for committing crimes. So there are many more out there. They're operating in almost half of the United States that we know of right now. Wherever there's going to be Venezuelans, we're going to find TDA members because they're hiding. And we have no way of vetting them because Venezuela doesn't cooperate in that way.
You know, it's scary here too, Nicole, because Paul and other agents I talked to say that these Venezuelan gang members are actually coming in with these big groups, these family groups, kind of using them as a Trojan horse.
Didn't I tell you that they was doing this? Let me, for real. Didn't I tell y'all that they was doing this? Shout out to AB. AB said she looked like she carried a blade in her mouth. Bro, she looked like one of them type of people that got, like, she just spit out the razor blade out of her mouth. It's just in her cheek back there. Or one of them people that be tongue juggling. You ever seen them people that be tongue juggling the razor blades? Like they just got a razor blade in their mouth going back and forth. She looked like one of them. I agree 100%. Shout out to Win Loser Rug. Win Loser Rug said the fact that we are taking immigrants from countries we don't have a working relationship with should be alarming. Yeah. That's a huge red flag. You know what I'm saying? If you guys would agree with Win Loser Rug, give me a thumbs up. If y'all disagree, give me a thumbs down. I agree, bro. Huge red flag.
You know, it's scary here too, Nicole, because Paul and other agents I talked to say that these Venezuelan gang members are actually coming in with these big groups, these family groups, kind of using them as a Trojan horse in order to get into the United States. So for some perspective on just who these guys are, Representative Tony Gonzalez, who represents much of Texas's southern border, says that this gang, Tren de Aragua, makes MS-13 look like babies. Tren de Aragua is a prison gang that started back in 2014 in Venezuela. Nicole.
So, Ali, how are border communities preparing or responding to all of this?
Yeah, it's prepared for just about anything, right? Texas, when it comes to what the Lone Star State is doing, Governor Greg Abbott has already designated Tren de Aragua as a terrorist organization and has actually demanded that Vice President Kamala Harris do the same, designate them as a terrorist group. So when it comes to those preparations that they're making here in the state of Texas, despite the efforts under Governor Abbott's Operation Lone Star, people are still coming in. So looking at your screen right now, that is very recent video out of Eagle Pass, just outside of Shelby Park, where a group of nearly 200 had crossed into the United States illegally. So what they're dealing with right now is Texas military has actually been using pepper balls to work and deter these large groups at the river's edge. Despite the traffic, though, Texas says it is remaining at the ready for anything. Take a listen.
It's a success, and we're, our troopers are ready, our soldiers are ready. We have been in a proactive, phase. Even when crossings were down in this area, over 87%, we're still in a proactive phase, meaning that we're not going to stop what we're doing. We're not going to stop, reinforcing areas that we see that are vulnerable to potential illegal crossings, and we're going to continue that moving forward.
And it's that proactive stance that Texas has maintained, because we were actually there when the governor was making their forward operating base that's going to hold up to 2,300 soldiers. That opened to about 300 soldiers back in May. We were there for that construction of that base. Now, when it comes to what Governor Abbott is doing here, Nicole, really interesting, because he just reissued a disaster proclamation when it comes to the southern border on Friday. He added some additional counties there, but just really doubling down that the crisis is still happening at the southern border, and Texas is still at the front lines of that fight. Nicole.
All right, Ali Bradley, live for us there in Del Rio. Thank you. Thanks for watching. Go to.
And again, I think it's interesting, right? When it comes to this, talking about these Venezuelan prison gangs, Tren de Aragua, and just the migrant crisis in general. You'd think that after the election, everything just stopped, right? Because who's still talking about any of this stuff? No one's really talking about it. But yet, what's interesting about it is that it's getting worse. It's getting worse.
A breaking news alert this Sunday morning as it relates to Venezuelan gangs. It's probably not the first time you've heard about the concern as it relates to Venezuelan gangs and, of course, border security. We've heard about this as it relates to states like New York, also Texas, but we're finally hearing about it in the Sunshine State. Take a look at your screen. This coming in on X with Florida Republican Representative Bernie Jacques. He put out, "Today I sent a letter to our Florida Department of Law Enforcement Commissioner to ask about the steps Florida is taking to protect us from the violent Venezuelan gang." He goes on to say these thugs are allowed to enter our country by the Biden-Harris regime. Joining us live this morning to further discuss is none other than Florida Republican Representative Bernie Jacques. Bernie, good morning. A pleasure to have you join us on the show.
Good morning, Janae. Thanks for having me.
So I know when you put this out on X, for many people, it was alarming because they're saying, okay, we've heard about this in Texas. We've heard about this in the Big Apple of New York City. We never thought we would hear about this in the Sunshine State of Florida. Let's go back in time. What brings us to this point? And of course, this concern that you have.
Well, what brings us to this point, going back since 2021, when the Biden-Harris regime took over the White House, they've let the open borders become a thing. Not only the open borders, but government-sponsored flights into the interior of our country. And with those invasion-type policies, a lot of unsavory individuals were also let in, including violent thugs, gang members, particularly from this gang called Tren de Aragua, TDA for short. And so what spurred my action to send this letter to our great Commissioner of Florida Department of Law Enforcement is the memo, the internal memo from the Department of Homeland Security that is now public, saying that this gang has a foothold in 16 states across our nation. And so I make sure to reach out to see what Florida is doing to make sure that we are being proactive.
So let's ask this question, right? Let's ask this question. How is it that Tren de Aragua got a foothold in 16 states? How did that happen? We've been talking about this forever, right? If you guys would agree, we've been talking about this forever. So being that we've been talking about this forever, how is it that this situation has gotten this bad this quick? Were people just not paying attention, or what was actually going on? What happened? What occurred? Somebody make it make sense.
Active to continue to secure our state as we've done for many years now.
Absolutely. And when people think about why this is so important, they might think to recent court cases where you have illegal immigrants who are accused of raping women in broad daylight in parks. You think of drug smuggling, all of these different things. And from what you're saying, you're trying to keep that from happening here in Florida.
Absolutely. Florida has led the nation when it comes to cracking down on illegal immigration. We've led the nation and making sure that folks know we are a law and order state. And that's something we're going to continue to do. But we cannot rest on our laurels. We must always be proactive and to look at every potential.
Yeah, I got to agree. I got to agree. I agree 100%. Ronnie says cognitive dissonance is how it happened. Yeah. Cognitive, if you ask me, not only cognitive dissonance and quote unquote intellectual neglect. If you guys agree with Ronnie, give me a thumbs up. If y'all disagree, give me a thumbs down.
Gap that may exist in order to continue to keep our state safe.
Speaking of law and order, Bernie, this is going to take a community effort. I know you always share, if you see something, say something. Is there an anonymous way that community members can do so? Because as you can imagine, this is very concerning. And for some people, this is a scary time, and they want to be able to report something they see in an anonymous way so that retaliation doesn't potentially happen.
Great question. In Florida, we do have Crime Stoppers where folks can call in on an anonymous basis and provide information that will lead to the arrest of criminal actors. And what I'll also say is that in Florida, we are blessed to have zero sanctuary cities because years ago, under the leadership of Governor DeSantis, we cracked down and banned all sanctuary cities. And so Floridians can have the confidence of going to their law enforcement agencies, knowing that they will pursue these criminal actors and keep them safe. And the other thing I'll say is that there are tools in the toolkit. Just earlier this year, you talk about being proactive. Earlier this year, during the legislative session, I, along with my colleague, Representative Michael, we passed a bill through the House of Representatives that is now law that tackles transnational crime organizations. Now, I'll admit, when I was running this bill, we had the Mexican cartels in mind. This TDA gang out of Venezuela was not as big of a thing yet, but now we have the tools to take them on. And here's what that bill does, which is now law. It reclassifies crimes that are being committed by members of transnational crime organizations and doing it to further the interests of that transnational crime organization. So here's what that looks like. If they commit a first-degree misdemeanor, it will get upgraded to a third-degree felony. If they commit a third-degree felony, it gets upgraded to a second-degree felony. If they commit a second-degree felony, it gets upgraded to a first-degree felony. And last but not least, if they commit a first-degree felony, it gets upgraded to a life felony, meaning they'll do the rest of their lives day by day in a Florida state prison behind bars.
Bernie, thank you so much for that detailed breakdown. Getting to the crux of this issue, I know you mentioned that this issue is happening under the Biden-Harris regime. You said it started under their regime. What are lawmakers like yourself hoping transitions and happens under the Trump regime? Because I know he's already working closely with international conflicts and border security in real time, and he hasn't even had his inauguration yet.
Absolutely. And let's not forget, under the 4 years of Donald Trump, we had secure borders. It's night and day compared to now under this current administration in Washington. And so we've already been seeing a tone shift. We've already been seeing folks being encouraged by what is to come because we know of the proven record that the Trump administration has. And listen, we now have, as far as the states, we now have a willing and competent partner to help us secure our borders. A lot of these bills that I've been involved in since I came into the legislature in 2022, I've worked on every major immigration crackdown bill that is now law. The reason why we're reacting to the open borders, we're reacting to the lack of a willing and competent partner in Washington. And now we're going to have one in this new Trump administration. We're looking forward to secure borders. We're looking forward to safety. We're looking forward to the end of the madness that has been the invasion facilitated by this current Biden-Harris regime.
Bernie, it's always a pleasure to have these candid conversations with you. As you were mentioning those harsh penalties that could be posed if someone is found guilty of these crimes, I want to ask you, for those viewers who feel like there should be harsher penalties, they might say, okay, well, people who are participating in this gang violence and all the other and negative entities that come along with it, maybe they want to spend the rest of their days in jail in America. It's free meals, it's free room and board. What if they want different penalties? Is that a possibility?
Well, we'll always look at the possibilities. Look, we are a very law and order state here in Florida. I've sponsored legislation that has strengthened our death penalty statutes, and so that's never off the table for these violent thugs. But people can rest assured, I can't speak for the other states, but here in the state of Florida, if you're a criminal actor, you will be dealt with in a very harsh way. It's not going to be easy living in our Florida state prisons. And we're not just going to release you in an area where you can come right back across or commit more crimes. We're going to deal with you in a very severe way here in the law and order state of Florida.
Florida Republican Representative Bernie Jacques, always a pleasure. Thank you so much for joining us bright and early this Sunday morning to discuss this breaking news alert. I hope you enjoy the rest of your day, Bernie.
All right, so there's that. All right, so that's pretty interesting, right? Florida is not playing around, right? They're not playing around with a lot of this stuff. So we're about to take a look at this situation that went on in Charlotte County. Now, let me ask you guys this question. How many people have heard of Charlotte County or know where it is? If you guys have heard of Charlotte County or you know where it is, let me know in the chat. There's a situation that went down with, take a wild guess. Shout out to John. What's good with it, bro? Take a wild guess. In Charlotte County. And shout out to John. Make sure y'all show John some love. Throw some flames, some radiation emoji, and some ducks in the chat for John for standing on business for a month. Definitely appreciate you, bro.
I'm standing on business. I'm standing on business. I'm standing on business.
Definitely appreciate it.
Who all lived in one house without permission. That wasn't even the deputies' mission when they swarmed a home on Little Falls Avenue, just northeast of US 41 in Port Charlotte. They were looking for just one man, Jorge Panetta, after getting a tip from Border Patrol. Tonight Beats Maddie Heron joins us now live.
Maddie, why was Panetta on Border Patrol's radar?
According to the Charlotte County Sheriff's Office, Panetta had a warrant for his arrest in regards to previously violently resisting a Border Patrol agent. Now, officials came to this.
Shout out to my man, John Guillory. Make sure y'all show John some love. Throw some flames, some radiation emoji, and some ducks in the chat for John Guillory. John Guillory said, marathon stream replay gang. Yeah, y'all gonna have plenty. Y'all gonna have plenty of replay on this. Make sure y'all show John some love. Throw some flames, some radiation emoji, some ducks in the chat for John for funding the organization.
How do you think that we fund this organization, huh? We're not exactly the March of Dimes.
Definitely appreciate it, bro. Definitely appreciate it. Yeah, and we're gonna have to change things up a little bit because of the situations that we got going on. So it's all good. Just make sure that y'all are subscribed to the backup channels. Make sure that y'all are part of the Discord, and make sure that y'all are subscribed to Rumble, and y'all will be good.
House for their search for him. Once they entered the house on Wednesday, chaos erupted, landing 8 illegal immigrants in jail. The search for one illegal immigrant quickly turned into an arrest of 8 inside this home off Little Falls Avenue in Port Charlotte.
And that's what happened that day. Like, immigration just came in the house. They all panicked. They're like, what? Immigration's in the house?
The Charlotte County Sheriff's Office said they entered the home with a warrant for Jorge Molina Pineda for violently resisting a Border Patrol agent. Officials quickly arrested 8 people in the home for trespassing after the homeowner said none of them were supposed to be in there.
Some started running. Some started trying to climb the trees. Some started trying to get out the window, but I feel like it was all misunderstanding.
Emilce Rodriguez tells me she is related to 5 of the 8 people arrested.
I didn't even get a chance to go there. Then they beat me to the punch. But y'all see that, right? That's what shout out to Deformed Pretty Boy. That's what Deformed Pretty Boy was talking about earlier. That's that stuff that Deformed Pretty Boy was talking about earlier.
Violently resisting a Border Patrol agent. Officials quickly arrested 8 people in the home for trespassing after the homeowner said none of them were supposed to be in there.
Some started running. Some started trying to climb the trees. Some started trying to get out the window, but I feel like it was all misunderstanding.
Emilce Rodriguez tells me she is related to 5 of the 8 people arrested. She and her family drove 18 hours from Texas to fix up Florida houses damaged in recent hurricanes.
They ended up taking like half of my family that actually had only came out here to work.
Rodriguez said they thought they had permission from their employer to stay in the home.
I have kids younger than me asking for their parents, and I don't know what to tell them. Like, I'm stressed to the point where I don't know whether to be like, your parents are arrested. I don't know if they're gonna make it back or not. It's hurtful to say that. Very hurtful to say that to kids that don't know anything.
Teary-eyed, the 18-year-old told me those family members are in custody with ICE, scattered across the state. Rodriguez's only chance to talk to those family members are through brief jail calls that she's had to do virtually. She tells me those conversations are filled with fear that her loved ones will face deportation back to their home country of Honduras. She said whether the family members that she knows and loves and have worked here for over a decade can actually stay in this country, that's going to be all up to a judge. On the Night Beat, Maddie Herron, Wink News.
Now, what do y'all think about that? What do y'all think about that? I think that things probably should have been done a little bit different. You know what I'm saying? To make sure that if it was really that big of a concern, that nobody was at risk for anything like that to happen to. But that didn't take place. And because that didn't take place, now we're here.
Mira, mira.
Now, I don't know. Does anybody know who this is? This is a Venezuelan migrant in New York City who robbed a New York City prosecutor. This individual allegedly has ties to Trinde Aragua. How many people heard about this? If you guys heard about this story, give me a thumbs up. If you guys did not, give me a thumbs down. They about to put him back. They about to put him back there where Diddy at. You see that? They about to put him back there where Diddy is at. Did y'all see that? That's the Diddy part of the prison right there. Oh man, they about to put him in the bad boy cell block. That's crazy. You know what I'm saying? That's all they got to do to stop all that migrant stuff. They put Diddy down there and be like, I'm going to put Diddy down there at the southern border and have him standing there with 2 of them bottles of Johnson & Johnson baby oil and tell them people, I'm about to tear your ass up worse than that fence will. Shit, I bet you they all turn right around with no problems. They won't have to deploy no military Taxpayer dollars get saved and everything. We ain't got nothing to worry about. Surplus, crypto. Let's go.
The NYPD says a Venezuelan gang is trying to recruit children living in the city's migrant shelters. The Tren de Aragua gang has recruited an unknown number of young people who were in New York as they wait for a ruling on whether they can seek asylum in the United States. Police say they've accounted for more than 800 incidents this year of low-level crime by young undocumented immigrants. Those incidents include store robberies and snatching of items like jewelry and cell phones. The Tren de Aragua gang now has a presence in 16 states, according to a Department of Homeland Security memo obtained by the New York Post. They add that the group is participating in what the memo describes as lower-level fraud and theft schemes. Straight Arrow News has not independently confirmed the New York Post reporting. Tren de Aragua has drawn a lot of attention in recent months from top Republican leaders and right-leaning media outlets. President-elect Donald Trump campaigned in Aurora, Colorado, after calling it a war zone, after reports of the gang being active in the city. He's also embraced the name Operation Aurora for parts of his plan to deport undocumented immigrants. Aurora Mayor Mike Kaufman responded to the criticism, saying in an October Facebook post that the incidents were limited to several apartment complexes in this city of more than 400,000 residents. Police in New York said that despite the efforts to recruit at shelters, only a small portion of people who have recently migrated to the United States are committing them.
Now, I want to ask you guys this question. How long have we been talking about Tren de Aragua? Why am I asking this? I'm asking this because if this was such a minor problem, if this isn't a big deal, if this is just stuff that people are just making up and tripping on, and you know what I'm saying, it's not really that big of an issue, why is it still happening then? Why hasn't this problem been eradicated? Why is this still going on? Remember, this isn't a big deal, right? Well, if it's not a big deal, if it's not that important, why is this still a thing? Every single video on this channel is 110% about the migrant crisis. This channel is a 100% migrant crisis news channel. If you guys would agree, give me a thumbs up. If you guys would disagree, give me a thumbs down. And I've been in this channel, we've been making content over here for a long time. Why are we talking about the same thing every video if this stuff is being dealt with or if this stuff isn't an issue? Why is it that Tren de Aragua started out in one place and now we got multiple videos, you know what I'm saying, multiple states, multiple locations where this organization is just, you know, spreading and terrorizing people and creating political turmoil? Why is none of this stuff being addressed at all? If you ask me, that's a huge part of the problem.
Majority of the crimes that the police hope to stop. For Straight Arrow News, I'm Lauren Taylor. For more on this.
All right, so there's that, right? So now, again, we're moving into New York City now, right? We're moving into New York City, where in New York City, right, the sediment of what's going on with Tren de Aragua has changed. Okay? The sediment of what's going on with Tren de Aragua has changed. New York City is not feeling it anymore. You know what I'm saying? They're not feeling it anymore.
New tonight, there is growing concern among the NYPD over Venezuelan gang activity across the city. Police believe some gang members are recruiting children living in migrant shelters. As Jennifer Bisram reports, the gang has blended in with asylum seekers who began arriving here in 2022.
Once they commit their crimes, they go back to the migrant community where they assimilate themselves with people that are actually here obeying the laws.
The NYPD.
Now, again, right, this is the get down. This is how they do. This is what Tren de Aragua does to grow its numbers and to spread its influence, right? We've been talking about this for how long now? We've been talking about this forever. We've been talking about this forever. They haven't done anything to stop it. They haven't done anything to address it. All they've done is just said that it's fake, it's not true, it's false, exaggeration, mis and disinformation. But again, here we are. Local news affiliates are still talking about it, while the national affiliate of the local news affiliate says that the stuff's not true. Somebody make it make sense. Somebody make it make sense, y'all.
Is cracking down on Tren de Aragua, the Venezuelan gang they say is living in the shelter system and recruiting children.
We have 39 members of TDA that have been identified, and we have an additional 4 members that have been identified of a subgroup called the Little Devils of 42nd Street. And those are much younger kids.
And those are just the members police have been able to identify.
We have no fingerprints on file for them. We have no photographs on file for them. We have no prior criminal history on them. They swap out their ID.
Undocumented. Now, do you guys, this is what he just said, what he just summed up. This is the issue with undocumented. If you guys would agree, give me a thumbs up. If you guys would disagree, give me a thumbs down. Undocumented. So essentially what we have here is a situation of, because there's virtually no information available, there's virtually no information on these people, and they set it up like that on purpose. For the most part, these people are invisible. They're invisible. They can move in and out of environments. They can move in and out of reality. They can move in and out all over the place, and no one can track them. They don't have a quote-unquote information leash tying them to anything. You know what I'm saying? And this is how the problem spreads and gets out of hand. You know what I'm saying?
9 members of TDA that have been identified, and we have an additional 4 members that have been identified of a subgroup called the Little Devils of 42nd Street. And those are much younger kids.
And those are just the members police have been able to identify.
We have no fingerprints on file for them. We have no photographs on file for them. We have no prior criminal history on them. They swap out their IDs. We have no way of tracking or knowing who they are when they enter the country.
The NYPD's chief of detectives says undocumented criminals as young as 11 years old are carrying out retail robberies and committing crimes on scooters, snatching people's jewelry, watches, and cell phones at gunpoint and knife point.
They still, look at this, they still talking about the migrant mobiles. How many of y'all remember the migrant mobiles? You know what I'm saying? Right, and shout out to Shatera. If I got to be on paper, everybody else do. Facts. If y'all agree with Shatera, give me a thumbs up. If y'all disagree, give me a thumbs down. We still having the migrant mobile situation. You know what I'm saying? We still having the migrant mobile situation. Look at this. Driving around on the moped, terrorizing everything. Uber Eats attacks.
Years old are carrying out retail robberies and committing crimes on scooters, snatching people's jewelry, watches, and cell phones at gunpoint and knife point. Over 300 incidents last year, more than 800 so far this year. They brazenly shot at police officers too.
When we do make arrests and we're able to charge them on 4, 5, 6 incidents, when they go before a judge in New York City and their arrest record is run, they show no prior criminal history. They're released on their own recognizance.
So do you see the cycle that takes place? This is what we were talking about way at the beginning of the video. Shout out to the replay gang. This is what we were talking about way at the beginning of the video, where they manufacture these people's records in a way so that as many times as they show up in court, the charges get dropped. No record ever sticks. So every time they get there, they're getting off a lot of times on their own personal recognizance. So before, any of the cashless bail or anything, takes place, there's also the information manipulation that allows a lot of these people to get out of jail with the get out of jail free card too. You know what I'm saying? If you guys would agree, give me a thumbs up. If y'all disagree, give me a thumbs down. And shout out to everybody watching, man. I appreciate you guys. If you all haven't smashed the like button yet, please do me a favor. Take a moment, smash that like button. Also, if you guys haven't hit the bell, please take a moment, hit that bell. And also, please share the stream to your social media.
300 incidents last year, more than 800 so far this year. They brazenly shot at police officers too.
When we do make arrests and we're able to charge them on 4, 5, 6 incidents, when they go before a judge in New York City and their arrest record is run, they show no prior criminal history. They're released on their own recognizance. They're not offered bail, and they're released back into the public.
Some migrant mothers we spoke to say they fear their boys will be forced into the world of crime.
People have warned us to be careful with the child because they are recruiting younger children. It worries me a lot.
Arada Piera and her 11-year-old son Dylan live in a Manhattan migrant shelter. They arrived from Colombia last year. When she's not volunteering at Metro Baptist Church, report, she's with her son, warning him of the dangers of gangs.
We're afraid he will get recruited and they will force and manipulate him to do bad things, things that will get him into trouble.
Power Malou, co-founder of Resources, Opportunities, Connections, and Community, is trying to keep migrant kids off the street by creating youth programs, including a soccer club.
I absolutely know that the soccer program is important for the kids to be able to get involved with something where they feel like they belong and they're having fun as kids, being able to support each other, build community, and stay away from the streets and be able to not have to get into the violence and get into the gang activity.
Over 60 kids ages 5 to 14 have been enrolled so far, including Dylan.
It's fun because we get to eat pizza and I have so many friends and we play.
He says he wants no part of the gang life.
I don't want to be like them. I don't want to be bad. I want to be good, helping the people.
Malou says more resources and spaces are needed to help the nearly 22,000 migrant kids in city shelters. That's their
shout out to Win Lose a Rug. Win Lose a Rug say, yo, Rob, remember when that migrant dragged that lady as he tried to steal her purse? That's when you first called them the migrant mobiles. I remember that, bro. And she hit didn't she hit like a fire hydrant or something, and just like she was just there, like, you know what I'm saying? Like she was holding on to that bike, and then that bike turned the corner, and it just like her hip hit that migrant, or that hit that fire hydrant, and she just stayed there limp, and the migrant mobile just was gone with her purse. Like, that's crazy. That's crazy. I definitely remember that.
38% of the migrant population currently in the system.
The newest New Yorkers are coming here and they don't have any programs for them. So then they're looking to do something. They're looking for something to do. So they're easy targets.
In the meantime, the NYPD is working with its federal partners to curb the growth of the gang violence sprouting at some migrant shelters.
So now look at this, right? You see the New York City in New York, right? Oh, it was a parking meter that she hit. Yeah, she hit a parking meter and was just lifeless. Like she was just there. Like that was it. It was just done. It was a wrap. She ain't had nothing else in her. You know what I'm saying? But now you see that in New York City, they're cooperating with the quote unquote federal authorities. And I haven't really heard very much. I haven't heard very much of any, you know, quote unquote profiling or any of this type of stuff that they were saying, quote unquote, would happen as a result of any of this stuff. So again, what I'm saying is that a lot of this, there didn't even have to be this quote unquote war between the federal government and the state governments. Like these jurisdictions don't even cross, but this is what it looks like when something gets politicized and turned into an extreme situation just to make a point. This is ridiculous.
Spilling onto city streets, and in some cases, detectives say, even among migrant families who are also becoming targets.
What we're also seeing is a majority of the migrant community sometimes themselves are the victims of crimes. They're preyed upon by these gangs. And there's a reluctance to report it sometimes because they feel that might get them deported or that might get them in trouble with the police.
And police say they're also seeing the Venezuelan gang recruit migrants who are here from other countries as well. They say it's very important to note that there is a small percentage of the migrants here committing the majority of the crimes. Jennifer Bisram, CBS.
All right, so there's that. All right, so that's interesting, right? So we're gonna take another look at what's going on in New York City because again, I'm curious to see how all of this is gonna play out. Because I can't sit here and lie to you. I don't know how it's all gonna play out. I don't know how it's gonna work. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, shout out to Shatira. Shatira says, but the Democrats keep hollering racism and misogyny. And the thing that's interesting about it is that they're hollering those things, but they're hollering those things where they don't apply. And then in the places where they do apply, where those things need to be hollered, the Democrats are silent about it and they act like they don't see it. You know what I'm saying? And then anybody that doesn't agree with them, they call them quote unquote Trump operatives. You know what I'm saying?
So a New York City Democrat councilman is calling on city and state leaders to ditch sanctuary policies. Yep, a Democrat. He writes in a letter, the policies, quote, not only violate federal law, but also put New Yorkers in harm's way. Democratic New York City council member Robert Holden joins us now. Robert, thanks on behalf of New Yorker for speaking up. And you've said this before. Do you feel as though people are going to listen after this election?
Well, they better, because I love Tom Homan, the new border czar, who came last week on Fox and said, you know, we're going to hold these mayors and governors accountable. Certainly, he said, don't cross that line, because they are violating with the sanctuary city laws by shielding. They are violating, it's a felony to shield these criminals, these illegal immigrants. So we need to start really doing that. We need to actually get rid of and deport these illegal aliens who are committing crime.
Can you imagine a scenario where there's a criminal being held in New York City, and it happens every day, and he's an illegal alien, maybe with links to gangs. ICE shows up, and there's no cooperation from the NYPD under the laws from the city council. It's just mind-boggling. How is that in anyone's interest?
It's in nobody's interest. And we have to remember, especially in New York City, 9/11, what happened? We didn't communicate. NYPD didn't communicate with, obviously, federal agents. So that's how the terrorists got in. So we need some communications. And what we're doing here is we're like shielding them. The governors, Democratic governors and the mayors of these sanctuary cities are shielding criminals and terrorists, Brian. So this is why it's so very important to start cooperating with them.
And you say the problem is the city council, correct? They're left-wingers, ultra-left-wingers.
Yeah, and over the years, they're shielding these illegal aliens who are committing crimes, which is unbelievable. Why would you want to keep them in our country to really attack citizens? But not only that, but conspire possibly. And we have terrorists that have gotten across the borders. We know it, and we don't know where they are. And of course, some of them are in New York City, and that's very, very dangerous.
So you have a mayor that could do something about it. Governor will ultimately make a decision. What could Mayor Adams do? Because he has expressed frustration like you have expressed.
Yeah, but he can also petition the governor. He could possibly do, some call on the city council. Let's negotiate this. Let's try to amend some of the sanctuary city laws. There's 4 of them over the years that the council has passed to have less cooperation with the feds. We need to cooperate with ICE, especially on the illegal aliens that are committing crime, and that's what I'm really focusing on, and also the possible terrorists that are in New York City.
The Mayor Adams got a problem. If the governor wants him out with the indictments that have already been served him, he could be kicked out. So if he takes on the governor, it's not going to work for him personally. Is that an issue?
Well, again, I'm looking to President Trump, because I think President Trump could say, you know what, if you're going to violate the laws, the federal laws, the statutes that we have on the books, it's a felony to shield and harbor illegal aliens who have committed crimes. And you can't do that. You can't shield them from ICE. So the president actually could say to the governor and to the mayor, cooperate with us, or we're going to charge you with felonies. How's that one, Brian? That's a reverse now. Now we can have the governor and the mayor charged with a felony for shielding and harboring illegal aliens, which Tom Homan said on Fox last week to Lawrence, by the way. He said,
like, look, shout out to Shatira. Shatira said, black mayors catching hell. Yeah. And what's crazy about it is they're catching hell all for doing this stuff and not doing, you know what I'm saying? They're doing all this stuff for all these other people that really didn't support them all like that. It's very interesting. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to Win Loser Rug. Win Loser Rug said, we're the white dudes from Twitter and 4chan that like to talk tough. Yeah, where are they? You know what I'm saying? Yeah, right. Shout out to Win Loser Rug. Win Loser Rug said, whatever happened to that, don't tread on me. They walking all over stuff now, walking all up and down stuff, bro. Walking all up and down the river. You know what I'm saying? Coming all into the country. They doing it all. Where they at? You know what I'm saying?
Well, don't cross that line, because it is a felony and we will hold you accountable.
Absolutely. Thanks for watching Fox. You're part of the Common Sense Caucus. 3 Democrats, 6 Republicans who care.
So so there's that. All right. So now next, what we're gonna do is we're gonna take a look at some migrant funding that's vanishing. Okay. In Albany, New York, there was a hotel that was set up as a quote unquote migrant shelter. All right. What's happening now is that magically there's no money to fund this quote unquote migrant shelter. So guess what's happening now? Let me, you know what I'm saying? We gotta break this down, because we gotta ask this question: what is going on? What is going on with all the migrant shelter funding? Because it's just vanishing all of a sudden. Remember, before there was all this money, and you know what I'm saying, like all this money was getting spent. Now all of a sudden, we're shutting the doors, we're shutting this down, we're shutting that down. Why is all this stuff magically getting shut down all of a sudden?
Migrants staying in Albany hotels now need to leave 3 weeks earlier than planned. CBS 6 was the first to report the asylum seekers were told they need to be out by the end of the year. CBS 6's Tom Eshin tells us more about the changes tonight, while at the same time, a new White House administration is also promising changes to the immigration system.
Time is getting shorter for 400 migrants staying in Albany's Ramada and Holiday Inn Express to leave. In October, they were told they need to be out by December 31st. Now it's December 10th and December 13th. New York City saying they'll be closing 10 sites outside of New York City, but staggering the date so those who go back to the city's arrival center have proper resources. A spokesperson tells us our staff is on hand to help guests at our upstate shelters plan for next steps over these next 2 months, and those without an exit plan by December will be offered temporary placement in New York City. Tiana Freeman-Tolbert, an immigration attorney, says situations like this have made an impact as they've been seeing many who have delayed in filing immigration applications.
Yeah, shout out to Shatira. You see what I'm saying? Shatira said exactly. They started shutting down shelters and no more debit cards. Now, why is this happening all of a sudden now? What's so it's interesting, right? Like what's so I don't know, pressing about right now to do all of this? You know what I'm saying? Before it was they had unlimited money. Now it's like they don't have the unlimited money anymore. So what's going on now?
Because of their focus on just getting the essentials.
You're trying to figure out the new country's immigration system, what they need you to do, and then you also have no place to live. You don't have your basics.
And in a sign that influx is indeed decreasing, the Albany Airport Inn, which was where the first bus of individuals came in the middle of the night back Memorial Day of 2023, no longer houses any migrants, rather is back open to the public completely. City officials say they've...
How did that again, this is one of the reasons why I got these channels. And I got these channels set up the way that I got them set up, because you got to ask yourself the question, how do you just go back on all of this stuff? Okay, we're just going to act like none of this stuff happened. None of this stuff exists. Okay, as you were, back to the public. You know, none of it exists. This is not a problem. None of this happened. Nothing to see here, folks. Go back home as you were. What? How does that happen? How? Oh my God, bro. Yeah. Shout out to Brooklyn Queen. Brooklyn Queen says to create a multitude of crime and unrest for Trump, in my opinion. Yeah, possibly. Shout out to Win-Lose the Rug. Win-Lose the Rug said their accountants and auditors are going to have an insane headache digging through all that mismanagement. And then they're going to be having an insane headache trying to hide everything so that they don't go to jail, right? Shout out to Shatira. Shatira said, for real though, what happened? Yeah, what happened? What happened? Listen, if you watch some of the videos on this channel from last year to the videos, the most recent videos, you wouldn't even know that you're dealing with like the same country. You'd think that you're somewhere else. And what's crazy is how the mainstream media, the news, they can just shift narratives on this stuff with a straight face, literally like nothing happened. Oh, nothing happened. Like, that's crazy.
Live, you don't have your basics.
And in a sign that influx is indeed decreasing, the Albany Airport Inn, which was where the first bus of individuals came in the middle of the night back Memorial Day of 2023, no longer houses any migrants, rather is back open to the public completely. City officials say they've housed more than 220 migrant families from upstate hotels since 2023. These individuals may soon need to navigate new policies too, as President-elect Donald Trump has put mass deportation on his agenda.
We have this thing in the United States called civil liberties, and everyone has them regardless of immigration status, as well as our rights that are protected within the U.S. Constitution.
The New York Immigration Coalition rallying in New York on Thursday, protesting the next administration's plans.
We're going to be seeing more ICE raids. We're going to be seeing them coming to your employers. They're going to be coming into other public areas, checking to see what your status here in the U.S.
Reporting from Albany, Tom Esham, CBS 6 News.
Again, look at that. Hey, we got to ask the question. Like I said, that's going to be the question from here on out. Who's holding the crowbar? Who's holding the crowbar? Who's holding the crowbar is about to be $1 million question, man. Shout out to Win-Lose the Rug. We need to get on that Solana. You know what I'm saying? Make our own degenerate play. You know what I'm saying? We're going to come up with crowbar coin. Who holding the crowbar?
The elect also has been clear with plans that could lead to a historic mass deportation effort in the United States. Indiana Senator-elect Jim Banks would like to see city police to make this happen.
The senator-elect and current congressman.
So this individual here, right? This individual here in Indiana, like, forget it. Let's let the cops get these people up out of here. Check this out.
President-elect also has been clear with plans that could lead to a historic mass deportation effort in the United States. Indiana Senator-elect Jim Banks would like to see city police to make this happen.
The senator-elect and current congressman told the nation that he has already spoken with a local sheriff and says that this can happen
absolutely,
at a
bro.
city
You
level.
know how to do it. Absolutely. Dump all on the Twitter crowd after hyping it up. Yeah, just dump it all. Goodbye. You know what I'm saying? Like, we got our millions. Y'all have fun with it. Keep it alive on the exchange. Peace.
SBT 22's Kylan Hall joins us now from the live desk. Kylan, you've been talking with our local police departments and city leaders. What are they saying about this?
Well, the leading question to them was, have you heard anything from Mr. Banks or from anyone in Congress? And if so, what are you saying in response? While none were available for interviews, I've been given several statements.
Mr. Trump has prioritized finding and deporting immigrants who have no documentation and have committed crimes in the U.S. I asked the South Bend mayor's office if they have a response to Mr. Banks' claims that city...
Yeah. Shout out to Shatera. Shatera brings up a good point, and I want to see what everybody thinks about this. Shatera says, what do the numbers indicate? Do the majority of citizens want them gone? I would say that the numbers in most places in the United States absolutely coincide with the majority of citizens want them gone. If you guys would agree, give me a thumbs up. If you guys would disagree, give me a thumbs down. So that being the case, right? And again, that's just my perception of it. Somebody else might feel differently. But based on my perception, right? How is it that these Democrat politicians can then see what the sentiments are of their constituents and then completely go against the wishes of their constituents? To me, like that's just wild. That's just wildly. I don't know how does one do that? How do you do that?
Agencies are ready and willing to help in these deportation efforts. Mayor James Mueller says, quote, while South Bend is a welcoming community, cities do not set our nation's immigration policy under federal law. As the new Republican majority transitions from campaigning to governing, we hope that common sense and compassion will prevail because Hoosiers simply cannot afford further inflation from short-sighted policies like tariffs and mass deportations. Labor shortages from the loss of undocumented workers will significantly increase costs for Hoosier families and disrupt our growing economy, end quote. I've also spoken with local police departments on plans to make these sweeps. Troy Warner from the St. Joseph County Sheriff's Department providing this statement. Quote, we're not aware of any specific plans. The folks that are talking about the plans haven't been sworn into office yet, and we would refer you to them, end quote. And the city of Elkhart responded saying, quote, Elkhart's immigrant population makes our city a more sustainable, productive, and vibrant place to live, end quote. An immigration expert at Notre Dame says immigration is a federal function and cities are not required to assist.
Which allows states and localities voluntarily to enter into agreements with the Department of Homeland Security to be sort of trained and deputized as local immigration agents or authorities. And so the idea is they go through a training and they learn what the different immigration statuses are, and they basically act under the guise of immigration enforcement.
Now, Professor Corcoran also emphasizes that training would require understanding the extensive range of immigration statuses made available to those living in the community. From the live desk, Kylan Hall, WSBT 22 News.
President.
All right, so there's that, right? I thought that was interesting. And like I said, we're going to be definitely keeping an eye on this. Right? Oh, now this is interesting. We might have to look at this some other time on some other channel. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, it sounds corrupt as hell, bro. And they're being specific with saying, quote unquote, migrants who have committed crimes. Yeah, facts. And shout out to Shatera. Oh yeah, we believe it or not, we've got all this stuff is already defined. Like it's all already there. People are just literally like, they're literally ignoring this stuff. You know what I'm saying? They're literally ignoring this stuff just to push a narrative. You know what I'm saying? Like this stuff is crazy. Look at this right here. Look. Watch this.
Vengo de El Salvador y voy para agosto. Tengo 17 de El Salvador y voy para Tengo 17, soy de El Salvador y voy para 38. Tengo 16 y vengo de Guatemala y voy a California. Tengo 16 y soy de Guatemala, voy para Cincinnati. Tengo 16 y voy para 17 de Honduras. 16 de Guatemala. ¿Para dónde vas? Virginia. Honduras, 14 años. Guatemala, 15 años.
¿Para dónde vas aquí en los Estados Unidos?
Estados Unidos.
¿Qué parte vas?
Wisconsin.
Wisconsin.
Soy de Honduras, tengo 16 años y voy para Wisconsin. Soy de Honduras, tengo 16 años y voy para Johnson City. De Honduras tengo 16 años y voy para Virginia. De Honduras tengo 17 años y voy para la Texas. De Honduras 17 años para la Texas. De Honduras 16 años y voy para Nueva York. Soy de Honduras, tengo 12 años y voy para Maryland. Soy de Guatemala, tengo 16 años y voy para Carolina del Norte. Soy de Guatemala, tengo 16 años y voy para California. Honduras tengo 10 años y voy para Houston. De Honduras tengo 15 años y voy para Texas. De Honduras tengo 17 años y voy para Florida. 17 años y voy para tengo 14 años de familia. Soy Brandon, soy de Salvador y voy para Los Ángeles. Mi mamá tengo 12 años y voy para Los Ángeles.
Now, how is these kids? Now, what's up with the kid stuff? And again, right? I don't know why they keep using. See, like the thing is, right? I understand people having sympathy for kids. I get it. I'm a sucker for kids. I'm not. I have a lot of sympathy for children. You know what I'm saying? And you got to understand though that just because you see a children or just because you see a child, that doesn't mean that there's not corrupt adults behind the children. These children are used as barricades by Trinde Aragua to disguise criminals and terrorists as families. You know what I'm saying? So you can't just be like no sucker, you know what I'm saying? Like, oh, you know, like I got this hole in my heart for these poor kids. Yeah, maybe if you get the kids away from the situation, but as they're coming into the United States from the southern border, they're part of the situation, and there's nothing that's warning you whether those children have been weaponized by those criminal organizations or not. And if we know that most of these criminal organizations weaponize these children, the chances are very likely that these kids could have been weaponized to allow for easier passing for a lot of these people to get through the southern border. If you guys would agree, give me a thumbs up. If you guys would disagree, give me a thumbs down. This quote unquote family disguise model, like this has been used forever.
El Salvador y voy para California. De Guatemala, tengo 16 años y voy para México y aprovecho. Mi nombre es Paola, soy de Ecuador y voy para soy de Honduras y voy para Houston. Tengo 12 años. Yo me llamo Chela.
¿Qué tantos años tienes, mamá? 4 años. ¿Qué tantos años?
4 años.
4 años.
Me llamo Marjorie, tengo 11 años y voy para Florida.
I would never put my children into this type of situation ever. It's bad enough that they got brought into the world. Had I, you know what I'm saying? I think that I don't know, man. I don't like the way that the world is. I think that the worst thing that could happen to anybody, quote unquote, is that they get brought into the world. But the problem is that most people don't realize that until it's too late. So, all right, you've already done it. Now what, right? Now that you've already involuntarily brought somebody into the world, the least that you could do is try to do what you can to give them the quote unquote best, most protected experience that they could possibly have. And, you know, provide them with the best head start that they can have and the best, you know, legacy or whatever, right? I would never, ever put my children into no crazy situation like this southern border crossing and all of this insanity. Like, this is wild to me. This is not the way to go. You know what I'm saying? You're not gonna, like, somehow your kids being, you know what I'm saying, teenagers or, you know, adolescents getting across the border, separated from their family. I don't know how that's a possible better situation than the family being together back at home. I don't understand it. if the United States went just completely upside down, I would never just send my kids somewhere alone. You know what I'm saying? Like I would rather die being a parent trying to protect them, you know what I'm saying, and keep them safe and fed and whatever I could do, then just, okay, good luck. The nature can take care of you better than I can. Like, what? I don't understand that logic, man. I don't get it. Does it make sense to you guys? Like, it is not common sense logic. Like, I refuse to believe that there's people, well, I shouldn't refuse to believe that, right? I hate to believe that there's people like that operate that way. It's just bizarre to me.
Carlos Estados y tengo 7 años. Soy de Guatemala, tengo 17 años y voy para California. Soy de Ecuador, tengo 17 de New Jersey. Soy de Venezuela, tengo 16 años y voy a Orlando. Soy hondureña, tengo 17 años y voy para Nueva York.
Like, this it's like a classroom. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's like a classroom of kids. Like, they waiting to get into, like, this is crazy. You know what I'm saying? And then like, how can you sit there and be like, oh, well, you know, they care about, you know, like, oh, well, they're separating families at the borders. Look at all these separated families. Each one of these kids represents a separated family. They coming in like this. They coming into before they even deal with the ICE or anything, the family separated. And then you turn around and be like, how they separate? Like, to me, like, it's just crazy, man. It's just crazy. It's just bizarre. It don't make any sense. You know what I'm saying? It doesn't make any sense. Look at this. Look at this. 2-year-old migrant girl picked up at the border tells cops she's come to the U.S. alone to find her parents. Why did your parents leave? You don't listen. If your parent, you don't need to be with those parents then. No parent is going to lose their 2-year-old. None. I don't listen. If you're any type of parent, you are not going to lose your 2-year-old unless you like died trying to protect your 2-year-old and your 2-year-old is just wandering around because you fought off a bear or a bullet. Anybody that's a parent will tell you that. You don't even think. Like, if you're an actual human being who's a parent, you don't even think. You just instinctively protect your kids and your family. You don't even think. You don't even think, like, if there's a alligator or a lion or a tiger or a bear, how could I be? You don't even think about none of that. You just get in between that thing and your kids. There is no possible way, no true, actual, factual parent lost a damn 2-year-old. I'm sorry, man. No. Nope. No, sir, that did not happen. You know what I'm saying? No parent is going to let that happen. And like I said, if a parent, the only way a parent would let that happen, and it wouldn't even be the parent letting that happen, is if the parent died, you know what I'm saying, trying to protect their kid. That's it. And in that situation, the parent didn't let that happen. You know what I'm saying? Just, you know, the parent died doing their job. Man, shout out to Shatera. Thank you. Shatera said, how you just gone and the baby off with the phone number? Like, right. Don't cook nothing while we gone. Like, what? Make it make sense. Where do they do this at? Like, this is what I'm saying. Like, they got to have some type of discernment. And a lot of these stories, a lot of this stuff is fake, man. It's fake. It's fake. And the reason why you know that it's fake is because, like, there's no, like I said, there's no possible way. Like, that just ain't happening. You know what I'm saying? Anybody in the comment section that's a parent, or you ain't even got to be a parent. You know what I'm saying? Like, you could be somebody, you might have like a favorite niece or something like that. You know what I'm saying? You ain't losing that. You ain't losing that child, man. Like, that's not happening. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's not happening at all. 2-year-old migrant girl picked up at the border tells the cops she's come to the U.S. alone to find her parents. How? No way can a 2-year-old do that. No way. Two-year-olds, a lot of 2-year-olds can't even really talk all like that. Like they can, but like they're not telling no coherent messages. They're not gonna be able to do nothing complicated like that. You know what I'm saying? We're talking about the age of the terrible twos. This is the terrible two age. 2-year-olds, a lot of times, like they don't even listen, man. They're not paying attention. They're not about to do all this. You know what I'm saying? You'll be lucky if a 2-year-old even listen to you. Hey, go over there and say that. No. You know, that's what a 2-year-old is doing. A 2-year-old's not navigating the Darien Gap, swinging from vines to make it to, you know what I'm saying, Border Patrol, to give a note to the damn border agent. That's not happening anywhere. That's the Sesame Street. They watching Octonauts age. What are you talking about? The 2-year-olds still wear diapers a lot of times. They wear the Huggies pull-ups. Like, it's like, I don't know what's going on. I swear, like, I think that like there's so few like people aren't really having kids all like that. So few people are having kids and having families that like they think that like most people are not really aware anymore of like what goes on with kids at certain ages. But ain't no 2-year-old. They ain't no 2-year-old doing all this. That child, if that 2-year-old was able to do this, they need to get that person in some type of cyborg military training, because that's finna be that's one of the first superhumans right there. That's finna be a new line of intergalactic soldiers. You know what I'm saying? A 2-year-old migrant girl was found at the U.S. border Sunday clutching a piece of paper with just a first name and a phone number on it, becoming the heart-rending symbol of the Biden administration's abject failure to protect the most vulnerable of the asylum seekers. The child from El Salvador, hold on real quick, clad in a bright pink jacket, was among a group of more than 200. Damn, all this shit coming down. Like, I don't understand why these people do this with these websites. With more than 200 illegal migrants, including 60 unaccompanied minors, detained after crossing the border into Maverick County, Texas, authorities said. Now, again, these people don't care about separating the families. So I don't understand why I mean, like, you know what I'm saying? This is, how many people would agree this is family separation? If you guys would agree that this is family separation, give me a thumbs up. If you guys would disagree and you don't think that this is family separation, then give me a thumbs down. If you ask me, this is clearly family separation. The family's not showing up together. You know what I'm saying? Footage of the little girl outraged polls in Sanctuary City, New York, and beyond, who ripped President Biden and border czar Vice President Kamala Harris over the nation's immigration debacle. All right. It's unspeakable that an innocent 2-year-old girl was abandoned by her parents and exposed to vicious threats from criminal human traffickers who care nothing about human life, said Tennessee Senator Marsha Blackburn, a long, fierce critic of Biden and Harris on immigration, to the Post. By refusing to enforce the law, the Biden-Harris administration continues to put vulnerable children at risk, including hundreds of thousands of migrant kids they lost track of since taking office, she said. New York City Councilman Robert Holden, a Democrat, infuriated when he watched the video of the little girl. All right. It's heartbreaking. I have a 2-year-old grandson and a 5-year-old granddaughter. It makes my blood boil. We can only imagine how much this poor kid suffered, said the poll from the Big Apple, which has been grappling with the migrant crisis in the past several years. My question about this is, why are people not criticizing the parents who are bringing these kids, or who are like, the parents are at fault here too? You know what I'm saying? Like, the families are at fault here too. No civilized person in his right mind could imagine this. The solution is to secure the border. The children are the innocent victims here, Holden said. No civilized person could imagine releasing I'm just going to let my child out into the wild. Now, that's what a civilized person wouldn't do. I wouldn't even say that. Even animals don't do that. Animals don't do that. You know what I'm saying? Mammals, for the most part, even animals that aren't mammals. You know what I'm saying? You guys see the spiders that, you know what I'm saying? The mother female spider be carrying all the little spider babies on their backs. Most multi-celled organisms don't do that. You know what I'm saying? Most multi-celled organisms don't do that. I can't even say it's a mammal thing. I can't even say it's a human thing. You know what I'm saying? You see the little octopus, you know what I'm saying? The little octopus swim with the mother octopus. Like, most, like, animals don't even do that. Right. Shout out to Shatera. Shatera said people go to jail over here for leaving the kids to go to the store. And when dealing with the migrant crisis, they just completely avoid the fact that the parent put the kid in the situation in the first place and say, you know, it's automatically politicized. I think everybody is to blame. Shout out to AB. AB said, I'm telling the baby, go back home. Listen, I'm not even unless I have a clear-cut official, like say if I was leaving the country, right? I'm safely transporting my family from point A to point B. Whatever is in the best interest of safety is what I'm doing. It is never in the best interest of safety for a 2-year-old to travel alone. I would never create that situation. I would never do it. This is totally bizarre to me. Totally bizarre. You know what I'm saying? Totally bizarre. The Texas Department of Public Safety released video of its interview with the tot, who said she was traveling alone as she answered a slew of questions. So let me see this. Hold on real quick. This is just ridiculous. All right, so check this out real quick. I'm about to take a look at this post on Twitter. All right. And shout out to everybody watching. I appreciate you guys. If you all haven't smashed the like button yet, do me a favor. Take a moment, smash that like button. Also, if you guys haven't hit the bell, take a moment, hit that bell. And also, please share the stream to your social media. All right. So as you guys can see here goes that Chris Oliveras. That's the guy who's all over the place. You know what I'm saying? On the news, Fox and News Nation and stuff like that. Now, let's look at this.
Venezuela, mamá. Venezuela. ¿Sí? ¿Qué tantos años tienes? 2 años. ¿No vienes con tu mamá y tu papá? ¿No?
This makes me I would man, I remember when my kids were this age, I wouldn't ain't no way in hell. You know what I'm saying?
Venezuela, mamá. Venezuela. ¿Sí? ¿Qué tantos años tienes? 2 años. ¿No vienes con tu mamá y tu papá? ¿No? ¿Venezuela? ¿Para dónde vas, mamá? ¿Dónde están? Estados Unidos? Okay.
How did they get to the United States? Like, nobody's concerned with that. How did the parents get to the United States and they just left the little girl behind? I couldn't even do it. I couldn't even psychologically do it. I couldn't do it. I couldn't leave my kids at 2 years old, especially in the damn woods somewhere while I'm just in the United States. Are you serious? If they're not here with me, you definitely not about to be in some South American jungle. Like, ain't no way. Like, wow. Wow. You know what I'm saying? I can't stress enough Ain't no way. Like when I tell you ain't no way, I mean that with like every fiber of my being. There is no way in the entire world I would be comfortable somewhere and my kid is like just, you know, in a rainforest somewhere. You got me all the way bent. Ain't no way. No possible way. How did you even get separated like that? I just look, man, listen. Whatever. You know what I'm saying? So that's that video, right? So now here it says, then you know, they go on and summarize the video for the most part. This just leaves me speechless. And then the way things get politicized, you know what I'm saying, here in the United States, you know, if you ask me, the family they bear a lot of that blame. The family definitely bears a lot of that blame. But because we are in a highly politicized environment, it's got to be, quote unquote, Trump versus Biden. And that's just it. You know what I'm saying? That's just it. And then nothing ends up getting solved. Which, shout out to Black Spider. She mentioned it earlier in the comment section. A lot of this stuff is just planned. Follow the money. There's not really any... The things that we think are supposed to have solutions, those are actually the solutions for other things. You know what I'm saying? And, you know, most, you know, people are not really invested in any of this stuff. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to the cameras at a 2-year-old. Nah, exactly. I don't believe a 2-year-old made it anywhere by themselves. 2-year-old, like, dude, 2-year-olds are not capable of any self-care. They're babies. They're still babies. Like a 2-year-old is a walking infant for real, for real. Like they can't do anything except for just be hard-headed, which is why they be calling it the terrible twos. Like 2-year-olds cannot do anything. You know what I'm saying? Like they can't do, I don't know, like if anybody's like, you know what I'm saying? Like people have had kids and stuff like that, but like 2-year-olds can't do it. Like they're not capable of doing anything. They are totally, they are a walking baby. It's like, imagine an infant, like a baby. A 2-year-old is a walking baby. And they walk awkward. Like they got the 2-year-old walk. Like they don't even walk right. So like they still falling down and stuff like that. You know what I'm saying? Like, and I'm not saying, you know, I'm not saying that to like, you know, sound mean or anything like that, but I'm just like 2-year-olds cannot function by themselves. Like they need, they're part of that age. They desperately need their parents. You know what I'm saying? I still 2-year-old use the 2-year-olds are babies. You know what I'm saying? They're babies. They're literally walking infants. You know what I'm saying? Like those parents, you ask me, they need to be questioned, apprehended, and you know what I'm saying? If the story don't match up, they need to go to jail. You can't have no 2-year-old out like that's and honestly, like parents that's actually parents kind of, you know what I'm saying, share like the same type of responsibility, like sentiment. You're not about to sit there and tell nobody, no one else, another parent, turn around and fight you if you tell another parent, like I just left my kid in the Darien Gap. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to DSB. What's good with it, bro? I just left my kid in Darien Gap. Anybody that's an actual parent, bro, actual father is going, you know what I'm saying, go work you right there on the spot. You know what I'm saying? A mother that's an actual mother, they gonna work you on the spot right there with that. Like you out your damn mind. What the hell wrong with you? You know what I'm saying? Like I hear stories like this and I'd be like, yo, some of this stuff got to be fake. It can't be real. I don't believe it. I don't believe it. There's no way that you can convince me that that's real. You mean to tell me that 2-year-old had the concentration to show that note? Most 2-year-olds can't even sit through, like if you give a 2-year-old a remote control and you give them their favorite TV show, the TV show that they like to watch the most, you know what I'm saying? Put on like some kid stuff, Phineas and Ferb or something like that. You know what I'm saying? Octonauts, Paw Patrol or something like that the kids like. You know what I'm saying? Even with the remote control in their hand, they're not about to sit there and listen to that. They're gonna keep flipping through the channels because they kids. They don't care. They're not about to sit through there. They're not gonna have a guided mission. Like, I don't know, man. That's just crazy, man. That's just crazy. But anyway, man, they got me on a rant, man. You know what I'm saying? So shout out to y'all. I appreciate each and every one of y'all for being here. You know what I'm saying? As always, it was a great stream. I appreciate y'all. Make sure if you're not subscribed to the backup channels, you subscribe to the backup channels. You know what I'm saying? They're going to be getting action. All right. So make sure you do that. Make sure that you're part of the Discord. All right. Hit the link that's pinned in the comment section. The comment section may not be here once the video finalizes on YouTube because the copyright parts get cut out. And that's going to take away the live chat. So while the live chat is here, if you're not part of the Discord, make sure you join the Discord. All right. Make sure that you also subscribe on Rumble and Twitch. All right. Make sure y'all show the stream sponsors some love. We had 9 stream sponsors, man. Shout out to y'all. Shout out to DSB came back just in time. You know what I'm saying? DSB came back just in time. Shout out to DSB. Make sure y'all show DSB some love. Again! Shout out to Win Loser Rug. Appreciate you, bro. Shout out to Miss Nisi. Make sure y'all show Miss Nisi some love. Definitely appreciate you, Miss Nisi. Make sure y'all show Miss Nisi some more love. Again! Shout out to Brooklyn Queen. Now, the StreamYards wasn't working right. Brooklyn Queen had sent a super chat earlier. Make sure y'all show Brooklyn Queen some love for sending that super chat earlier. And then she sent this one. So shout out to Brooklyn Queen for the again. Again! Shout out to my man, AB Promotions. You know what I'm saying? Make sure y'all show my man, AB Promotions some love. All right? Shout out to my man, John Guillory. Definitely appreciate you, bro. Make sure y'all show my man, John Guillory, some love. All right? Again! Definitely appreciate it. All right? We gonna be back at some point. I don't know when. Hopefully, I don't have to, you know what I'm saying, put together a new stream because it's going to be so long that it's not going to be relevant news. But it's some crypto stuff that I really want to talk about, man. So if y'all not subscribed to Tales from the Crypto, make sure y'all subscribe to Tales from the Crypto because that's where that's going to be at. And then we're going to be hitting up Undocumented again because we got to finish up some stuff over here. And as always, ladies and gentlemen,